Casey, you're good to go.
A few general instructions before we begin. I kindly request all the participants to switch off their mics to avoid any kind of disturbance during the course of this event. Please feel free to use the chat box to communicate. Good morning to one and all present here. I, Kezia Sarah Jacob, and Nisar Gavashia will be your MCs for the day. On behalf of the Department of Media Studies, I welcome you all back to the second day of the Media Meet. Media Meet is an initiative that was first started by the Department of Media Studies in 2010, and today we are conducting the 12th edition of the Media Meet. With each passing year, we are expanding our bases and becoming bigger and better. The theme for this year is Media Crisis, in which we will focus on how both internal and external crises, such as the current pandemic, affects and shape media. We also take pride in sharing that our academic collaborator for Media Meet 2021 is Florida State University College of Communications and Information and UNESCO Media and Information Literacy for All Alliance. I hope you are as excited for the day as we are, where we will be having riveting panel discussions and plenary talks from experts in the industry, academicians, and scholars. Today, we will be having the keynote address, 3 panel discussions on the rise of the home screen, fake news versus factual news, and persistence, intuition, and empathy. We will also be having 2 plenary talks on media research and media crisis by Dr. Ram Bhatt and music in the midst of crisis by MD Pallavi. Let's start with the first session. Could we have the promo for the first session played, please? To introduce our first guest, I would like to call Dr. Padmakumar MM. Dr. Padmakumar, in his own words, is a compulsive reader, reluctant writer, chronic digressor, and theory practitioner. One of the most relatable teachers one could ever work with, he has been in the sphere of humanities and social sciences since 2006. Sir is interested in cultural studies, ecological discourses, sports studies, and peace studies. I welcome you, Dr. Padmakumar.
Thank you. I would be deserving the title of doctor a little in the future. I mean, I would be earning it the next few months, hopefully. So that's where I am now. But thank you for bringing it, and thank you for that warm introduction. It's a great occasion and a delightful day. And we have a great set of resource people ready to meet us and address us on a variety of key concerns that stand in front of the media fraternity. So before we get into the day's concerns, let me have the pleasure of introducing our keynote speaker of the day, Mr. Sashi Kumar. Mr. Sashi Kumar is a print and broadcast journalist, filmmaker, and media entrepreneur. And Sir has been in this field for almost 4+ decades. And it's not just about being there for so many years. It's about the kind of experiences that he has gained over the years and what he has done to the field in these years. He was the first foreign correspondent of the Hindu, if I'm not mistaken, the West Asia correspondent of the Hindu, and he had the opportunity to cover the fall of the Berlin Wall, the Chernobyl disaster, the Iraq War, and the ethnic clashes in Sri Lanka, and many, many more. I hope I'm right in my memory, but this is what I remember from the last time I interacted with Sir. And he's also ventured in the broadcast direction, and he was instrumental in bringing AsiaNet. He was the founder of AsiaNet, and some of us would remember that AsiaNet came up with the first regional news channel in the country, the first one indeed. And so he was the pioneer who took charge of that initiative. And he's also a filmmaker, and he has done some award-winning films. And apart from that, he has acted, and he's also into theater and a writer. And it's almost like if you want to know Shashi Kumar sir as a personality, you can open many windows and you would see various facets of his contribution. So a very versatile person, and someone now who adds a lot of value to wherever he goes. And apart from that, he's also a media entrepreneur. I'm guessing most of us would know that he's also the founder and the chair of the Media Development Foundation, which administers the Asian College of Journalism. And in 1992, as I mentioned, he had founded and launched AsiaNet, India's first satellite TV channel that is in Malayalam, and the country's first statewide cable TV network in India. In 2004, he scripted and directed Kaya Taran, an award-winning Hindi feature film based on the 1984 anti-Sikh riots and the 2002 Gujarat riots. He has acted, of course, as some of us would already be aware of. And the interesting thing is his latest media venture, Asia Will Interactive, which was launched at the end of January 2019. This is an initiative to reimagine journalism, and it comprises multimedia digital portals in 4 languages: English, Hindi, Tamil, and Malayalam. So he has contributed a regular fortnightly column titled Unmediated in Frontline. It is also the title of the book comprising his essays and articles published in by Tulika Books in 2013. It's a collection of essays that he has written on cinema, then about culture and about media. That's what the book addresses. A fascinating read. I have done that. I hope most of you would as well try doing that in the future. And also, he is the recipient of many awards for his contribution to cinema and also to journalism. Sir, we are honored and delighted to have you in our midst this morning.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let me take this opportunity to also set the context for this keynote address. And I'm sure all of us are at some level or the other aware of the multiple and diverse challenges that the media today is facing, and it's also posing. So it's not just about media facing challenges, also posing challenges. I'm guessing that we would all have our own sense of how it is and what it is, all that. But I think it would help us to have a more informed view, and that's what we are moving towards in today's session. The economic challenge that the media has is something that perhaps might be in the top of the chart in most of our end listings, but it need not be that way for others perhaps. Most of the questions about media ownership and other ones could probably fit into the economic challenge, and the revenue models that are ideal given the VUCA world that we are part of is something that we can deliberate on. And then there is the epistemological challenge. What is the content that is being served by the media, and especially about by the news media? What is the content that is being served? What is considered to be knowledge over there? What is considered to be news over there? Who calls it to be news? And when does it get validated? And who says that this is not worth engaging with? A lot of questions that emerge in the form of the epistemological challenge. Then we also have the ethical challenge. And that's something that would have different ways of being played out. For instance, questions about representation could figure prominently. We are talking about the ethical challenge. And we might also probably pick up questions about agenda setting, questions about gatekeeping, and a lot of other that's something that many of us would be aware of. How populism is challenging the media structures that are out there, and how censorship and how governmental rules and policies are putting a lot of barriers for free expression in a democratic setup. So that's another set of challenges that we are aware of. And then there are also structural challenges, and that's something that we need to investigate. I think Sashi Kumar sir has already addressed in a few other talks in the past. For example, when we talk about the media, each of us might see it from our own lenses. So for some of us, the media might mean the news media. For some of us, it could mean the cinema, or for some of us, it means the social media. And some of us might have an amorphous mix of these things. And so when we talk about the media, what is our observation and our reading? That's something that we'll have to consider. And what is the interrelationship between these varied elements that constitute our conception of media? So, for instance, Sashi Kumar sir has, in one of his previous talks, highlighted how, say, a big corporate setup like that of, say, the Reliance might be owning a series of channels, right? And they could also have news channels. And given this kind of a setup, news might probably be forming a very small part of their endeavor, but the content of what is present as news is dictated by their entertainment setups and all that. And so the interrelationship is something that is very complex, that needs to be opened up and further studied. So we have a variety of such challenges, and sometimes they overlap and they form different kinds of permutations and combinations. So these are the kind of challenges that are in front of us. Given these kind of challenges, what are the choices that we would like to exercise? And that is the focus of today's talk. And sir has responded to this in the form of his talks in the past, and apart from that, in the form of his own ventures. He's also a media entrepreneur, as some of us would know him. And so given his experience and expertise, we hope that this would be something that opens us up to newer possibilities and imaginations. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Padma Kumar, for that generous introduction and for providing the framework for this session. Thank you, Divya Kurian, Kejia, Nisarg, for your introductory remarks. I'm indeed very happy to be speaking to the Christ fraternity, university fraternity, and the others who are with us this Saturday morning. I will try and speak about the media, but the center plank of my concern would be the news media, because I think here and now, the biggest challenges are facing the news media. Having said that, the news media isn't the news media we knew a decade ago, or even maybe 5 or 6 years ago, because, as you know, there's been a morphing of the media. And in this new configuration, the lines between news, non-news, show, event, process, and all of these are blurred. So we are, in fact, into a new and evolving media ecology. That's the very first point that I'd like to make. So although traditionally we are used to categorizing media in terms of news, in terms of cinema, in terms of audio, radio, perhaps, in terms of advertising, in terms of public relations, in terms of communications and other modes, in terms of outdoor hoardings. I think all of these are converging in the process of a new digital environment or ecology. And the fact of this convergence is what we loosely, or in commonplace terms, characterize as multimedia. So in the face of a multimedia digital reality, that's what is facing us, that's what is writing on the wall. The entire media landscape is very different. And therefore, even though I do say that I'd have uppermost in my mind the concerns of news media, it obviously reflects on all of the other areas of the media. The first point I'd like to make is we must, because of the challenging times we live in, challenging for democracy, for freedom of speech, for creative expression, for freedoms in terms of expressing our opinions freely, without being threatened with censorship, or without treading on the toes for cultural, religious, or other reasons. We are living in, therefore, very, very challenging times. And some of these challenges of our own making as people in the public sphere, many of these challenges are the responsibility, I believe, of the media themselves. As Professor Padma Kumar said, media is also part of the problem today. And therefore, the first thing we need to do, I think, is to cut through the clutter, bring the idea of media to the touchstone of public interest. So if there is one qualification which justifies, which is a raison d'etre, if you like, which is the reason for the very existence of the media, that is the public interest, the larger public interest. It is in those terms that the media acquires the moral high ground, the constitutional high ground that we tend to give it, particularly the news media. And media in a democracy is even more so. If you can say a true democracy in one breath, you must be able to say a free and freewheeling media in the next breath. Otherwise, that democracy isn't really a true democracy, because elections don't constitute a democracy. Hitler came to power on elections. There are other totalitarian figures in history who come to power on elections. India today, for instance, is being characterized by those who are auditing, shall we say, democracy in different parts of the world as a kind of electoral autocracy. That's a term used. That's not my term. So if you must say media freedom, I mean, democracy in one breath, you must be able to say a free media in the next breath. That's what characterizes a true democracy. And if you look at India in those terms, we are in a privileged situation, even now, in this part of the world, because our media, our democracy is fairly free and freewheeling. Look around us in Southeast Asia, look around us and look at other parts of the world, of course, even in Philippines or Hungary or Turkey, of course, is Russia, China, and all of these places. There is no media freedom. Although all of these countries claim they are democracies because they have elections in one form or the other. So you have qualified democracies. You have qualified democracies even in South Asia. You have guided democracy, you have military democracy, and so on and so forth. So in order to be a true democracy, you need a free media. And that is something we've taken for granted, but we can't anymore take for granted because there are peculiar threats and challenges to that state of affairs where the media, the free media, informs and qualifies and legitimizes our democracy. That's the first point that I want to make. In India, the news media is a result of the rights given to every Indian citizen under the Constitution. In fact, not just the news media, all free expression. It comes to us by virtue of the constitutional guarantee of Article 19(1)(a) and (g) of the Constitution, under the Fundamental Rights chapter of our Constitution. The Article 19(1), which guarantees us freedom of speech and expression, freedom of movement, freedom to practice any profession. These are broadly the three clauses under which we acquire the media rights. Unlike in other constitutions, for instance, the Constitution of the United States, for instance, there is a prescriptive right. There's a specific media freedom right or press freedom right. The very first amendment of the US Constitution stipulates that Congress shall make no laws which abridge the freedom of the press. We don't have a similar prescribed explicit right in our Constitution. The rights of the media, the rights of creative expression, of the painter, of the singer, of the filmmaker, all of these are derived rights by virtue of the Article 19(1) of the Constitution, which speaks about freedom of speech and expression, freedom of movement, freedom to practice any profession. It is only because courts, the legal courts in our country have given it a constructive, successive judgments have added value to this, that the media is seen as, enjoying a moral or constitutional high ground, where it is assumed that a threat to the freedom of the media is equated with a threat to democracy. So it's not a stipulated right. And therefore, our media freedoms are that much more delicate, vulnerable, brittle, if you like, because it is not a prescribed right in the statute, right? Nevertheless, freedom of speech and expression is guaranteed under the Constitution, under Article 19(1), as I said. But there is a paradox that has developed in this day and age, and that must be stated. You have three important clauses in the Indian Constitution which speak to the citizens of this country. These are, I think, seen as the cornerstones of the Constitution. In fact, a former judge of the Supreme Court, Justice Y.V. Chandrachud, not the current Justice Chandrachud, his father, in a famous case, Minerva Mills versus Union, has actually mentioned this, that the three important cornerstones of the Indian media, or of the Constitution, are Article 14, which speaks about equality under the law for all citizens, Article 19, which I just mentioned, which speak about freedom of speech and expression, and Article 21, which speaks about, right to life and personal liberty, which includes, that has been, read into it, the right to privacy. Right to life and personal liberty, which subsumes or includes in which the right to personal, shall we say, privacy is also implicit. So, but you have a paradox where today, if you exercise your right under one of these articles, you necessarily forfeit your right under the other. If you exercise your right under Article 14, assuming you're an equal citizen, and on Article 19, where you have freedom of speech and expression, it would seem that you forfeit your right guaranteed to you under Article 21, which is right of life and liberty, personal liberty, because some stranger can come on a motorbike with a helmet and shoot you down, as we've seen that happening. In the case of Gauri Lankesh, who's from Bangalore, we've seen some Kalburgi in terms of Pensare, in terms of others who spoke up their minds in the larger public cause, not necessarily journalists alone. People who are human rights activists, people who are concerned with the problems and afflictions of people around them. So you have this kind of paradox, which for the first time is emerging in a stark contrast in our Constitution. There's a kind of constitutional paradox which affects the freedom of the media, the rights of the media, the privileges of media that has developed. The other aspect that I think has come, again, it has risen lately, it's a kind of latecomer, although it obviously was there implicitly in the Constitution, is this newfound emphasis on what we call reasonable restrictions on the media. It is true that Article 19(1) guarantees you freedom of speech and expression, but Article 19(2) speaks about reasonable restrictions, that these freedoms of speech and expression should be within reasonable restrictions. And it's for the state to ensure that they are within reasonable restrictions, providing the reasons and the causes thereof, right? Because you can't just go out and say something out there which can create a communal strife, or which can be an affliction on the sensibilities of different sections of the population. And therefore, but the problem is, of late, you find that this reasonable rights qualification on the Article 19(1) is almost privileged as the main clause. A qualification cannot become the main clause and negate the main clause. The main clause, the main right that is guaranteed to you under Article 19 is the freedom of speech and expression. And in Article 19(2) talks about reasonable restrictions on that freedom of right and speech and expression. But if you keep putting the cart before the horse, and if you keep saying that all of the laws, all of the draconian laws that we see affecting the freedom of speech or freedom of the media today are justified or sought to be justified or sought to be explained by virtue of this article, that we are only doing this because you need to have reasonable restrictions, whether it is the sedition law or the UAPA or excesses of some of the agencies like the National Investigative Agency and so on and so forth. They all act in the name of reasonable restrictions. Whether it's spying, as in the Pegasus case, it's also the ultimate reason that's cited is reasonable restrictions. So, and therefore it's not unconstitutional, is the argument. So we need to be acutely aware of these new developments. These were there. These were probably the implicit as problems, but they are rising to the fore, and that is peculiarly indicative of our times. And finally, I'd like to say in this first part that the media must not be seen as something or a creature of the Constitution which is indulged in by the Constitution or by the executive or by the legislature or the judiciary, who are all envisaged in the Constitution. The media must, as the fourth pillar, must be seen as playing a role of checks and balances, just like the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature do. As you know, in a democracy, particularly in a liberal democracy, and in a Republican kind of constitutional scheme of things like we have, there is what you call the separation of powers, the idea of the separation of powers. You have the executive, you have the legislature, and then you have the judiciary. And they have checks and balances operating upon one another. The executive, because they are all there at the pleasure and the will of the people of the country. The executive, for instance, is at the pleasure of the legislature, right? And the executive can be changed if the legislature decides that the executive may not be there. The legislature, whether it's parliament or the state legislature, is directly, at the pleasure of the people, because every 5 years, as you know, you have to go back to the people to be re-elected to power. Even the judiciary, at one remove, if you like, is because with 2/3 majority in both houses of parliament, you can actually remove a judge, or you can actually censure a judge. And we have come close to doing that a couple of times in our history, although we didn't proceed with it because we didn't want to pull down the fair name of the judiciary. The judiciary must enjoy the kind of credibility and the kind of respect that it has. So what I'm saying is, in the same scheme of things, the fourth pillar of democracy, which is the fourth estate, which is the media, must also be seen as belonging to the scheme of separation of powers and acting in terms of checks and balances vis-a-vis the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. It's only then that democracy, the spirit of democracy, of this checks and balances, the spirit of the separation of powers envisaged in the Constitution, and which is an indispensable part of the Constitution, which is a non-negotiable part, which perhaps is a non-justiciable part, because there are certain aspects of the Constitution which cannot be undone even by legislative act. And I would think the separation of powers is one such sacred principle. In that scheme of things, the media has an important role. And therefore, to ride roughshod of the media, or to marginalize the media, or to victimize the media, or to try and censor the media is tantamount to an attack on the Constitution of India. This is the very first point that I want to make. The second point that I want to get to is that today, as I hinted at the very outset of what I was in my speech, we have moved into a new era of the media, into an entirely new media. There's hardly any continuity with the older media in the strict sense of the term. This is a quantum leap, if you like. It's a kind of break, which is why you speak about disruptive media, the new digital media. What I'm speaking about is a shift from the analog media to the digital media. And digitality in the media is not just a technological idea. It's not just a technological function. Of course, it is technological. As Heidegger said, the essence of technology is not technological. Technology enables cultural activity, concomitants, enables political concomitants, enables social concomitants. So technology is only a means. So in that sense, digitality is today a state of not just the media, it is a state of mind. It is a state of our cognition. It is increasingly becoming the way we interact with one another. We are all moved into a digital pixelated world, which have new laws and new norms and new assumptions. Just as there were new laws and assumptions of the analog world, which were the assumptions of the Industrial Revolution broadly, the norms of the new digital world are the assumptions of what you call the ICT revolution, the Information and Communications Technology revolution. And therefore, there's a big leap. There's a huge paradigmatic shift. It's a shift in paradigm, it's not just a shift in degrees. It's a shift in kind, if you like, to put it simply. And in this scheme of things, we must re-examine and look at how the media is affecting our lives and how we are interacting with the media. There's a greater mutuality between the common citizen and the media in this scheme. As you know, media has moved beyond the formal media, moved beyond the legacy media, moved beyond the mainstream media into what we would call the social media. It's panned out into the public sphere. The public sphere has truly become the media. But the public sphere has come into its own in terms of also imbibing and inculcating media into itself. That's a peculiarity of the times. So today we speak about social media. We are the producers of the media. We are also the consumers of the media. which is why you use terms like prosumer in the digital realm. You're both producing and consuming. It's a kind of a dog, trying to bite its tail, if you like. So we are both the producers and the consumers of the media. It isn't a structure anymore where there are organizations who are normally ivory tower organizations who are producing the news of the day, or producing the information that you need to be given, and they are purveying it, and we citizens are consuming it. We are also the producers. We are also the consumers. Media houses at this time, as I speak, have cells whose only job is to monitor the social media, and what goes viral in the social media invariably becomes the headlines or the top news of that organization, whether it's print or television or digital media itself. So social media is not just the backyard of the media as it began. It's not just an extension of the media. It is enmeshed fully in the media. Social media is sometimes speaking to and dictating to the media, and media is sometimes providing a clue. So the mutuality, it's a kind of symbiotic relationship. Social media is the media in the larger sense of the term. And that's an important kind of difference that is taking place. But how do appetites get determined in the social media? And that's something very important for us. This is a role of, see, the idea of the media to begin with, way back in the 17th century, if you like, the idea of news media, what we call journalism, began in the 17th century, the dawn of the 17th century, with the idea of the emergence of the public sphere. The public sphere as a concept emerged because of the peculiar, the junction of capitalism. Capitalism enabled that. The enabled people being enabled to talk to one another. Although it was conceptually there way back, even up to Plato's Republic, if you like, the idea of people coming to a common area and discussing issues which affected their common lives. But the public sphere, as we understand it, and as Jürgen Habermas has elaborated on in his famous treatise on the public sphere, emerges in the 17th century, at the dawn of the 17th century. And it has several qualifications. But one of the characteristics of the public sphere, which Habermas spoke about, ideal qualifications, and which we are living out in the media today, in the digital media today, is that it has no qualifications based on gender, age, caste, class, religion, and so on. Anybody can congregate in this public sphere. That's what social media is doing. It allows you anonymity. That's an important aspect, because if you have traditionally and for civilizations been a suppressed caste or class, you don't want to wear that identity in the social media, because it doesn't allow you, a free and full kind of right, or you don't feel more as confident as you should. So it allows, in fact, one of the big emergences when we speak about the new media, emergence of the new media, was a site called, some of you may know it, I think it's still there, it's called www.secondlife.com. The idea of a second life, even as you live today. In other words, I am a journalist, but my real aspiration is to be a musician who can play a guitar. So you can go to www.secondlife.com, and there's the guitar community there. You can use another name, you can use a pseudonym there, and you can belong to the community. You'll know all about learning guitar, and it will have some experts as well. It could have some world-renowned experts who are also there in pseudonym, because nobody wants to wear their identity on their sleeves 24/7. It's a very fatiguing, very taxing kind of job to be known, with your identity, whether it's your caste identity or your class identity or your professional identity or your religious identity or your political ideological identity. So you have this kind of space which allows you a double life, if you like. That's a tremendous idea. And secondlife.com was one of the virtual spaces that was made available. Subsequently, there have been other such newfangled kind of sites and areas that you can escape to. So I'm saying anonymity is an important part, which is why the idea of your privacy is very important, which is why intrusions into privacy through spyware, like Pegasus maybe, through other forms, normally by the state across the world. States are known to try to intrude, to surveil their citizens in the name or with the excuse that you need it. It's a security requirement for the nation. Partly true, but for a good part of it, not true. For a good part of it, for partisan political reasons, for very narrow ideological reasons, in order to know who could be potentially dangerous, in order to know the appetites of people, aspirations of people. So that's the political angle. Similarly, in the social media sphere, in the digital social media sphere, you have the corporates, the big, shall we say, digital capitalists, who are acting on you and determining your appetites, determining your aspirations. So today, who are the digital capitalists? They are, the big names, right? Google, Amazon, WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter. These are the big names, and they're so big that some of them, the revenue of some of these people, or maybe all of them, would be the combined GDP of several smaller nations in the world. So they are like entities. They are humongous, leviathans, if you like, in that space, in that cyberspace, and they are determining the appetites of their constituencies. All of us interact in these spaces, and how do they do that? They do that, of course, not on a daily basis, consciously and deliberately and perversely, because of the algorithms that are unleashed into the social media, right? These algorithms are programmed. The artificial intelligence that goes into them is programmed, and the bots that are unleashed are programmed in a manner that they will first harvest information about yourself. Every time you're on social media, or every time you're using a credit card for a commercial transaction or a social, whether it's a commercial transaction or a social transaction, every time you're using Facebook, every time you're tweeting a message, some part of you is being harvested. And over a period of time, a fairly full profile, a dossier on you is available to each of these digital capitalist kind of entities. And the algorithms then work on them. And so if I'm a person who's used to sport, you'll find the push technology then beginning to operate. You'll find all sport news coming to you every morning. You'll find if you're someone who's interested in music, maybe everything related to music will come to you every morning. If you're interested in politics, that, and so on and so forth. If you're dance, if you're a potter, in any area, it's fascinating the kind of harvesting of information and the profiling and the determination of your profile, and then catering to those and pushing those ideas to you, therefore creating an aspirational and a kind of appetizational vicious cycle. This is what these algorithms and the bots and artificial intelligence in this area does. And we are willy-nilly, sometimes unconsciously, sometimes consciously, and we say, okay, what the hell, what's the point? It doesn't matter. How does it matter? So this is the way an area, social media space, which was meant to have tremendous user value, consumer user value, has been converted into an area which has tremendous exchange value in a commercial sense. Karl Marx speaks about how user value inevitably changes to exchange value in capitalist modes of production, right? You find this happening very, very, very consciously in the social media. And this is also an area which you think social media unifies us. You think social media is a space which makes all of us come together. But instead of that, what it does is it fragments us. It fragments us into our respective silos. This is a function of filter bubbles. This is a function of echo chambers in social media, right? So if I believe in a particular aspect of something, in my WhatsApp group, I get more and more people who believe in the same thing, and we are all believing the same thing and talking about the same thing. And anyone who has a dissonant voice immediately is identified and kind of either expelled or withdraws quickly, because there is tremendous trolling that will go on. So you find these filter bubbles operating, more and more intolerance, more and more othering, more and more silos created in the social media. And this is the kind of fragmented social media landscape in the digital modern media or evolving media ecology that we are into, whether we know it or not. We are all frogs in wells, imagining we are fish in the ocean, and there's a circulation of information. You don't allow any external information because it goes against the grain of what you and your gang or your group believes in and wants to perpetuate. And therefore, intolerance naturally creeps in. Intolerance of an opinion of the other. A lack of an appreciation of the other naturally creeps in. And this is one of the other problems that we have been facing with the media. I want to talk about, in the COVID realm in the media, of course, we've seen how the media has actually become even more digitized because of the dispersed newsroom. And in COVID realm, we've also seen how the areas of misinformation and disinformation that were hinted at have become more acute. We have become more and more subjects of wrong news, fake news, deliberately fake news. And in fact, I think post-truth is no longer rhetoric. I think it is true in the sense that post-truth is an extreme form of subjective truth. Elections have taken place and somebody has won, but I refuse to believe that, as Trump continues to believe that. And it's a post-truthian state of mind. So how do you handle that? And the media enables that, because there are a lot of people in the United States who are vaccine naysayers, COVID vaccine naysayers, because they say, no, vaccine is not required. Vaccine is a big, conspiracy by the big pharma. I'm not saying big pharma is incapable of big conspiracy, but in this case, we know scientifically you need to take vaccines, right? So from fundamental things which affect your life and death to larger ideological persuasions or political perspectives, post-truth is becoming increasingly a fact of life because of the nature in which we are all huddled together and we are all at each other's throats, or it's skeptical about each other in this whole digital media realm. And there's also the area of a kind of media relativism that has crept in. You'll find increasingly, if you ask a Russian politician or Russian head of state or minister, he will say there are democracies and democracies. In our democracy, the role for the media we see is as such, which is why he's trying to excuse the way the Russian state has dealt with the media. I mean, the life and liberty of life and limb of the media practitioner in Russia is always precarious. You'll find the Taliban, for instance, Afghanistan now saying, yes, we will allow all freedoms to the women in Afghanistan, provided it's under Sharia law. Now, what is it under Sharia law? Of course, women who have read Sharia, who have read the Quran, have no doubt that Quran doesn't have any restrictions of the kind that the Taliban is talking about. So these are all interpretations and peculiar, narrow-minded, narrow-cast interpretations with which you arrive at freedoms. So in other words, a kind of relativism is creeping into the media, into the role of the media, into the role of freedom of expression across the world. And you find that operating with increasingly intolerant authoritarian regimes. If you have cultural relativism instead of secularism in India, imagine what would happen. Sati would still be a function, because some people would say, according to Hindu religion, Sati, which means burning a woman in a husband's fire, is the only way she can go to heaven. Who are you to argue with that with modern secular laws? If you bring in religion in that sense, which is why you need secularism, right? You need secularism to separate the state and religion, and also for tolerance of all religions, right? So relativism in the media is as dangerous as relativism in culture is the short point that I'm making. And that's another very, very, very big problem that we have seen developing now. And of course, I think I'm reaching my 40 minutes, so I'll just try and conclude very quickly with one or two more points. So media and the social media behemoths I did speak about, the big threats to the media today are not just from the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. The biggest threat is actually from the executive as it stands now, through the draconian laws that are being enforced. These laws are not a new creation of this government in power. These are laws which were brought in, unfortunately, by every government, by the previous Congress government. But the way they are used today become far more, shall we say, whimsical, far less rational, far more politically motivated. And you see that operating in sedition law. Sedition law is an old colonial law belonging to the mid-19th century. It has no place in our statute books. It's an insult to our freedom fighters who are all prosecuted under that law. The law of UAPA, for instance. And the double standards apply, for instance, in many of these laws. Siddiq Kapan, who went to do an investigation about a Dalit woman who was violated and killed, is accused of conspiracy under the law. The same Arnab Goswami, who's also accused of the same law, is given bail. In another context, here he was not given bail. So double standards applying in the application of the same law. You find a lot of these hypocrisies and double standards, and this is, of course, a cause for great concern. The new laws, for instance, the intermediary guidelines and digital media ethics code rules of 2021, which is actually meant to provide a kind of corollary to the IT Act, whereby what it essentially does in sum is you create external government regulation and call it self-regulation. They say if you're running a portal, let's say, and there's a complaint must be handled, you must address that complaint. If the complainant is not happy, it must go to the professional body of that group. And if he's still not happy, it then goes to the government where a committee of secretaries to the government will sit and decide on it. That is what you call censorship, and that's an external regulation. And the name of internal regulation, you bring external regulation. It's a very insidious manner in which these are brought out. So this is the environment we find ourselves in. So is there a model of the media which is different from this? Yes, of course there is. This corporate-led or political capitalist kind of media is one side, but there is notionally another idea of the media, where the state can continue to have a role in the media. In some of the Scandinavian countries, for instance, Norway, Sweden, and so on, they actually subsidize a section of the media. They did strongly for a long time. I don't know now whether in the current free market economy, whether this still continues, where they'll subsidize media of all brands and all ideologies. You may be of the extreme left kind of media, extreme right of the media, you are subsidized. In fact, as you come to the mainstream, you're subsidized less because you're already earning money from the market. It's the outliers who need subsidy, who need support. The logic is that you need all opinions. Democracy ultimately is about an informed citizenry. A more mature democracy is about a more mature citizenry. And a more mature citizenry will inform a more informed citizenry, right? So you need all kinds of opinions. You should have no censorship in terms of opinions. But the state therefore should enable that whole rainbow, that whole kind of vista, that vast kind of sweep of opinions, which is why the state subsidizes it. Karl Marx, for instance, spoke about the idea of a folk media, V-O-L-K, German folk, as in people's media, which doesn't have censorship. Unfortunately, no socialist regime unfortunately followed his words, because socialist regimes have the worst track record in terms of suppression of the media, as we know. In fact, socialism is almost equated with no media or lesser media or control of the media, and socialist regimes or communist regimes. But that's not how Marx envisaged it. In fact, he famously said, censorship can never be legitimate even when it's a law, just as slavery can never be legitimate even when it's a law, because in his time slavery was a law, but not legitimate, cannot be morally legitimate, cannot be ethically legitimate in that sense. So you have to think of a newer idea, new paradigm of the media, where the people have to reclaim the media. I'll end by saying in this country we have what's called the Right to Information Act, which is a very, very valuable right. And that right, of course, is increasingly not being utilized, or our capacity to use it is being, shall we say, eroded because of the response from those in power. But even then, it's a valuable right. Anybody can go and ask for a question of the government, of any department of the government, and be expected to be given a good reply, unless it's issues of very, very serious national security, which are not available for the public, or defense secrets and so on. But we need not just a Right to Information Act, we need a right to information. The people in this country have a right to information, and it is that right that the media is fulfilling. And if the media is crippled, or if the media is under siege, or if there is what we call a chilling effect operating on the media as it is now, it is that democracy that is being eroded. In other words, we may be digging the ground under our own feet. So I'll stop there and be happy to hear what you have to say or respond to questions that you have. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. It was almost a tour de force and capturing so many key aspects of the trends and transitions happening under the media ecology context. So thank you so much. You did touch upon the lot about the need for news media to ensure a healthy democracy. You highlighted the need for ensuring an informed citizenry. You also pointed out the role of the digital media and how it has a very disruptive mode of functioning, and how it acts as though it is the media, because as aggregators and other ones, I mean, its role is of a very different kind, and how it's also fragmenting the society in a different form. If caste and other ones were used to create a kind of a different social hierarchy, here the social media has come to create different forms of echo chambers and different kinds of hierarchies and prejudices and biases, and sometimes they collude with the traditional ones as well for creating newer permutations and combinations. So thank you so much for capturing so much. So one of the key, I mean, we could probably begin with the democracy part of it, given, and you did touch upon digital capitalism and what it is doing to our times and spaces. I think it was Alex Carey, the writer, who had mentioned that, I quote him, there were three great developments in the 20th century: the growth of democracy, the growth of corporate power, and the growth of corporate propaganda to help corporate power halt the growth of democracy. I'll repeat for the sake of the audience. There were three great developments in the 20th century: the growth of democracy, the growth of corporate power, and the growth of corporate propaganda to help corporate power halt the growth of democracy. So I guess most of us would agree that it is important for the news media to ensure a healthy democracy, but the challenges that the digital capitalism is putting forth is very, very powerful. And so it's something that many have found difficult to address. And there are some battles won, but it's not as though the war is something that seems to be one can win, right? So this is the context that we are caught up in. Given these contexts, what are the choices that we have? Yeah.
Well, I think the choices are also in the same digital media, actually. The fact that you have these digital capitalists who are the brightest spots in the, if you like, in terms of intensity of light. I mean, you consider, what is digital media after all? Digital, it's a cyberspace after all, is a kind of terra incognita. It's a huge space in which those who are shining the brightest light on it are the ones who are the digital capitalists. If I have the brightest torch, I mean, to put it very simply, in a dark room, and all the ants that are coming in that light, or if there are flies which flock to light, the more footfalls I have, the more traffic I have there, the more transactions that happen there, that becomes the most valued space. So it's actually creating value out of a space which otherwise doesn't have any value. It's actually creating value out of it. You're aggregating information there. These are all platforms which aggregators. What does it mean? You're bringing there, and then your beam becomes bigger and bigger, and the footprint of your beam becomes bigger and bigger. So you become the biggest digital capitalist. But then there's also what Chris Anderson has called, Chris Anderson was the first editor of the Wired magazine, the long tail. So you have so many niches, you have so many niches. So it's true, while we speak about fragmentation and difference of opinion, it's also true that identity politics plays out in a positive sense in this space. Dalithood, for instance, gender, feminism, rights of transgenders, etc., etc., are finding niches in this space. They would never be able to, demonstrate or that kind of visibility in the actual physical space in society. So you find a long curve or a long tail where, and if you imagine, just as these people are aggregating these spaces, if the long tail aggregates itself, that will be a far more powerful force than even the Googles and the Facebooks of the world. But that aggregation takes a lot of organization. And after all, it's a relatively new game, right? I mean, we are talking about digital media in our own lifetime. It's, if you compare the time span for different technologies, digital media came yesterday, shall we say, I mean, metaphorically speak. So it takes time for these values to consolidate themselves, these ideas to consolidate and become, shall we say, forces which can operate in that space. So I think that is the way it will work. So, which is why netizenry must become far more conscious about the challenges to its freedom, to its rights of expression, to its right of creative expression or opinion expression and so on. And if they organize, you've seen flashes in the pan. Arab uprising is an example of that. But in order to sustain that, you did not have the underpinnings of an ideology or of a code or of a manifesto and so on. You had no alternative visions. So that's why they failed. The Orange Revolution, for instance, in Uzbekistan, what you call the color revolutions, orange, purple, green, and all of those. So you find these things happening. So the way is shown to us, and the netizenry, I think the younger generation must look at itself and say, is this what I want, or do I want a space where there will be a transformative impact in terms of the way I can interact in that space, which is for the good of the larger public. The larger public good, as I said, must be the mantra, for any of us. It can't be just my private good, the larger public good, because in the larger public good lies my private good as well.
Yes, thank you, sir. There is some amount of, let's say, hope and belief that the social media space is able to churn in us that's there. And as you mentioned, be it the Arab Spring or the Blank Noise Project, or for the matter, even the Me Too movement, and quite a few of those things, right? So all of them did give some amount of hope, especially in moments when we are utterly lacking hope, when we are hopeless. So that's there. On the other hand, what's happening to, say, Twitter today, or what Twitter is doing to the supposed public sphere, are ones that seem to don't enthuse many. So are there newer mechanisms, strategies, tactics that one needs to adopt given this kind of a dynamic environment that we are part of?
Yeah, it is absolutely, Padma. It's in the nature of digital media that there's a long wait before you get critical numbers. Until then, all these big players in the media will look very benign, because they are, you see, they are just giving you free information. There's no problem. What's the problem? That's how the story starts. The narrative starts like that. So we have got, it's like the Reliance Jio phenomenon. You're getting cheap, free calls. Then one fine day, this is the fisher, it's like fishing. You give the long rod, and suddenly when you start pulling back, that's when you realize that what you're caught under, that you're the bait, so you're creating an appetite, you're creating a lifestyle, you're creating an aspirational model which people feed into and get used and become parasites on, and it becomes a lifestyle. And so when they say, for this you either have to give me all the information about yourself, or you have to pay, or you have to do this or that, you begin to it's not seen as a big Faustian bargain for you. You think it's okay because I want my goodness, I want my well-being, I want the ability to continue to transact on my mobile device and do all that I did. I don't want. So this is the way it's going, and all of us know that you reach a critical threshold of numbers, and then you commercialize it, then you monetize it. It's at the monetization point that the value systems begin to emerge.
Right. Also, the other kind of challenges that seem to be existing in front of us is the nature of the news media today. And you yourself at some point have mentioned how there are these parasites of prime time who operate in many of our TV channels, and the sense of news that they bring in to us is obviously something that's very disturbing. And apart from that, these aggregators and other ones, they too tend to take, anything can go as news. How many things masquerade in the name of news and circulate in the public spaces and all that. So given these contexts, how should, let's say, young people who aspire to become journalists create more of a knowledge-based journalism that empowers people to become an informed citizenry?
Be very, very skeptical about anything that appears in text on a screen or on video or audio. I think the first response should be to ask yourself, is this true? Not assume that that's true, because unfortunately, that's the world we are living in. Secondly, don't relegate your power of direct perception and understanding an event or a situation to the background. Don't defer to so-called experts in the social media. Don't defer to social influencers, for instance. They are a big kind of group now. I think some of them play a positive role, some of them play very negative roles, as you know, because once you get into a social influencers kind of ambit, then you implicitly start assuming that all that the person is saying is believable. So what is happening in the process? Ask yourself this, interrogate this. You have a capacity of seeing certain things and arriving at your own conclusions about that. Don't underestimate that. In the Indian system of perception or cognition, if I might take a minute to explain this, there are 4 ways in which you cognize, how you perceive the world. One is what you call pratyaksha, that which is obvious, pratyaksha. Second is anumana, that which you derive through inference or deduction, through your powers of reasoning or deduction. Third is aptavakya. Aptavakya is what you call the report of somebody who was present. The Mahabharata is considered aptavakya. Someone who was present, watches a battle, and is coming and narrating it to the king, blind king or whatever. So that's aptavakya. And the fourth is smriti, memory. Without the cement of smriti, none of this would make sense. So unfortunately, as I said, parasitism in a perhaps a very crude term, this dependent syndrome of getting everything that you want from the media, and assuming that somebody out there is giving you the truth. Don't assume that, because you, as I said, you are part of the media, you are producing, and finally it's coming back to you. What you can see and what you think is obvious to you as manifest truth is something you must keep as important. Of course, you must question it. We have got used to Aptavakya and to this Anumana. And so there's a beautiful saying which I'm fond of quoting in Kalidasa's Shakuntalam. The story of Shakuntala for our young friends is, there's this king. It's a mythological story. It's written by classical poet, Sanskrit poet called Kalidasa, called Abhignana Shakuntala. The king goes out hunting into the forest. He sees a beautiful woman in a hermitage, and he falls in love with her, and they have a casual liaison. In those days, it was called Gandharva marriage. And then he goes back to his palace, and because of certain circumstances, he forgets all about her. And in that period of amnesia, as you might like call it that, Kalidasa says he has flashes of memory. And it's cited, I'm paraphrasing what Kalidasa says, my mind takes strange turns. Like I see an elephant walking before me, and I cannot recognize it. But after the elephant has passed, I see some footprints and say, oh, these are the footprints of an elephant. And therefore, that being which passed before me must have been an elephant. In other words, you can't see and recognize the elephant in the room. You need the footprints later on to reconstruct and say that was an elephant. This is called media dependency syndrome. You need the media to tell us. You need a Goswami or somebody to tell us what's happening. Don't believe the guy. 90%, 70%, they're bluffing. Or they have an agenda. They're setting an agenda. Your capacity of direct perception of that which is pratyaksha, that is obvious, must be privileged. Question it, interrogate it, verify it, test it. But I think that's the problem. That's what I call by parasitism or this dependency syndrome of the media. This is the way I think to counter that and become pure, more fulsome media practitioners themselves and media consumers yourselves.
Right. Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting how one needs to exercise a healthy skepticism and thereby ensure that we do not mistake media reality to be synonym of social reality. Yeah. Thank you, sir. There are a lot of questions that have come up from our participants' end. I would probably pick up a few and then share it based on our time. First one is from Samita BS, and it's, do you think our constitution should reframe the articles of freedom of speech and speech and expression, and should include explicit laws for media like the US? Do you think with these changes, the media is safe and our journalist rights are safeguarded?
I think that's a very important suggestion. I think all of us in the media would welcome it, but whether the political class will take the initiative, it's in their own interest as well, because after all, the media is today, it's the media and the judiciary who are protecting our freedoms, right? And in particular phases during emergency also, even the judiciary kind of capitulated that time. It was only the media, and the media was, of course, suppressed, but they continued to speak out. So it's very important to give that specific explicit right in the Constitution. That will mean a constitutional amendment, which of course is a huge process, as you know. In our, it will need ratification. It will need both houses of parliament, ratification by the state assemblies, and so on and so forth, perhaps. So, but it's well worth doing. It's well worth bringing in a constitutional amendment.
Right. Thank you, sir. Jaisha Tanija is asking, sir, would you say that in a country where sentiments of a community are hurt easily, reasonable restrictions are unnecessary?
No, no, reasonable restrictions are important, but they should be self-exercised restrictions. Okay, I think I know what you're getting at. Let's look at it logically. Why do you need freedom of speech through a constitution? Because you must have the right to offend. Now I'm saying something controversial. See, if you don't want to exercise the right to offend, you don't need a freedom of speech prescribed. If all of us are going to say only good things about one another and agreeable things about one another, you don't need a freedom of speech guaranteed in the Constitution. You don't need to have a mechanism whereby that freedom is, made justiciable or negotiated or arbitrated and so on. The idea of freedom in a democracy is you must have the liberty to disagree with one another. But that should be coded. There should be rules of the game. It's part of that reasonable restrictions must come. Yes, and therefore I personally believe that the right to offend should be a part of freedom of speech, of expression. You see, if somebody draws something, I don't like it, There's a painter who draws only nudes. I don't like nudes, so I don't watch that. I can't say he should not paint nudes. You know, I mean that's a kind of translation on his right of expression. Maybe with films, maybe with painting, maybe with poems, maybe with whatever, theater, or with media. So the right to offend, and sometimes it is through offense that you get more and more. Your own shall we say cobwebs are got rid of. Your own filters, prejudicial filters are got rid of. But offense doesn't mean you attack the core, the identity of a person. You don't attack religious identity of a person. You don't start saying, my religion is better than this because for these reasons. That is not right. That is hate speech, which is why we must make a difference between hate speech. In fact, I'm a petitioner in a case in the Supreme Court, on the Sudarshan TV case, where they tried to argue that hate speech is also freedom of speech, because right to offend. So there's a clear difference between hate speech and offensive speech. And constitutions, including the Canadian Constitution, make that difference. So we should keep that constantly in mind. Right to offend, I think, is a legitimate part of freedom of speech and expression, but not hate speech. Hate speech creates fragmentation, creates tension, creates violence in society. So you can't allow that, because we all have to live together.
Okay. Leander Lingam is asking this question. Most of India's media channels are called puppets of the leading party. Do you think this is because of pressure, or is it because these channels are enjoying being on the side of the ruling party? It's important to impose restrictions of expression of dissent towards media personnel, whether violent or otherwise. Your thoughts on this, sir?
Absolutely. I think it's a mix of both. It's both that you're scared because you have skeletons in your cupboard, and an ED or a CBI or customs or somebody will be unleashed on you, and you see that happening with such recurring frequency that there's a kind of pattern to it which even a kindergarten child will understand. So these are the concerns why a good section of the media fall in line. Some of them, I think, are overzealous about it. They lay themselves supine before the ruling party because they want favors. They want more advertising revenue, perhaps, or more favors or privileges. But certainly, in both cases, the essence of the media is the larger public interest to bring truth to light, to speak truth to power. It sounds like a cliche, but it's a very important dharma of the media, to afflict the comforted and comfort the afflicted. I think it's important dharma. You don't need to worry so much about the people who are comfortable, the rich and people who are living in those luxuries. But those who are struggling, those who are those who are the victims at the receiving end, you need to speak up for them. So you need to afflict the comforted, afflict their conscience, or sometimes legally, etc., and comfort the afflicted. That is a function of the media and the larger public interest. And therefore, it's unfortunate that when push comes to shove, a good section of our media just kind of falls, and they don't stand up to it. It happened in the emergency. It's happening now.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Just a follow-up question on what you just shared. It's indeed important to speak truth to power, but how do we ensure that power listens to us and acts upon what we share?
Power listens to you because others are also listening to you. You're not speaking exclusively to power. When you speak to power, you're doing it in the public sphere, and people see the validity of what you're saying. That is what frightens power. Power is not frightened by the media, which is why our current Prime Minister hasn't given a press conference after he became because they have increasingly those in power, not just in India, United States, and particularly where there are more absolutist power structures, you will find that they are leaping over the mainstream media and directly appealing to their constituencies. So whether it's Modi or whether it's Trump, they will tweet, or they will have their Man Ki Baat. They have direct lines of communication with their constituencies, which are huge. People believe in them. People support them. So they don't need the media. They don't need the interlocutory role of the media. But what happens is when the media speaks in the same way in the public realm, it can be embarrassing. It can be difficult. It can be difficult for them to justify. So that's what we mean by speaking truth to power. I don't think any media is naive enough to think that by having a phone conversation with the president or the prime minister, you'll convert him or her to your point of view. You have to put it in the public realm and mobilize public opinion as a form of mobilization of opinion. That's called the agenda building function of the media, as against agenda setting. unfortunately, a lot of the big media, including Republic TV, their role seems to be to agenda setting. Agenda building is creating consensus, being persuasive, making people see the point of view, making people see the danger of certain actions of the government, etc.
Right. Thank you, sir. There is a question from Dr. Naresh Rao related to what we were just discussing. Isn't the social media public sphere turning into a myth like television earlier?
I don't think it's a myth because I mean, television. See, I think it's technologically it's a necessary logical kind of evolution. We moved from print, we moved to the electronic era. That is television. Television is an electronic era, although production in television may be digital now. And the next phase is digital, where it's multimedia. So social media actually is multimedia and digital. Social media, you express yourself through podcasts, you tweets, you speak, you send audio messages. All of that is social media. So it's certainly not myth. I think it's bottoming out. It affects every citizen. It touches every citizen. Most people, at least. I mean, there's a digital divide, of course. There's a good section of our society who may not be interacting on social media as much as we do. But given the mobile revolution in this country, I think everybody has at least a mobile phone. We may assume that there are more. Huge. It's been a kind of pervasive kind of impact. So it's certainly not a myth. It's a reality. The problem is that it's a reality. If it's a myth, we don't have to worry so much about it.
Right. Thank you so much, sir. Ajinkya Kawale is asking this question. While digital news is consciously moving to a subscription model to avoid advertisements, how can we convince readers to pay for the news instead of subsidizing it?
Yes. So readers, in this phase, I don't think a subscription model is there for the medium players, actually, not so much for the big players, not for the digital capitalists. They are not worried about subscription as much as getting harvesting information about you, which is then traded to the players who need that information in order to channel your appetite, in order to do everything possible to make you take your purse out of your pocket and spend for what they are selling. So that's called appetite creation. That's called aspiration creation. So it's not a direct subscription to your site that matters as much as this roundabout process, for which they are being compensated amply by the big players who benefit from this. They are sellers, they are retailers, they could be service providers, goods providers, consumers, sellers, consumer durables, whatever it is. So that's the way it works. It's in the medium level or in niches that subscription works. For instance, Financial Times is working well with subscription. New York Times now has more digital, kind of presence and subscribers than actual physical sales. So in that sense, it's a mixed model, and people who want these are necessarily those who have the purchasing power. So for those with the purchasing power, the subscription model works. For the vanilla, shall we say, population, the subscription model is no longer a model. It's still not a model. It may evolve slowly. Even the Guardian is still free, right? They are the biggest. They have a huge digital reach, but they have not converted themselves as a subscription model. So it's a very, very tiered market. And right now, the big story of the big, shall we say, cannibalization that's taking place is of our personalities, of information, of our biometrics, and of our, shall we say, spiritual metrics. All that we stand for.
Right. We'll end with one last question, sir. I think this is by Jyotsna Iyer, and this is a question. With digital media, there are waves of unreliable content that come and hit us. Do you think that people now have an increased responsibility to be active and not passive consumers?
Absolutely. I think the idea of a passive consumer does not belong to digital media. It's television that where you have passive consumption. That's why you call a kind of avid, or shall we say, a chronic television consumer a couch potato, right? You lean back. Digital media is a lean forward media. You're always leaning forward with your mobile phone. I mean, even physically, the stance is more active. It's proactive. It's a stance where you're participating, where you're messaging, you're receiving, you're messaging, you're responding. Maybe right or wrong, maybe prejudiced, but nevertheless, your action, you are participating. There's a kind of proactive. That's why you're called the prosumer, as I say. It's a combination of producer and consumer. You're a prosumer in the digital media, and therefore you are active, and you need to be active. It's true. In fact, I'm suggesting that you need to be more active. Look at things and state your opinions rationally, not prejudiced opinions, not just and also perhaps minimize the trivia that you do in social media. I mean, I'm sorry, I hope I don't upset young people here. But for instance, on Facebook, I'm including my, my children and grandchildren. You are asking, oh, have you had coffee? That guy says yes. Okay. Are you looking out of the window? He says yes. I'm also looking out of the window. How much time in a day can you spend doing this? Wasting so much time. So social media, unfortunately, leads to a lot of wastage of time. Some of it is useful, some of it is leisure, some of it, it's play time, it's fine. But I think you must also start auditing your social media. A good friend of mine, a very senior journalist, once told me, I just realized I thought I was very busy the last few days. And then at the end of the day, now I realize, what have I done? I started auditing myself. What did I do during this day? What is our productivity? I realized I wasn't doing anything except being active on social media. But at the end of the day, you get the feeling that you've been very, very active and you've done a lot of work. But what did it all add up to? Nilch, zilch, nothing. So I think you need to audit, self-audit. Look at whether you have done some productive work, whether you've done some work which has a kind of, transformative impact on your friends. Don't think of society and politics, at least in your own group. Then I think you are being active as you suggest, as a person who just asked the question suggests.
Wonderful, sir. And I think that's a great note to end the talk on, because that's something that many of us perhaps are not consciously attending to, something that we all must attend to. So thank you so much for bringing that point as well. Apologies to those people who had asked the questions and they did not figure in our conversation. I hope you will keep the questions, pursue and seek answers through many other sources.
Please feel free to email them to me. I'll be happy to.
Wonderful, sir. We will do that. We will definitely do that. And I remember in the past when sir had come to our institution, we had such a set of queries and we sent it and sir did respond. So please do not hesitate. We will get back with you for those responses from sir for those questions. It has been a great 1 hour, 15 minutes with you, sir. And it's not just the amount of knowledge that you shared, which indeed I think many of us might struggle to convey to our classes or care for ourselves over many years. You put it up, put up all that in a span of just 1 hour, 15 minutes. So thank you so much for your great knowledge addition. And apart from that, all the values that you stood for, which is more important and which I think a lot of young budding journalists can acquire given the kind of platform that has been set up now. Thank you so much, sir, and wish you all a very great day ahead with Media Meet 2021. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for giving us such an insightful talk on how freedom of the media is directly related to the democracy. Thank you for making us aware of how all the laws affect our freedom and how different article works in different ways. Media is indeed the fourth pillar of our constitution. And as we have moved into a new era of media where information is being harvested and user value is being converted into exchange value, we are extremely, extremely thankful for your talk today. I would also like to thank Professor Padmakumar, who moderated this session. We will now be heading towards a small break till 11:30. Could we have the promo video for the next session, that is the panel discussion on rise of the home screen, cinema and OTT. I believe there is a small delay in the promo being played. Please wait for a few minutes.
Kezia, in case it's not in place, maybe you could announce what is to come and we'll play it when we begin the next session. That's a possibility, yeah.
Okay, sir. So the next session is a panel discussion on rise of the home screen, cinema and OTT, which will begin at 11:30 sharp. We will now be heading for a small break.
Thank you.
We will now be having the break. Please reconvene back at 11:30 for the next session. Thank you.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi.
Yes, I can. I'm John here. Hi.
Hi, John. Hi, Vivek. Can you hear me?
Hi, Chaitanya. Hi. Yeah, we can hear. Yeah.
Hi.
Good morning, John sir. Good morning, Vivek sir.
Hey, good morning. Hi, Ajay.
Yes, sir, we can begin.
All right. Hello and welcome back, everyone. I wish you all a very good morning once again. It's 11:30 and I hope all of you are ready for our first panel discussion for today. In a time where after every new movie releases, we don't stand in front of the queues or for the first day, first show
Good morning,
in front
John
of
sir.
multiplex.
Good morning, Vivek sir.
The first thing we do.
Good morning. Hi, Ajay.
The first thing we do is to call a friend for the Netflix ID and password. Today's first discussion is on the rise of home screen, cinema, and OTT. Our moderator for this panel, Vivek Mysore, has a super interesting profile who spent 7 years of his life as a journalist. He is working as a film critic at Deccan Herald now, but he began his career writing on cricket, covering the biggest cricketing events like the Cricketing World Cup and Indian Premier League. This sounds like every Indian's dream writing about cricket and movies. An ardent cinema lover, he began reviewing his films. An ardent cinema lover, he began reviewing films for Deccan Herald in 2017. From then on, he regularly contributed opinion pieces on Indian cinema to the newspaper supplement. Earlier this year, he made a complete shift to movies by deciding to handle the paper cinema supplement Showtime that appears every Saturday. In his new job, he is busy reviewing films, interviewing artists, writing research-based articles and opinion pieces, and creating cinema-related content. His interests lie in regional cinema with an extra focus on Kannada cinema. Thank you so much, Vivek, for joining us. Please take over.
Hi. Thanks, Nisarg, for the lovely intro. So I'll start the discussion with a very personal example. So this happened early, I think, when the new year began, and it was a festive day, and I decided to step out. So I wore my gloves, I put on the double mask, and there was a face shield as well, and I put on a jacket to just cover my entire body. No, I was not going to like a hospital or a crowded bus or anything. I was actually going to catch a full, a full house show of the Tamil movie Master. It was one of the big ticket releases of the year. So, cinema used to be like this excursion for us, a happy excursion. But now we are actually double thinking even before stepping out to watch our favorite movies. And also another example that comes to my mind is my parents who are very old and hesitant to step out to watch these latest releases. They're quite happy watching these Sunday shows on Amazon Prime and Netflix and all that. So as far as cinema watching is concerned, the entire experience and our habits have totally changed, like say in the past 1.5 years. And we are here to discuss this with our esteemed panel here. So I'll straight away get on with the topic. First, I'll introduce the guests that we have, the speakers that we have with us. First up is Sir John Edtatl. So, I mean, when we hear that name, for me, another name that comes to my mind is Kamal Haasan, right? So there was a time when he would rule for decades. Of course, now the cinema has reduced. He has taken breaks, but there was a time when he would rule decades. And one film in his rich filmography that cannot be missed is Guna. And John Edtatl has written the movie, and he has gone on to work with Kamal Haasan in hits like Chanakyan and Kurudipunal. He's a seasoned name in screenwriting, and he owns a screenwriting studio, and he's a veteran in writing on films. So welcome, John, sir, for this panel discussion.
Thank you, Vivek, for your nice words.
Yeah. Secondly, we have KM Chaitanya. So when I hear Chaitanya's name, one thing that comes to my mind is Kannada cinema has a strong, how do I say, an obsession or like say an affiliation with gangster films. Like, you know, every decade or every 5 years, we have this one big gangster movie that kind of makes a huge noise. Chaitanya made a roaring debut with this movie called Adinagalu. It was a story on the Bangalore underworld that kind of shook the city. So to all due credits to Chaitanya, he made a film that was really intimate and a very, very engaging drama, and he didn't go behind these very, very similar tropes that we see in gangster films. So Chaitanya has worked with theatre stalwart like Girish Karnad, parallel cinema giant like Girish Kasarwalli, and also he has made internationally acclaimed documentaries, and he's also a consistent filmmaker in the Kannada film industry. So Chaitanya, we are like really happy to have you in this panel discussion.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vivek. Great being here.
Right. And whenever we speak about cinema, we cannot kind of separate it from something called as the law or the judiciary. There's always a strong connect with cinema and law. As modern as we get, I would like to say even the laws get modern. So, to discuss more on the history of how cinema has affected with, judgments and the kind of rules that the government put on to kind of, regulate or change how art is looked at, we have Dr. Sapna is School of Law, Christ University. Dr. Sapna completed PhD from National Law School, Bangalore, and she's a gender consultant. She works exclusively with Government of Karnataka on gender capacity building. She completed her LLB and LLM with her first rank in gold medal. Presently, she's in the process of authoring 2 books on international commercial arbitration and the other on data protection and privacy. Dr. Sapna, welcome to this panel, and we would love to know more about cinema and law. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vivek.
Right. So straight away getting on with the panel discussion, John sir, when you talk about this unprecedented situation, for somebody who has seen this industry evolve over decades, is it? Do you agree that this is the kind of the first time ever that the industry has been pushed to such a difficult situation? Of course, you can answer this once you share your opening thoughts on the topic itself.
This is for me. I couldn't hear you properly. Well,
right. So, Yeah, I was just saying, John sir, that you can begin with your opening thoughts on the topic and maybe address if this is the most difficult situation ever faced by the cinema industry, considering that you have seen several decades of this how this industry has evolved.
Yes. Well, it's an amazing question, first of all. The one thing is, we are talking about stories which existed long ago, and when cinema came to being, and before that we were telling stories, and then it turned to some kind of an audio visual telling of the story, which became, I would say, the most influential art form of the 20th century or 19th century onwards. So we always are talking about changes in the technology of telling stories. But the stories remain the same, because stories are nothing but extensions of life. So life evolves with technology, and we have stories connected with that. And this evolution has taken to a new form or a new change, where the technology has taken the telling of the story, the ways in which to tell a story, and how to influence and engage an audience. So this has been there for a long time. When you say the history of cinema, it was either silent, and then when sound came into being, it was another outlook to cinema. So there is always a change that happens, and the change is welcome. At the same time, when a change happens, it also affects certain social paradigms or certain commercial paradigms, and certain viewpoints in which we used to see cinema, certain points of view or viewpoints in which we used to see cinema. I'm giving you an example that when you were telling at the very outset that it was a kind of a celebration going to the theater and watch. Well, that was a modality, that was a kind of an approach to watching a movie with a certain outlook, certain point of view about watching that story. Now, when this came, the technology already existed, that it was industry also demanded a certain way of storytelling. So paradigm, so many people tell in a way that, well, Corona or the coming of the COVID was a reason why the cinema halls were not making use of it. It's not exactly like when I look at it. I see it as an innovation to technology, and from mass viewing entertainment or coming to watch a movie or experiencing stories as a mass viewer, it has turned to an individual view. And it has parameters that we should consider about the technological development. And for that, we are adapting ourselves to that kind of a condition. It is exactly like earlier we used to have the cycle rickshaws. And I remember that those people who were riding or pulling cycle rickshaws had a great pain and vacuum when auto rickshaws replaced them. But the life moved on. So here, one thing that I look at it is an innovation, it is a life change. And we are talking, whenever we consider stories are all about life. And the outlook or the parameters in which you are seeing these stories, or the way that the stories are told technologically has changed or changing. And it becomes more and more of an individual watching. This actually is the premise before we talk into this subject. And of course, in that point of view, some may be affected. Some may find it as a new opportunity. And sometimes, as an audience is concerned, probably they would want a personalized viewing of a movie because of the technology. We are all more and more addicted or dependent on a gadget called the mobile phone, which is actually an industrial demand. And slowly it is taking on its own power. So the storytelling also has been affected by it, or rather it also has an innovative change that has happened as of now. This is what I want to tell generally. There may be a lot of nuances or personal points of view from all people concerned. But at the same time, this has to be looked into as a platform. Why OTTs have emerged is because of a certain technological development. And storytelling or movies, depend on an industry. So that marketing side of things have changed. And COVID-19 has played an immense role to this fear of going to community viewing or mass viewing. This is the premise that I want to tell initially. Then you can pass on to other viewpoints here. Then we will go for a discussion.
Right. Thank you, Johnson. It's interesting how you say cinema watching has become personal, and you spoke a lot about technology and innovation. I'll get back to you on that. Chaitanya, you being somebody who, you are at the prime of your career now. You started off with Adinagalu, and you have a lot to look forward to. For a director like that, who's kind of crossed that first stage of carving a career in filmmaking, suddenly when you want to grow from that, a pandemic comes and stops the industry. So how are you looking at this situation as a filmmaker?
For me, this has actually opened up a world of possibilities, because I come from a literary theater background, and I like to explore novels. I like to explore works of literature which can't be contained within a 2-hour feature film format. And one always was forced to concise these big books into small movies.
Right. So I think we just lost connection with Chaitanya. We'll get back to that. Dr. Sapna, before we get into the IT rules, yeah, I think Chaitanya is back. We'll just go back to him and complete that, and return to Dr. Sapna. Chaitanya, can you continue? I think we had lost your connection.
Can you hear me? My visible audio? Sorry, my network is a bit weak.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Right, we'll come back to Chaitanya in a while. Dr. Sapna, I was talking about, before we get into the new IT rules that kind of could have an impact on how content is created. Do you have want to put out an opening thoughts on the topic that we are speaking as to, how maybe content might change as far as, when you look at laws and rules that have been put on, and also do you want to put some, light on how history has evolved as far as judiciary and cinema is concerned? Sapna, I think you're on mute. Can you unmute yourself and speak, please?
Sorry. Yeah. So now it's audible, isn't it? Thank you, Vivek. So yeah. So I was just saying that before we even get into the legal aspect of it, I think just to set the ball rolling, there is this, 3 things that I wanted to flag as more as an opening statement, as you so rightly put it. I think the 3 things about the OTT is about, the first thing is about the more, the second thing is about the everywhere, and then the third thing to me is about less. Now, what I mean by more, obviously, is that it is about more videos, more viral movements, more unique in terms of its diversity, competency, and the creativity of its content. Because where else could we have got something like a humble politician, Nagraj, to Home, a movie which is directed by Rojan Thomas, or Android Kunjappa, or Ludo, Lakshmi, We. Now, where could we have got the kind of the diversity that OTT is able to bring to us? Now, another thing is that because of this, we are now set in this, the environment where it is a paradise for content creators. Now, another thing that also that I thought I should just put it only to speak about the impact of the laws later on is that, now one thing we need to understand is that these services in the past only stream the contents that were already out for theaters after probably obtaining the rights from the distributor of such content. But in recent times, the scenario has changed. They have begun production of their own content, which includes the feature films, the documentaries, the web series, etc. So the OTT viewership in India, a survey says, has risen, particularly during the COVID times, by 30% more. And what 30% more translates to is about a whooping 29 million people. Now, this is how big the stakes are, and this is why we are trying to say that we need to know why the legal framework is there and what is the history that is behind it. Now, the second thing is about the everywhere concept of OTT. Now, the everywhere concept of OTT, I'm sure all of you will relate to me so easily. We tend to watch movies when we are commuting. We tend to watch movies when we are waiting for the dentist appointment, when we are waiting for the doctor. Absolutely everywhere, so self-paced, and we watch it absolutely everywhere and anywhere. And another important thing is also that, you're not fighting for the remote of the TV anymore in your hall. You're not downloading the torrents anymore. So that means that it is there everywhere. It is like, become omnipresent. Again, just to push the point that this is how big the stakes are, and therefore what is the kind of the impact that we are looking at. And then of course it is about for less, which only means that it is a good deal and value for money. So naturally, this is something that we are holding on to very fearlessly without trying to disturb this whole thing. Now, what does this mean in totality? How does it set the mood to? Now, this set the mood as to the whole bundle of experiences, a whole bundle of magical experiences, which has almost become lifeline for us. Now, technically, it is nowadays we use the word, the phrase or the tango that is generally used is UX, which only mean the user experience. Now, so to say, the kind of the user experience that we are able to get on OTT, and most importantly, it means the control of choice that it gives to the viewers. And let's not forget that COVID has only magnified it. So when you're looking at the kind of the control that it gives to the choice to the viewers, now on the other side, naturally, when there is a demand, there's a corresponding supply. And that's the reason why we are seeing the kind of the creativity that it is. Now, when we are being in this kind of a beautiful scenario where it is so nice, where things are brought to our doorstep, where I have the power to choose what I want, and suddenly we are looking at regulations, we are just trying to, it just comes and hits us straight in the face, trying to understand that what will this regulations mean and how is this impact going to affect us? Is it going to affect us in the kind of the content? Will I be a viewer who will have less choice over whatever I'm viewing now? And what is it that the 2021 regulations mean? I mean, to a viewer, what does it mean? Vivek, I will just follow the way that you will carry on with your moderation, and I will just pitch it in as in when you want. But right now, for me, this is how I want to set the frame to the way that I'm looking at the regulations. Vivek, over to you.
Right, it's a fantastic point that you make about the bombardment of content, right? I remember before the OTT boom, there was this thing about fear of missing out. A big release would come and we wouldn't want to miss that out. But currently, it's impossible to kind of watch everything that is at our disposal. And definitely, we kind of let go of certain films or whatever series that we cannot, because as soon as you try to watch that, there's already another set of content that's kind of thrown at you. So there's no fear of missing out now. We have come to that realization that you cannot watch everything. I think that is one of the biggest truths of this OTT boom. We'll get back to that later. Chaitanya, you were making an interesting connection between your theater days and the current pandemic situation. Can you please elaborate on that? Chaitanya, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, since I come from theater, and in the early 90s, when television first expanded, when private players started making content, one of the first things that we were all afraid of was that people will stop coming to the theaters. Now they're going to watch everything at home. And the worst hit are going to be first theater and then cinema. And then we noticed that when television first came, they came with just English content essentially. And we said, okay, now only those who understand English are going to watch Star Plus or whatever. But soon they realized, the players realized that they have to make content in Indian languages if it has to work. So first they started making content in Hindi. And we said, okay, it's Hindi and English, Kannada is not going to be affected. We are safe. But then they realized that the real money is in regional languages. And then they started making content in regional languages. And then Kannada television expanded. Initially, we did face a bit of setback because people started watching much of television content at home. We couldn't find actors because actors luckily could now get money for what they're doing. Unlike theater where there was no money, they could act and make money from it. The writers could write and make money from it. So naturally, we lost a lot of talent to television. But soon, as almost a decade progressed, people returned to watching plays in the theater. Actors returned to coming and doing theater because they felt that that is a much more fulfilling experience. So they have to balance their theater and television or acting lives. So when this whole thing of rise of the home television is happening now, home platform, I have a feeling somewhere that hopefully at some point there's going to be a fatigue, because I have a wife who has a corporate job. I have a daughter who's studying from home, sitting in front of the laptop all the time, taking her classes. She's just graduated from her 10th standard, and I see how much fatigue they're going through. So I hope sometime that, because essentially watching a film or watching a theater performance is also a communal. I'm sorry, the word communal has all sorts of bad connotations now. It's a community experience. As human beings, we need to watch things together. We need to come together and watch things. And so I feel that we will be driven by biology, by anthropology to come out finally out of our homes and watch content on the big screen. At least I hope that is what's going to happen.
Right. So, Chaitanya, you're predicting, a return of these glory days of theaters, right? Like, people are worried if we can see those full house boards and kind of, where theater owners are kind of happy to see the box office kind of going big. But John, sir, you made a point about cinema being a personal experience now. At least we are conditioned to watch in our rooms and binge watch a lot of content. So do you think there'll be a bifurcation as to cinema made for OTT and cinema made for theaters? Are we going to kind of have a clear bifurcation? Can you talk about from the filmmaker's perspective?
Yeah. Again, it's a wonderful question. I'll take a small portion of what Chaitanya was referring to here, which has a great relevance to what I'm going to say or your question. See, earlier plays were out there, and then it was taken over by movies and then by television. At some point of time when there was a time when nobody went to the theater because everyone was watching television. And there had to be some kind of a movie to take them out to the theaters. And there was a movie made called Star Wars, for that matter. George Lucas did it only to take audiences out from home watching to theaters because it was made a spectacular film. See, why I want to differentiate a play or a movie or a spectacular movie or a drama or now coming to OTT content. See, there is one thing very basic about it. The basic is the viewer. Why do we need to? These are all stories told. And when technology evolved, they made a lot of input to marketing and markets. From plays to television to movies, now to OTT. These are all differentiation of a certain platform or a market decided by an industry. But the ultimate content appreciation remains the same, whether it is OTT, whether it is cinema, whether it is play. People, we should not forget why stories stand for here. Whichever way you are telling a story, whether it's a play or a movie or an OTT, What does it make on the audience? Why do we still watch movies and plays and OTTs? That is, I think, forgotten these days because of the box offices or the industrial standards take over the purpose of making movies and telling stories. It actually gives something for an audience to grow and evolve. Whether it's a novel or a play or a movie, or even the OTT for that matter, we watch a movie and we want to watch a movie or a story or hear a story or listen to a story. We get some kind of a meaningful insight to life. That's why whichever platform a story is being told, these are all extensions of life, and we want to arrive at meaningful interpretation of that life through these platforms, whether it is a play or a movie or an OTT. Based on this, now let us look at your question, Vivek. If audiences need to be attracted, they need to be content which is comprehensible, which is spectacular. That's why movies and audiovisual content is the most effective way or artistic form of communicating. So in this context, whether it is for cinema or whether it is for OTT, what both these platforms need is the passionate involvement of viewers. Repeated involvement of viewers means they should be passionately, emotionally attracted to this product. Then, even if it is a community viewing or a personal viewing, it will survive. Now that a new industry or an innovative gadget or a technology is driving or attracting more viewers because there is a lot of content being made. There are a lot of content even not being watched, even in OTT. Even you have those content at your leisure, you can watch this. Some are not being given the justice of viewership. Why? Because it doesn't basically connect to the audiences with the purpose of telling a story. This is my basic question. Even when you are talking about an OTT has a larger screen time, not like a movie, as Chaitanya was saying. A play also has limited visual possibilities, but ultimately you are watching. Why you are coming back to a play is you are actually connected with a story and get a meaning out of it. If stories cannot do that justice, then whether it is a cinema or a OTT, it doesn't serve the purpose. It will not survive. So we need content. It is not about bombarding the platform with content. We need ideal, purposeful content. Then people will leisurely take it up. This is my requirement that I want to watch a movie. Hope you understand what I say. So generally, the purpose of dividing into cinema and OTT depends on the content and how we are utilizing the screen time, or a shorter or a feature-length screen time to a larger, longer screen time where you can purposefully tell a story. So when Kieslowski was making, Decalogue, there was no market to sell it because it was so long. It was a 1 hour episodic content. Now it has a market. So cinema couldn't consume that kind of a innovative approach at that point of time. With the technology, it got a new market. That was earlier when videos came into being, it got a new market. Even it wouldn't have survived unless this 1 hour, 10 episodic series, which he made then, wouldn't have served a purpose. So this is what I want to say.
So John, sir, you repeatedly stress on the word content, right? And the connect with the audience. That is what is important more than where we are watching it. So sticking to Indian cinema, I think in the last 1.5 years, Malayalam cinema has made a lot of noise in terms of the content on the OTT platform. I think all of us unanimously agree that the consistent flow of content and the quality is equal here. And of course, that's also because of multiple reasons, the kind of writers available and the audience reception as well. It's a proper marriage. So, Dr. Sapna, I want to ask you, interestingly named few films like Android Kunyappan and say something like Home, the recent release. So, according to you, what are they doing right so that we kind of appreciate the content? What is it that made us watch their movies sitting at home, like, that we are giving a lot of examples, and and what impresses about that content to you?
See, basically, what impresses about that content to me more as a viewer is that the kind of the reality that it connects you to. It is so relatable when you watch Home, when you watch the emotions that go through the entire fabric of the movie. And let me tell you, I don't know Malayalam language, but the whole aspect about cinema is that, isn't it? I mean, you don't need to know the language, and that is where, like John sir rightly said, it get appeal to you, and you kind of get the hang on that, not because you are understanding the language, but you are going with the flow of the movie. And also in an Android movie, also about the whole thing about how technology plays a part, and how we are also so situated and contextualized in that scenario is what made it so relatable. So the kind of the impact the movies has been historically chronicled. For me, being working extensively in the field of gender or gender sensitization and women issues, I have always taken to movie many a times, either to speak about the stereotypes or either to speak about the empowering approach that the movies give to us. And let us not ever forget, and particularly it has such a big impact on the sentiments of the Indian population. I mean, we just so immediately get attached to the scenes of the movie, the dialogues of the movie. Many a times it is empowering to us as viewers. So that is the kind of the impact that it has. Vivek, over to you, Vivek.
Yeah, fair enough. Nicely put, Dr. Sapna. So, Chaitanya, when we look at your filmography, one thing that's interesting is you make a movie, a gangster film first, and then you also work with a host of stars in the Kannada movie called Atagara, which is a multi-starrer. And then in between, you also you made a comedy, so you keep experimenting. So, as a filmmaker, what is the experiment that you're doing now in such a difficult situation? Like, what are the, when we talk about innovations and making films with the constraints that we have, I believe you're also a part of an anthology, also, right? So, could you tell us your working experience in this pandemic situation?
Okay, I'll just go back a little before the pandemic to tell you something interesting that I did. An app, mobile app, came to me and approached me to make 3 films of 30 seconds each, and they wanted me to tell a story in 30 seconds. And I was foxed. I said, "How can I tell a story in 30 seconds?" So I immediately told them no, but they said, "Give it a thought." So then I took a week and I sat and I wrote these 3 stories, and finally I made these 3 30-second films. And for me, it was a great learning experience, you see, because we are trained to think of a 2-hour film or a 22-minute episode. But you can see the world is moving to shorter content, shorter and shorter content, because the attention spans are reducing. So I wanted to challenge myself and see if I am up to that game. And so I made these 3 30-second videos. So it was a great learning experience, because all the thing about letting a story breathe or letting an expression register, none of it is there. It is not even like an advertisement film, because there you're selling a product. Here you're trying to tell an entire story, an idea, and to do that in 30 seconds was a great challenge. That is one thing. The other thing that I learned from making that is that we are usually trained as filmmakers to look at the large screen, that is 16:9, 16:9 aspect ratio. But the minute you have to think of a mobile, you have to reverse the whole thing. Now you have to think of a vertical frame. So the eye is not moving from left to right, it is moving from top to bottom. So the whole thing about head space, whatever we've been trained about in composition, everything goes for a toss. But that is the future now, and that is a big challenge for all of us. It is also it's kind of symbolic of the world right now. our perspective is moving from that to this, and that's a little bit scary. Politically, socially, artistically, our perspective is kind of narrowing down. Now, how do we make that relevant? How do we tell our stories in that format is going to be something that all of us have to grapple with in the coming days. As far as the pandemic is concerned, in Kannada, we have been having this challenge that OTT platforms ignore Kannada compared to the other South Indian languages. There is far more content that is being bought by Amazon and Netflix in Malayalam, Tamil, and Telugu compared to Kannada. One of the arguments that is given, which might be true, is that our content isn't still good enough. And as a filmmaker from Kannada, I think that that might be partly true. We should up our game and be on par. And it is happening in some ways. My colleague, filmmaker Pavan Kumar, me, Yogaraj Bhatt, and around 45 of us came together and started something called as the Filmmakers United Club, FUC, where we try to discuss cinema, brainstorm, and find ways of creating market for not just feature film content, but every kind of content. So our idea was to come up with a platform where people can make content, put it there, and they can monetize it. We are still working on the nitty-gritties of it, because a filmmaker sometimes is just a creative person, is just a storyteller. He's not a businessman. He's not very good at the other aspects of marketing or financing and stuff. But in today's world, we need to be all that, and we are all trying to help each other and trying to get there.
Right. So, John, sir, when Chaitanya says that from 2 hours and 20 minutes, we are coming to shorter and shorter time frame. For a screenwriter, how are you adapting to the situation to kind of keep the audience hooked to their current taste? Like, if suppose, say, could you give an example from the current projects that you're working and how you are adapted to the situation?
Well, again, it's a very, very relevant question here. As Chaitanya says, we have these attention spans reducing. The market says so. But I just don't believe in that. The attention spans are very much there. We have some, of course, you address this as a problem, yes. But generally what I feel is, why do we call it a binge watch? When you're talking about a 6-hour, 8-hour web series, everyone wants to make it a binge watching material. And you're actually trying to get the hot audiences hooked to these 8 hours of content on a continuous basis. The same is the case with what Chaitanya was talking about, a 30-second. The same is the case with a 5-minute short film. The same is the case with a feature-length film. So one way to look at it is, irrespective of the television drama, which used to have episodic way of narrative with branched out stories, these kind of content that we are talking about has more or less a continuum where it is being addressed without interruptions of watching. This is one thing that we should crucially understand about whatever length that you are going to make. If it is a continuum kind of a content continuum is being written, then the audience need to be taken to a path of watching the content uninterruptedly in a seamless kind of a tree. Now, what do we do for that? This is one thing I insist. I've been working on a long series, which I wrote as a 14-episode, 45-minute to 50-minute content. It was a more or less, you can imagine the length of what we are talking about, 14 episodes of 45 minutes to 50 minutes each. When you're looking at that, I'm actually looking at both episodic as well as continuum in each of these episodes. It has to be a mix of both. The whole idea of binge watching is to engage the audience every moment that they watch. They may watch not the first episode at the first time. They may go to the 9th episode and see how it is. That freedom is theirs now. So in that case, the writer's prerogatives, the writer's responsibility of making a content is immense. For that, we should look at story and storytelling in an absolutely principled way. When you look at a feature length, how we are going to manage the screen time of a feature, how we are going to manage the screen time of a 14 episodic content, how we are going to manage the 30-second content and a 4-minute content. So here, I'm not saying that you are going to go for traditional approaches to telling the story. I'm talking about innovative approaches, but at the stake, not at the stake of audiences' engagement, for which we need to understand certain principles. My only worry or pain in what I started this screenwriting coaching or story coaching, apart from what I used to do, was to share the possibility of learning the principles and how it is going to have a great impact on writing. It's beyond question. So when we say we have a language at command, that doesn't mean that you're going to tell a story well. A story has to have principles. The principles are not rules, but the more we come to know about the principle, you can analyze it, what you are going to tell from an audience perspective. All these principles are shared knowledge from millions of writers. It is not rules that has been evolved. So we should be able to learn from them and then choose a kind of a structured telling, which is most ideal for your story. This patience has to come to writers. And it is not an easy way to look at things. It needs conscious attempt to revise and rewrite what you have done for that screen time, which is essential for an industry standard. So this is what I need to say. I'm just compressing. There are a lot of things to say here, but to compress it and tell you, what I suggest is the greatest responsibility is to learn about writing more and more, the principled writing. And what I'm doing now is a feature and also another a long material, a long structured, television series of 8 episodes. This is what I'm doing now. But I'm also giving a platform for writers to come up with their product, and there will be a mentoring, as Chaitanya was saying. It is excellent that you're doing it in Canada. I also have writers coming from Canada too, but what I'm trying to say is only focusing on writing and principled writing and make content and make it a platform for anyone who is interested to come and pick it up, let them, with proper copyrights. This is what I'm doing now. Thank you.
Right. So when John sir says from the audience perspective, Dr. Satna, can you say, if you talk about cinema as a reflection of society, right? So from the viewer's point of view, people say that I would want to watch whatever I want. So then how does regulation come into play? Like, isn't it against the spirit of the art that we're kind of regulating certain kind of content? So can you speak about law from the viewer's point of view?
I was almost just waiting for this question because I knew that this would be coming, because I think many a times it has gone on in our minds also. Just so rightly, as John sir was speaking about the content and the writing part of it. One thing is that as a viewer and as an avid cinema goer, I understand that the creativity of the films, it feeds the viewer's mind, body, and soul. That is how impactful it is. So when we are speaking about content, it is not just about a writing or a book or something like that, but the kind of the impact that movies has is immense. So that is the reason why we are actually speaking about a framework for that. To just take a leaf out of what John sir was telling, that the writing will have to be responsible and in a very principled way, and that is basically what we are trying to do in law, in trying to give it a framework. So that is why we have a legal framework. And when you're looking at the legal framework, it is not as if that after OTT that this framework has come. This has been there for a very long time, even before OTT and even before the 2021 code. Just to quickly tell you about how law looks at it. Now, for example, Article 19(1) of the Indian Constitution gives everybody the freedom of speech. So when you're looking at freedom of speech, it is obviously about the creativity of the content. It is the creativity of the expression that goes into that. that. So 19(1) of the Constitution speaks about the creativity of speech, but it speaks about the freedom of speech. But very important thing that it also says is that the state can impose reasonable restrictions. So it is that part which is reasonable that we are speaking about in terms of the regulation. So what is reasonable has to be reasonable to the society. So when you're looking at reasonable, naturally all of us are in the same page when we say that art should not be confused with something that is obscene. Art should not be passed off with something that is obscene, with something that is vulgar, and where it is not required, it need not have to be so. It is the whole thing about the contextualization which is so important, and that is precisely what translates to the legal regulations when we are speaking about, say, for example, beginning from Article 19(1) of the Constitution of India. Now, the Indian Penal Code also speaks about punishment to anybody who indulges or who sells, who distribute the work of literature which is obscene under Section 293. You have the Indecent Representation of Women Prevention Act, which makes sure about the prohibition of indecent representation of women in advertisement, books, movies, painting, etc. The POCSO Act, that is the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act, makes it an offence to sell and distribute child pornography. Section 67A, 67B, 67C of the Information Technology Act imposes penalty as well as imprisonment on anybody who has transmitted or published any kind of obscene material. So it is not just that OTT has now brought about something that is, that is new or we did not know about before. Even before OTT and even before the 2021, even in the Cinematograph Act, also it was very clear that these are going to be the boundary, these are going to be the framework which we are going to work. And again, taking a page out of John, so once again, he was very right when he said in his language, it is the principled writing and the screenwriting which is important for movies. So that is precisely what law has put in a legalistic language to say that these are the regulations that will need to be there. Because if this is the kind of the stakeholder we are looking at, if this is the kind of the mass appeal that we are looking at, how could we have something which does not have regulation at all? So just because we have regulations, it need not have to eat into the creativity. I mean, even before this, there used to be creativity. Fantastic movies were made. Fabulous impact has been created. So regulations need not have to mean that the creativity is snapped out. But nevertheless, the 2021 does have its gray areas, which probably we are going to see, Vivek, as and when you take it along with us.
Right. So, Chaitanya, who decides what is art? Like, do you think as a filmmaker, you're being snatched away your powers when there's some regulation from the center? Or do you think as a filmmaker, you can adapt to the changing rules or the toughening rules?
Okay, I'll answer your question in two forms. And because one tidbit is something that I thought will be interesting for everyone. I don't know if it is true. Mr. John will probably know. I'm writing a web series, and my producer gave me a 14-point docket. So when you send a proposal, you have to send it as a 14-point docket, and each of it is very specific. You have to fill that up. And I asked them, can I take a little bit of freedom and deviate from here and write something else? They said, no, you have to stick within this 14-point docket. So I said, why? And then she said, I don't know if this is true, but I have heard that apparently the first person who's going to vet this is not a human being. It is going to go to AI. It is going to go to artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence is then going to decide if this content is worth taking to the next level, which is, it is then going to give it to a human panel who's going to go through it and then take it to the next stage. And then I called a few friends of mine from a very established network in Mumbai, and I asked them, is this true? Is it true that what I'm writing is not read by human beings? It is going to be first read by artificial intelligence. And they said, yes, that is true. Now, I don't know. I'm putting a disclaimer on this, but this is what I've been told. I've been told that whatever we are writing is first vetted by AI, and then it goes to human beings. So that itself is a great challenge for me. And on top of that, now we have the government regulations. Again, here, without commenting on the nitty-gritties of it, which I think Dr. Sapna is much more of an expert of, I'll talk about a friend of mine who's just made a web series, and then the government came up with these OTT regulations. And he called me and told me, in India, we have this tradition where if somebody asks us to bow, we crawl, right? So that is what's happening with the OTT right now. He said that the minute the government came up with his OTT regulations, his producers and the OTT have sat through his web series and they've cut out every single reference, forget to a political party. Even the word government is not allowed to be used. So they're removing the word government and they're substituting it with establishment, with system. So they're so scared of even using the word government because they feel that their content might be taken off or it can be banned or they might be put into prison. And one of the things that the OTT regulation also specifies is that there should be a grievance redressal officer who should be an Indian citizen. He cannot be a foreigner, so that he comes under the Indian laws, so that you can put him in jail and threaten the OTT if they don't toe your line. So these are the various things. So on the one hand, we are challenged by non-human beings, and on the other hand, we are challenged by an inhuman system. And how we go from here is left to us.
All right. So my takeaways from this fantastic discussion is how Dr. Sapna says that there are gray areas, which is absolutely true in terms of rules. How John sir says about the adaptability in writing compared to the situation, and how Chaitanya put that, you have to kind of manage with the kind of rules that they put in and the challenges that we face. I want the closing thoughts from all three of you before we take in questions. So, John sir, you go ahead. Firstly, cinema in the next 5 years after this unprecedented experience, how are you looking at?
I look at very positive, and I look forward to new concepts of life or new meanings of life coming out from this, because one thing that is very coincidentally affecting movie making or storytelling is about a life shift. After Corona, it is another way of looking at life. Earlier, we used to have this great confrontation of social conditioning or individual conditioning with the new technology. That earlier we used to have, where is the life lost in living? This was a question not addressed by many people. And when the technology gave you knowledge, again, that there was another question called, where is the wisdom lost in knowledge? Because we are actually reading wisdom on pages. And now with the new advent of this mobile technology, I am actually looking at life deviating more towards not from wisdom or knowledge, it is moving towards information. This is the greatest threat that writers will confront. Because writers, as we tell stories, all of us, you know that you are actually dealing with emotional ties. And when you need to put emotion across to audiences, they need to be convinced. They need to be made comprehensible to the world and the characters that we are talking about. If that is at a distance, because most of the life is being shifted to a mere information and not wisdom or knowledge at all, there we need to reinvent the emotional ties. This is what I personally mean as a great problem for writers. We need to go, earlier we used to discuss about characters with layers. I find that these layers are slowly getting distanced. That actually is a life shift. Because Chaitanya was talking about, I'm talking to an AI to convince it based on certain data that is being instilled into it. And how can it ever consider the emotion that has to emerge as a story or in a story? So we need to address this point for sure. At the same time, we may be looking at more informational dramas. That is what I am thinking might happen. We are not looking at emotional dramas, but as you talk about infotainment or anything connected to engage people for 10 minutes or 15 minutes, which is centered around certain emotions, not about emotions, but about information, probably that's going to be the more industrial demand that may come up with these kind of telling. Even we know that in Hollywood, they have come up with, the directors have come up with a new advent or a new initiative of making just 10-minute movies. Just 10-minute movies. So you are not, as Chaitanya earlier said about the attention span, these attention spans are actually a problem with not knowing more about life, the nuances of life, the emotions of life. I look forward to it, that we don't lose those ties. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, John, sir. So, Chaitanya, from glory days of theaters to artificial intelligence, this has been kind of an interesting journey for you. How interesting can it get in the next 5 years, do you think, as a filmmaker?
Actually, Mr. John made this very interesting observation about social conditioning. And that is actually the thing that is very worrisome for me. Because I have, as I said earlier, I have a daughter and I am seeing she is an audience. That's the audience that I have to, they're my next challenge, right? Whether I'll be relevant to the younger audiences going forward. And I see that going to the theater and watching a film, or going to the theater and watching a play, or getting together in a place, in a social space, is all social conditioning. What has happened with COVID and the pandemic and the way OTT has brought everything home, that social condition of mingling with others, of going and socially interacting itself is coming down. As a society, we have become more and more constrained into not just our home spaces. In fact, even within the homes, we are all caught up with this. We are all stuck to the mobile. If you have to talk to somebody who's upstairs, you send them a text on WhatsApp and say, come down, you're ready. And when that happens, there's another very big challenge for storytelling. What is story? Story is interactions, human interactions, human relationships are what matters. But after, say, about 20, 30 years of this kind of lack of interaction, what kind of stories will emerge? How will you write stories then? That is going to be a big challenge. And what happens with social spaces, going and watching a movie together, or going and watching a play together, is that you go watch a movie, and then after the movie, you go in the interval, you're saying, that actor was bad, or this story is shitty, or you say, oh, what a wonderful screenplay. You discuss with others immediately after you watch it. But what's happening now that you watch a content on your OTT, and then you really like it or you don't like it, and then you start reading reviews. Now you don't like something, but you read a lot of reviews saying it is good. And then you think, okay, maybe I am wrong. Maybe it is good, but I have to train myself to start liking it. Or you see something that is, and everyone's writing bad things about it. And you say, okay, probably this is not the kind of content you're fed to you, approval and what is accepted and what is not acceptable. Everything becomes a one-way street. It is the content creator giving it to you and you are just a receiver. And so these are the challenges. And, every progress so far in human evolution has been a step forward from what was. So from theater, you went to cinema. From cinema, you went to television. These were all steps in progress. But this is perhaps the most disruptive part of our evolution so far. And how we handle it and how we go forward, I mean, I might be sounding like an old timer here, but I do really see this as a big challenge, and how we are going to grapple with this remains to be seen.
Thanks, Chaitanya. Dr. Sapna, quickly, we'll have to move on to the questions now, but quickly, if you have to put your closing thoughts, can there be a harmony between judiciary and cinema? Can it coexist peacefully? And how do you see the future forward? Dr. Sapna, are you able to hear me? I think we have lost connection with Dr. Sapna. So we'll get on with the question and answers. Chaitanya, the first one is for you. I thought I'll put it across to you. So there is a question which asks that, when will OTT be a level playing field, or will it be restricted to the elite? So if we look at it from, say, you mentioned about the Kannada film industry, right, where the content is still not encouraged from the OTT platforms. So how do we make this level playing field where the small, the less represented industries also get to showcase their content?
I think it will never be a level playing field in that sense, because different languages have a different population and a different market. So if we are going to be ruled by our market of, if you're talking about Kannada content, we have to make films understanding what is the size of our market and what can we do best given what we have. Hindi content, for example, has a much wider market. It is spread across the world. Even Malayalam, for that, in that case, is much bigger. But Kannada market as of now is small. It is not as widespread. We have to find ways of making the market big. But as of now, we have to work within, understand that it has only this much and work within that. That is not happening. That is actually the biggest problem in Kannada right now. We are making 350 plus films in a year. There are 365 days in a year, and we're making 355 plus films in a year. And with the pandemic, the queue has increased. There are so many films waiting to come into the theaters, and more films are getting produced. So I think this kind of correction needs to happen at some point, and that will happen. And as far as level playing field has many different kinds of meanings. I have heard from a friend of mine that there are a lot of OTTs now ready, okay, which are going to cater to the B and C centers. When we say B and C centers, we're talking about Mofusils or the lower income, lesser education groups. And a lot of them are in soft phone because they feel that is where the market is. So now it is not going to be about the elite any longer. You will probably hope that it is about the elite after we see the so many of these new things that are mushrooming.
Right. Thanks, Chaitanya. So, John sir, I'll put this across to you. So there is a question about cinema, looking at it from the critical point of view and the financial point of view. So, when we would make films earlier, we would cast certain people, do certain things in the screenplay so that we get the audience and get the money back. So with the focus completely or majoritively shifted to OTT, are we kind of looking at focusing more on the content so that we get that critical success and it's praised by these OTT platforms than something going for these box office success? Is there a difference? That is the question.
I think so. Prima facie, I find the cinema has an influence because of stars coming into acting roles in OTT content. It actually draws audiences. That is a fact. I'm talking about stardom. What is stardom and what is professional acting is something that we need to assess here. It is always connected with box office when you call somebody a star, because he assures 7 days of viewership or packed houses. That's why we call somebody a star. It is always connected with box office. But here again, the as of now, as I look at it, is platforms are also hiring stars to be present there for either for a subscription rating or for a viewership rating or whatever, to add more to it. They are actually involving stars. So it is actually a perfect marriage between getting more and more viewers ultimately. That is one. But in OTT, we have a freedom of screen time, which is a very crucial thing that we need to understand. The more we have a screen time, the better we portray a character. Probably you can also have, instead of a singular protagonist in a feature-length screen time, we can afford to go for another protagonist because we have screen time. So these are two parameters which I look forward to. At the same time, cinema is always a massive viewing material, which also has some kind of a vicarious feeling of what we see on screen is drawing the audience to personally feel what the actor performs or the actor shows on the screen. And that vicarious performance or vicarious experience of emotional values or emotions that you see on a screen is more, I would say, effective to a theater than showing it on a smaller screen with the proper spectacles to support. So I think I'm not very sure about it here. Even predictions are not a possibility here. Why I'm saying it is, ultimately, I believe in telling a story well, wherever it is. If that is possible, even with or without actors, the story works. If without actor, you are actually presenting a story with X amount of budgets, that also has to be considered well, because the story won't survive without the conditions and formulae that an industry demands. It is the industry which tells a writer to write a movie for 2.5 hours. For what? Because the theaters have to show it 3 or 4 times max. If you're giving a story for 4 hours, they cannot show 3 shows or 4 shows. So it's an industrial demand. So this has to be perfectly married, because there is always a question of money in this process. Now that we have a democratized way or more democratized conditions of making movies with lesser expensive cameras, with more productivity, we are trying to manage budgets with proper content, principle telling, and execution, technological interventions coming to the favor of making a movie with lesser costs. That actually mitigates the risk of losses. This actually has to be considered by every writer or every filmmaker or every producer for that matter. Otherwise, we won't be able to make more films. So this is something which has to be considered prudently, pragmatically, and principally. These are the things that we need to address. Otherwise, we cannot continually make films. I may do it for my sake and do a film, and if it not fetches me the money that at least I have invested, how can I make another film? I'm not talking about a personal self. It can also connect with studios or other big producers or big players, but they cannot afford. So it shouldn't be an economic crime making a film. It has to principally be organized with the story, and that story demands a certain budget, and that budget has to be effectively executed, and it has to be marketed effectively well too, to draw that money. So there is a business part of it. There is a creative part of it. That's why it's a team that works. This is in simple terms, or within the confines of time, this is the answer I can give.
Right. Thank you, John, sir. Dr. Sabna, the question is for you. Do you think that the reasonable restriction under Article 19(2) are arbitrarily constructed and at times misconstructed for mere convenience? Can it define subjectivity of art?
This has been, quite a mooting point, and which has been taken on a case-to-case basis many a times. Now, what is reasonability, and particularly with respect to art, what is the meaning of reasonability? Now, if you're just looking at the precedents, and if you're looking at the way the judiciary is looking at it, it is about if it is going to adversely affect the sensitivity of the audience, is when it becomes less of an art and more of a thing that is vulgar, or more of a thing that is that crosses the border. Now this has been in so many ways and in so many words which has been worded by the the presidents many a times. Now one thing here is that when you're looking at what is reasonable and what is reasonable if you're going to be looking at within the confines of the art, that is what even the code of 2021 is also telling, when it says that let us have a 3-tier look at this. Let us have a three-tier way by which we are going to be looking at how this is going to be passing this, whether it is, whether it is art or whether it has gone beyond making it as an art. Now, in this whole thing, the whole exercise has been one thing. Particularly when you're looking at OTT, one fundamental difference between the OTT and the cinema to me appears to be, now OTT is about that, that instant accessibility, that huge accessibility that you have as against a cinema where your accessibility is still restricted in terms of having to go to a theater, having to get a ticket, or trying to go there alone. But in OTT, it does not happen like that. I mean, it is available to you absolutely anywhere, anytime. I mean, people of all ages nowadays have smartphones. It is so easy for anybody to just take a smartphone to open a movie and just to take a look at the movie. So that is why when you're looking at regulations, these regulations are looking at this part of the part where we are trying to say that let us have this age sensitivity, let there be a parental lock, and let there be a three-tier mechanism when you're looking at regulations. Now, coming back to your question, Vivek, that was very valid when you spoke about Article 19 and the freedom of expression. Now, freedom of expression does speak about, everybody has the freedom of expression, which is a freedom that is given under the Constitution of India. But then this freedom of expression can be taken away if there is no reasonableness that is attached to that. And what is the meaning of reasonableness? Now, that is something that will have to come within the definitions of how obscenity has been defined under the IPC, or how obscenity has been defined under the Cinematograph Act, or under the Indecent Representation of Women Act. Now, it all goes on according to the definitions that has been brought in that. Now, so what is not reasonable is that is goes by the definition of the other statutes. But so far as the constitutional right is given, so far as the Constitution speaks, it says that there is the freedom of expression. But every right has a corresponding duty, and it is just this corresponding duty what we are speaking about when we say that let it not go beyond the boundaries of art, let it not be cloaked, or let us not take the protection of the veil of art when these have been projected. For the simple reason that the kind of the impact factor that it has is tremendous. Now, because of this tremendous impact factor, let us also be responsible what we are going to be projecting, because who is going to look at it is going to be a wide audience. How the impact can be is going to be extremely wide. So this is how it is.
Right. Thanks, Dr. Sapna. So I'll wind up this session with the final question. It's a fantastic question. So it says, Chaitanya, the question is for you. It says that Navarasa's script was screened by, artificial intelligence, and given how the film was widely panned, criticized, and people found it disappointing, and there were theories about how the movie failed. Does it reflect the limitations of artificial intelligence, and what are these limitations?
No. I'm not saying that the entire screenplay itself is screened by just artificial intelligence. No, that is not how it happens. I'm only saying that when you send the proposal to the network for the first time, that round of screening is by artificial intelligence. After that, I have found that these networks are very thorough in the way they go through your script and the way they give you their inputs. And in like any creative process, sometimes we get it right and sometimes we get it wrong. That's the part of filmmaking. We never know. There's no filmmaker in the world who knows that what he's doing is the right cinema or it will work. We are constantly trying to experiment, and sometimes we fail, and otherwise we learn, and sometimes we're happy.
Right. Thank you so much, John, sir, Chaitanya, and Dr. Sapna. I'm pretty sure this would have been an interesting session for everyone who joined us. And for me as a film writer, to listen to people from the industry was a really learning experience. Thank you so much for being a part of this. And let's get back to the movies. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vivek.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Bye.
and AI screening your script, and then the government taking care of the rest of the things once your script is AI approved, of course. Who knew the world of OTT, the screen in our homes would be full of dystopia? It's as if the O in OTT stands for Orwellian. Thank you all the panelists, and especially our moderator, Vivek Mysore, for being patient with all the technical glitches that we faced throughout the session. And what a beautiful, insightful session that we had. Now at 2, we are going to have another panel discussion on fake news versus factual news. Please watch the promo for what it holds. Now we move towards the lunch break. Please don't forget to tune in at 2, the group panel discussion on fake news versus factual news, moderated by Cyril Sam. Thank you so much.
loves me like he used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on, we're moving on. I know times are like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough.
afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon's panel discussion on fake news versus factual news. Need for accurate, fact-based, and comprehensive journalism, moderated by Mr. Cyril Sam. Cyril Sam is a research analyst with Proto ICFJ. His areas of research are media theory, business of media, and the political economy of communication technologies. As a journalist, he has worked with multiple news organizations as a copy editor, social media editor, and newsroom trainer. He is also the co-author of The Real Face of Facebook in India, which looked at the work of the technology giant with political parties in India. Participants, please note you can put your questions in the chat box and we will take it up. Cyril sir, I would invite you to come and moderate this event.
Thanks, Kezia. So this afternoon we have Aziz, who's an independent journalist based out of Delhi, Rohini, who's the CEO of Kasturi Group, Maria, who's a political editor and senior anchor with News 18, and Andre, who's an independent journalist based out of Mumbai. We're going to go in this order. Every speaker gets between 10 and 15 minutes to present their first thoughts. Then we'll have a conversation among the speakers, and in the last 15 minutes, we'll open the house for questions. So Aziz, you're first.
Hi everyone, Aziz this side, and I have been covering the farmers' protests so far, and when we talk about the fake news versus factual news, I guess I have seen it on a face-to-face reality, that how it goes when you know the on-ground facts, and still when you read on other platforms, the facts are not being said the way they are. What I feel right now these days is because of the journalism and the speed of telling the news being shifted to the social media, the ethics are gone somewhere. With the ethics we used to learn in our studies, that how do you have to report, how do you have to tell the facts, and how factually correct you have to be with your sources and confirmed with your sources, it has somewhere or the other lost these days. In order to give the news, break the news as soon as possible, we have somewhere lost the ethics that we used to learn how to tell it to the people, and in a race to take a side, what we thought journalism is, what we thought news delivering is, being neutral, being reporting upon the facts which are going on, it has somewhere or the other gone lost in the way of taking side of somebody or the other, protecting someone. These are my thoughts upon the news being delivered today.
Thanks, Aziz. Rohini, you're next.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. With the past 2 decades that I've been here in journalism, one thing that I've seen is that, and what is an apt title for this specific seminar, is media ethics. While on one hand, we can say that media ethics has degenerated, but there is always hope, there's always a silver lining, because it's not fair for all of us to say, issues have got polarized, media houses have got polarized, because there should be an attempt also to bring back what is called true journalism. I agree it's a very difficult task to do, but at the same time, we should not be giving up on that. Having said that, I also believe that ethics in the media, each of the medium, be it print, be it television, or be it digital, digital now, the lines are quite blurred right now. They have their own set of ethics. And what could work well with the print may not work well with, or rather, may have a slight difference when it comes to digital or television. I've been a television journalist for more than 15 years. And let me just go on that and make it simple, because that's how I learned things in my way. And I think that also will help me communicate better with you. So many years ago, there was the case of the Arushi murder case. And while I was here in Bangalore, we were also tracking it at one point of time because the suspects were being brought to Bangalore at the Forensic Science Laboratory, and they were being administered the truth serum to see whether they are linked with the murder or not. So at that time, one thing that we noticed was that in our excitement to break the news, in our excitement to be a part of journalism, in our excitement to ensure that our channels come first, a lot of reporters actually landed up at the place of occurrence, of the incident. And what happened finally was the entire area was, if I can say, the evidence was contaminated. You had people lifting the cushion covers or the bed that was lying on the terrace, walking around. See, that is a kind of ethics that we need to follow. That when there's an incident, let the investigative agencies do their job. You want to be first, but be accurate in what you're doing. And what happens here is that we have actually contaminated a lot of things, leading to other issues when it comes to investigating the case and then leading to us reporting about it. So this is one thing that I've seen time and again that is happening. But thankfully, we've got a set of guidelines now where we have to work within a particular framework. We are governed by the National Broadcasting Association or the NBA, and they tell us what to do and what not to do when it comes to television. Again, digital has its own ways, but they don't have a governing body for now. One thing that I also wanted to, and which I agree with what Ashish said, is how to break news and how to confirm news. Now, it's unfortunate that today we have to have an agency that says, that actually confirms whether something is, some issue or some story is right or wrong. Now, just let me give an example, something that's happened 13 hours ago. It was reported that a man was falling off a US aircraft in Kabul. Now, this particular picture went viral. This is just a few hours ago. And after the fact checking that took place, they finally realized it's a morphed photo. But for everybody else who's on social media, this has gone viral and there'll be a lot of reaction to it, right? And this could also affect diplomatic relations. So it's not a simple thing about just ensuring that you are ethical in reporting. It's also, you have to look at it that you have accountability, that you are, as a responsible journalist, you are disseminating information to people, not just within your area or where your television or your print or your digital media has been telecast, but across the world. Because today, when we do it, we are on different platforms, right? So I would also like to bring out another thing about ethics. If you remember now, if you see, initially, when there was an incident that took place, there was a murder that took place, and that was a gory one of sorts, people did tend to publish in the print as well, pictures of those bodies, just to show how gruesome it was. It was not because people enjoyed it, but to show that how society can actually react in a way where a person can murder XYZ and in what form. But today, we have this system in place, a rule in place, which clearly says that showing bodies is not acceptable. You have to blur it. Even when it comes to showing survivors of rape cases and other things. So there is some amount of ethics that is still being followed. There's some amount of rules and regulations. But saying this, I would also try to bring about the point that polarization of news definitely has happened. And that is something that we need to ensure that we have to keep working hard. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen in the next 10 years. But we should not be losing hope. And that's one thing I want to look at it positively. As we go further, and I'm sure my other panelists also would agree, that we'd like to ensure that we are not looked upon as journalists who create fake news. We should be the same kind of people who people initially would say, when a journalist or a paper says it, it has to be accurate. I think we need to come to that point.
Thanks, Rohini. We have Maria next.
Hi, everyone. How are you doing? So I have spent 16 years in this profession. So I started as a trainee reporter, a researcher, and then went on to acquire skill sets from metro reporting to various stages of reporting, then special features, was part of Sagarika Ghosh's team. And I've learned the rope of journalism from Rajdeep Sardesai. I've been part of the initial team of CNN News 18 in 2005, fresh out of college, and then joined here. So it's been a long journey. We are discussing ethics, and this is something that has been discussed ever since I remember entering this profession. So the nature of discussion has changed tremendously. And because it's evolving, that is the reason why we continue to discuss it. And I would agree with Rohini. We come from that school of thought, and we are old world journalists where we do not rush in putting information out on social media and then being subject to first create that rumor mongering, because invariably there'll be a fact checker sitting somewhere who will be dismissing your news. And we have been those who believe in checking, cross-checking each and every aspect of news, even that very basic thing in which, as political journalists, we have that scope of speculation, but we do informed speculation. After speaking to 5 people, we put that out. That is the reason why when I say that after having 16 years in this profession, I continue to maintain that I'm an old school journalist who believes in tracking a beat. That seems to be just going away. In current day and time, because of the social media, the journalism tends to be more events driven. That people land, young reporters land at a particular place, they report, then there is an overnight fame, and then they exit. Going through the grind of journalism essentially means that you track beats. So I've tracked an MCD, Municipal Corporation of Delhi. I have tracked the reservation protest that took place in 2007 in All India Institute of Medical Sciences. I have covered fog, woken up at 5 a.m., gone to the airport to cover fog. Those were, Rohini, remember, those were the days when fog was such a big story at Indira Gandhi International Airport. We used to do reporting on fog, So
and then
covered crime. So I've covered Nirbhaya protests. I've covered protests, just about every protest that have happened in Ramlila Maidan since 2005. And I have traveled widely to understand what India is. And today, after having spent so many years, I believe in one formula, or should I say, my principle remains: see it, say it. What you are seeing, you say. And that is what this journalism is all about. So when you were covering Nirbhaya protests, emotions were charged. There was parallel investigation. There was investigation that is going on, but we were covering protests at India Gate and multiple other points where people will gather, register their protest. So the challenge on those moments particularly is ethics. Can we as journalists, women journalists in particular, who are really touched by this story, forget that you know very limited as far as your information is concerned regarding investigation? So what journalism at that time would be, and has been for me, see it, say it. So I'm there standing with hundreds of women, men, expressing their anger, anguish, desperation, but I will not be getting into the investigation part. That is what journalism for me is. As a political journalist for several years now, I have covered elections. And again, that is a very tricky space, because when you're covering elections, the emotions are charged. The stakes are high. Your reports cannot give a picture which is not correct. So for me, it's important initially when I was like, I come from a state where people have an opinion a lot of opinion. That is the state of Bihar. So every person that you meet at every nook and corner, हर चौराहे पर बिहार में लोगों का political opinion होता है. So I have grown in that space. So it comes naturally to me to speak to people and get their views. As a political journalist who was getting the rope of political journalism, have not become an analyst that I am right now and I report, my idea then from 2005 till around 2014, 15, 16, I would say, was about, again, seeing and saying. I would get voices of people broadcasted, not be a participant. There is a distinction here. Increasingly, journalists are asked, what's your side? And I would agree with Asis on that. What's your side? What's your ideology? We cannot be ideologically agnostic. But does that have to really reflect on our work? It should not, because we are journalists. That is our responsibility when we are on field. We may be ideologically inclined or sympathetic towards a particular idea, but should it reflect in our work when we are there getting voices of people trying to project that Mahal UP mein ye hai, Bihar mein ye hai, Karnataka mein ye hai? It should not. And that's where the challenge is. And that's what covering a beat gives you that discipline. When you have that understanding that you have to speak to some 25, 30 people in a particular beat to just understand where the threads are linked. I remember when I was, and I continue to cover a lot of beats. I mean, I've covered railways as a beat as well, Ministry of Education as a beat, civil aviation as a beat. So Ministry of Railways was, during those days, had a budget of its own. Rail Bhavan was supposed to be the most political Bhavan because just about every regional satrap wanted railways as their portfolio. So this was a portfolio which had once upon a time as Nitish Kumar as the railways minister. You had who's who, from the Congress, even Trinamool Congress chief, Mamata Banerjee was the railways minister. Lalu Yadav was the railways minister. Down south, any and every regional satrap wanted railways ministry because after the 4 Raisina Hills portfolio, this was supposed to be the most meaty portfolio and the one which had the maximum impact in terms of that you would go and distribute stations and trains all over the country. Then came that era, and so what it meant. So I would go to Rail Bhavan as a rail beat reporter around 10:30, 11. उस वक्त PIB card की जरूरत नहीं होती थी, and I did not have a PIB card. That is a Press Information Bureau card that you need to enter any government office. So I would just ensure that I'll call up somebody, sir, मुझे entry करवा दीजिए. And I would enter, stay there for 4 or 5 hours, move from one office to another, try and get information, try and meet people. And in weeks, one information would click. One contact would click who would come back to you in giving information. And then it made you go through the rigorous process of understanding and reading the beat, which involves going through the various, starred and unstarred questions that are answered in Parliament, which are part of the record. So that is solid government data, which is put out in the public domain. Then those were the days of corridors being set up. So you were trying to understand more. So you would speak to former railway chairman, former traffic, member traffic. So railway has a board after the minister, which has member traffic, member engineering, member this, member mechanical, who are in charge of various departments. It's a huge body, the biggest employer. That's why we say it. And then you are also besides the bureaucrats, besides the officials at the lower level, you're also in touch with the union. The railway union has certain stories which you have to verify as well. So that is what the reporting and understanding very nuances, when you've gone through the rigor, जो आपने चप्पल घिसी है, जो हम बोलते हैं बार-बार, उससे होता है. So in 2012-13, that was the time that when we started getting a lot of information from various, vigilance commissioners and all about the scam that was unfolding in railways. So I've broken a lot of scam related to railways. And that, we saw the impact as well in terms of the railways minister then putting in his papers too. So this is what beat gives you that discipline. And that's why we say ethics matter. If you have gone through the grind, you will realize why it is important at every stage to value knowledge. And of course, as a TV journalist, I have bigger challenges because I have that pressure of breaking news, and breaking news has to be confirmed. But again, as we have followed here on CNN News 18, we take time to break news, but when it breaks on CNN News 18, it is confirmed. So when we broke the story of the Karnataka Chief Minister, the name of S.R. Bommai, it was a confirmation that had come to me. It was broken 45 minutes before everybody else, and we were sure about it. So that's what it does when you have spent those years, gone through the grind, and then believed in ethics at every stage. So as a political journalist, as a journalist who has covered multiple beats, so for example, BJP is my beat. I started covering this political party, which is now in the government, since 2008. So I understand the various hierarchies, the various systems, and how it is placed in various states as well. So when we say, again, I'm going back to the question about ethics in journalism, it's important to debate ethics when you have followed ethics. And at the same time, you debate ethics when you have spent years in journalism and have followed ethics. Ethics do not change. What it was 16 years ago remains. There are greater challenges for everybody, all of us. But also there is a bigger challenge for younger lot because they tend to get carried away. I may be sounding very old and, but they tend to get carried away with instant fame.
You're not sounding old. Being from the younger generation, I feel so connected these days that actually this is the thing we need to. I so relate to you in so many points that we get so carried away with the thing we are reporting that we forget that actually we are not stating a fact, we are stating their emotions. We are not stating what is going
and
on.
also one more point. We are not the story.
Yeah, exactly. That's
journalists are not the story. We are there
true.
to cover the story.
True,
so we have to make that distinction between what we are seeing and saying. I'm saying it again. This is the principle which Rajdeep Sardesai taught me in 2005, 16th of August, when I entered the CNN newsroom. We had not gone on air. And when I met him and I said, boss, I need a job. I'm fresh out of MCRC. I've topped my batch. He said, come and meet my research team. So the research team was about, so I said, I'm interested in covering politics and I love understanding a politician's mind, reading so much on politics. He said, yes, join the research team. So I was a young person joining the research team. And there at that time, I started by writing political obituaries. So that made me go through the grind. I'm saying that sense that it is a long way to go. You have to be patient. Journalism should not be about jaldi se khabar kar diya. It should be about patience.
True.
Thanks, Maria. We have Andre next.
Hi, guys. Very happy to be here. This is an important topic. I think all of us should be talking about right now. When we think about fake news and when we think about news that isn't accurate, from the perspective of the journalists reporting it and the people reporting it, and the perspective of the audience reading it, I think we wholly forget that fake news is not just very sensationalized or very very sensationalized or very unusual, absurd news. What I'm seeing more and more, specifically in India, is fake news that is more centered around misinformation and misreporting about a particular subject, in the sense that say something has happened in the country or happened around the country, the focus of the story tends to be the most sensational part, or tends to be a small part of it that's completely blown out of proportion and takes the focus of the entire story. As someone who has reported in print, has reported online, I've done video, which is basically a YouTube form of journalism. I've never been on television or anything like that. All the points that the previous panelists said hold true, which is most newsrooms focus on trying to get out the story quickly, trying to get it out in a sensational angle, and they lose the plot of what we are actually talking about. And now that I cover news, just independently, news that I think mainstream media isn't talking about on social media like Instagram and Twitter, I'm realizing more and more that social media itself has become a platform for various forms of news. Anyone with a smartphone, anyone with an opinion, seems to be able to funnel their thoughts and create a news cycle. And in a country where politics has always been intrinsically connected to the media and to the news, it's starting to seep in to create ideologies and to create narratives that on the ground reporters and on the ground journalists keep contesting, but large scale television and large scale media portals don't really take heed of. So when I say misinformation, that kind of creates a news cycle and blows something out of proportion, creates a narrative in the minds of the viewers. It happens almost every day in the sense of communal stuff, caste-based violence, um, crimes against women. It all kind of snowballs from a small thing and builds into this sort of bias that most people have. And the media plays an extremely important role in all of this. All of this stems from the the percentage of people who are quite possibly not on social media, and it's a large percentage, or who don't really get their information and kind of understanding of what's happening in the world from social media. Friends of mine, who are avid, I'm sure in most Indian households, in my dad's house, there's usually like a news channel playing in the background. So in Indian households, news channels are usually playing in the background. You sit and watch the news on TV and stuff like that, and that was very, very good in the olden days. Nowadays, it's become, one, who can shout the loudest, and two, how can they set their agenda the hardest, as opposed to the real journalists who are in the field doing the work, reporting, constantly sending in copies. And there seems to be a complete mismatch of what's being done on our television screens versus what's being done by the journalists on the ground. A lot of them are complaining that their stories are being misrepresented. Um, and that's exactly what's happening on social media. I'll give you an example of what happens on my social media a lot. So say, for instance, there's a story that happens. It's been reported about from most smaller publications and stuff like that as a feature on their website, not strongly reported about on their TV counterparts or through their social media handles, but it's a story that I feel is important and people should know. So I don't know if any of you guys have seen what I do on social media, but like I write up a post on Instagram explaining the entire thing. Um, when I say misinformation is being heavily funneled through these kinds of posts, the comments will kind of either refute what is being said, present alternatives to what is being said in the sense of whataboutery, which is to say that, oh, if X did this, but Y did this, why are you talking only about X? And that creates such a split in the narrative of what the focus of the story is. And this is something that is rapidly building across pages, across news organizations. Say for instance, NDTV constantly gets a barrage of comments, affiliating it to a political ideology, or affiliating it to, say, a news story that was a developing story, in which case something was reported first and then more information was given and the reporting was kind of amended to the new information. And that's how news works, right? Like you get a certain amount of information, and then once investigations and inquiries happen, you get more information and then you continue the story. But on social media, because it's, who can do it first and who can get the most traction from the first thing, when you put out that first burst, you as an individual journalist or you as an individual organization have to make sure that the information you're putting out is credible, accurate, and is representative of the story you're talking about. Sadly, what happens is a lot of people, like some of the panelists said, and I've worked in a newsroom, this happens a lot, where it's, you have to get the story out quickly. In the media back in the day, it was, you're either first or you're not going to get traction from the story. And it's basically the same thing on social media. But the added component to this is the massive comments from particular sections of the political spectrum that focus and try to discredit the information and the main story that you're trying to put across. And I think that's very, very damaging to the audience who genuinely wants to understand what is happening in the world. I think it polarizes them. It doesn't really allow them to understand what the full story is, because if you have someone talking about, say, a communal incident in, say, UP, and all the comments basically contest it. They post links of, again, left-leaning, right-leaning, whatever it is, the opposite ideology kind of blogs and stuff that are covering it. It creates such a polarizing view that you're, as a human being, you're bound to dismiss the information rather than pay attention to it. And when it happens over and over and over and over again, people get a little bit desensitized to what is happening. And that's a very dangerous thing when people themselves are becoming apolitical or becoming are avoiding understanding and listening and watching the news. So when we talk about fake news, I think that's an extremely important part of fake news, where it's not necessarily a story that's completely unbelievable, so you know it is fake news or you assume it to be, but it's the small efforts to create, to discredit a piece of news given by an organization or an individual, that's more damaging, in my opinion.
Thanks, Andre. Okay, so what I think a majority of speakers here have spoken about is the issue of ethics. So I want to ask something. I mean, who defines ethics and how do we enforce it? Because I think the most recent attempt at defining ethics came from the government of India with its IT rules, which they said that they are going to extend to broadcast and print, where the government codified a set of rules and said that, all digital news organizations have to adhere to these, the code of ethics. But what we saw is that there has been a pushback from news organizations and news associations. So first, I mean, so who defines ethics and how do we enforce it? And how do we ensure that if someone breaks out of the, or someone decides not to follow those ethics, how do we deal with that?
I would say that it should be National Broadcasters Association. A media body should define ethics.
Yes, I'm inclined to agree.
And a body which is of journalists who are chosen by media professionals. So it should be left to us to define it.
Actually know that what we have to report and what is correct and what is not correct, and where we know, and the body above us could govern us, that either we are taking sides or not, or we are just speaking, like Maria ma'am said, we are seeing and saying it.
I'm going to ask a follow-up, which is essentially that with say the News Broadcasters Association, we also saw a split where there was another body which came into being called the News Broadcasters Federation, and then there's another body called what is it called? The Association of Regional Television Broadcasters of India, who then decided to side with the News Broadcasters Federation. So I mean, again, like, how do we manage these tensions? And again, who is defining ethics here? Because one body has defined ethics in a certain way, the other body defines it in a totally different way. And again, when we see that, when we look at the number of penal actions that, say, the NBA has taken, in most cases, television channels have not paid up. Or they've further gone and contested those, which is well within their rights to contest those or appeal those decisions. So again, like, who defines this, and how do we go about ensuring that we are able to enforce this? Because again, we see this with digital as well. There was a body called the Digital News Publishers Association, DNPA. Once DNPA came into picture, then there was another body of, I think it was, I don't remember what it was called, but it was essentially a whole bunch of fake news websites that came together and formed a body of their own. Now there is another body because the DNPA ensured that no digital first news organizations are part of DNPA. So all the digital first news organizations have formed their own body. And everyone has their own set of rules and ethics and how to go about things, which are often at conflict with each other, or which are often not in sync. So again, like, who defines? How do we enforce? How do we go about enforcing this?
I'm hoping that the veterans that you're talking about, who are heading these various bodies, be it digital, be it print, be it broadcast, they should have, because they have spent decades, much more than all of us, they would be able to come to some conclusion at some stage. And Cyril, I'm of the opinion, let there be discussion and debates. Let there be this robust discussion about what is the right time to come up with a set of guidelines and which is the body which should define the these guidelines. Because for a simple reason, what is right for digital may not be right for broadcasters, because it's very different. The nature of the medium is different. And at the same time, I would also say that we have a whole new set of YouTubers who have come up, who are previous journalists, independent journalists who are running their own YouTube channels. So how do you define that? I mean, how do you put anybody in a box? What will be the guiding principle for whom will be decided by whom? That is my counter question to you. But at the same time, I'm of the opinion that people who came before us, the veterans who continue to dominate the industry, even today, have the responsibility for showing the path. Let there be discussion for people like us. We'll continue to debate and discuss, but at very personal levels, we will be, I'm hoping that the platform remains of those who still believe that good journalism is the way forward.
You may have different associations, different,
yes.
You can have different places associations like NBA or NBF or whatever be it. But the crux of the whole situation is the reason why they have been formed is to ensure that news is reported correctly. Yes, now these guidelines decide whether it's right or wrong. But what I understand and what I believe also is that these organizations also help us to question. What may be right for you may not be right for somebody else, but you have the right to question. So if the body is formed, then that body allows you a platform to question. And that is something that we need. And like just Maria said, always necessary to ensure that we have to be accurate and see and report as we see it. But when it's not happening, these organizations, these guidelines help us say what is right and what is wrong. It's just a guideline. These are not overall laws of such. Yes, but people do turn to make it look like laws. End of the day, we have to understand that it's upon us as an individual to ensure that we as journalists report correctly. We as journalists try to bring out the truth. I have, Maria, just 1 second. Let me just finish this point. I've been also asked this as to which your organization leans to which political party, or for that matter, what is your ideology, or for that matter, how did you change from this media house to that media house, especially when their ideologies are completely contrast? That itself, I think, is a pat on my back that people think that I can align from one place to another and remain neutral, right? So that at the end of the day, we only expect the government, when they set up a body, to be neutral. It's not easy at this point of time, but yes, that is why I said the point of able to question, even to question the organization or the association itself empowers us as journalists, because that's what we all do. We ask questions and we get answers, and we get the right answers.
That's because the time is changing. We are not stick to just one part, one platform, print, digital, broadcasting, everything is there. Like Maria ma'am said, the rules will be different for everyone. There should be just a governing body to just see that all those platforms are going through that rules. Nobody can have the same guidelines and keep them for long, because the world is changing, and these guidelines, every field has different guidelines, and there is different things. Every organization is working in a different way. There should be just a body who is checking upon everybody that they are going through
Cyril,
what they said.
I will just take that forward, and since we are addressing students at Christ College who are studying media, I'm going to come back to this, that all of you who are entering this profession enter for the love of it. And be prepared that you'll be sitting outside a politician's house for hours and hours and hours, which is called being a gatekeeper. So, is profession mein jo glamour element hai, that is not the real picture. The profession is about greater responsibility. It's not about ensuring that you go and cover one event and come out and say ki maine to chakke chauke maar liye. This profession is to be prepared that you are entering for being responsible. If you have to question people, you should be in a position to say that I've conducted myself with greater responsibility, because that counter question will come to you as well in the times that we are living in of social media.
And especially to women who are coming, Maya ma'am, you could also agree to this thing, that especially to the women who are coming into this profession, you have to stand there like a shield, like a solid person, that whenever you will be on the ground, there would be a question that why are you doing this? Don't you have a family? Don't you have to go? Don't you have the hours to go back? And why are you standing at this place? And every such question is going to come to your face. Just do it if you really love to report upon these issues and to stand there and get the information you need to.
I also tell my media students the same thing. If you're not a footpath reporter, then you're not a good reporter.
हम लोग सब newspaper हैं. You know, Rohini, हम लोग कितने साल, I mean, 2000, I don't remember when was the last time I just entered anywhere. I was out there. जब रैली भी कवर करने जाते थे तो 3 घंटा पहले रैली स्पॉट पे पहुंचते थे, कैमरा का पोजीशन सही रहे. That was the time that we have done, and that continues to be the case. Even now, when I'll be, entering UP and Punjab for election coverage, I'll be doing the same. So for 1 minute of on air, you are technically putting in that effort of 6, 7, 8 hours. And everything has to be... Yes, discipline. Self-discipline. I'm again emphasizing on self-discipline and responsibility. It is about
the best stories, but they come out on the sidelines. Some of the best stories about what you're doing is not people holding rallies and what they speak at the rallies. You actually get the real...
the people who are sitting around there on the ground, and you go to them and talk to them. There you get, okay, this is the rally this about. That is what they are, protesting about or telling about. That's where, and to be very honest, I would say in a very layman language, चप्पलें घिसनी पड़ेंगी, उसके बाद ही स्टोरी बाहर निकलेगी, उससे पहले नहीं निकलती. चलवल के कहीं.
It's also the fly on the wall. We are the fly on the wall. We have to observe. As a society, we are, as journalists, we are observers.
True. Matlab, you have to be so open with your eyes, with your ears, that you never know who is talking. You might be looking at the stage that this person's going to say something, and there would be a person standing just aside you to tell you, मैंने इसको वहाँ खड़ा किया था और ये बात है, ये गलत बोल रहा है. There would be a complete different story that would be coming out from there.
Now, I'd like to share
another question that I wanted to ask you, people, was again with regards to ethics, was how do we balance ethics against business imperatives? Because in 2018, the Reporters Without Borders had come out with a media ownership monitor, and they'd reached out to all media organizations in India, and out of which for them to furnish their ownership details and ownership structures, out of which only 20 odd news organizations in India, out of say a few thousand newspapers and around 600 news channels, out of them only 20 news organizations had furnished their ownership details. I'm asking this also because the whole thing of balancing ethics and business imperatives, because the Advertising Standards Council of India has come out with a set of rules for influencers on YouTube and Instagram, how they manage branded content or sponsored content. Except we don't see any of that being enforced anywhere. So the question of how do we balance ethics versus business imperatives?
So sorry, I just wanted to chime in. So this is something that kind of ties into the earlier question as well, which is when you're creating a body to manage what is ethically right for a journalist or an organization and stuff like that, all the points are brilliant, which is it should be obviously consisting of journalists and people in the field. It should not be the government that creates this kind of committee, this kind of function to be able to monitor the ethics. And of course, it should be different for different platforms. YouTube, Instagram, basically social media, print, broadcast and stuff like that. When you're talking about the guidelines set in for influencers and stuff, right, with paid partnerships and brand stuff, business is always going to be involved within journalism. That's how TRPs, that's how companies make money through the news that they're doing. The problem here is that a lot of these associations and a lot of these companies investing in newsrooms are not transparent. We don't know who's investing in what, unless you obviously take the trouble to kind of dig it out. And that's exactly what's kind of happening on Instagram. I know it's a very loose connection, but it's basically for visibility of the viewer to know that, hey, I'm showing you like a dairy milk chocolate, but it's a sponsored post. And the enforcement on this is now much higher because it's a tie. It's continuous from the platform side as well. So when we talk about TV journalism, and we talk about, say, news stories covered where a sponsored partner or uh, you know uh, an investor from a particular field is involved within the story, that should be released on the offset. There are some organizations where, say for instance, I've read, say with Vox in the US, where if they're writing a story about something, let's just assume HBO, they do mention in the copy itself that it needs to be mentioned that HBO is a minority partner of Vox. But in India, that doesn't happen. I very rarely see where a story is being reported about, let's say, Reliance or something like that. And if a news organization is covering it, they mention within the copy or within the broadcast that, hey, Reliance is a minority shareholder or Reliance is an investor within our organization. And that can only be done, that is a form of ethics that can only be done by a governing body. The problem with the governing bodies we have right now to create these guidelines and stuff is there's interference from various portals. There's interference from the government, there's interference from regional parties, there's interference from smaller political parties that govern a city. Like, say, in Mumbai, if something were to happen, political parties are getting involved, and then the Press Trust of India or the broadcast organizations don't have that authority to pull them out of that, don't have that authority to shield these journalists. And that's turning out to be a huge problem.
Rohini, you're the CEO of Kasturi. So how do you balance ethics versus business imperatives? Because a business would any day want to maximize its profits, whereas journalists would want to think of journalism as a public service.
Well, just a bit of background. Actually, around 18, 19 years as a journalist, this move to a managerial post was largely because I would be handling entertainment. But saying all this, yes, there is a lot of conflict between what we expect and what in terms of targets are and monetary expectations are. Let me tell you, I have got my training in some of the best in the industry. I have worked in India Today, I've worked in ABP, I've worked with the print with Mr. Shekhar Gupta, and like Maria said, I've also worked with Mr. Rajsi Sadesai, though for a small time, but have learned a lot from such veterans. And that is one thing I've seen. They are not just journalists, they're also businessmen, they're also entrepreneurs. And from them, what we have realized is you do not compromise on the quality just because you need monetary benefits. They come automatically. I know everybody would ask that kind of question, how does that happen? That is also because there is another world completely where we have to decide between how to maximize our programs to get as much as money in, vis-a-vis how much we could report correctly, and if somebody would not pay us or not advertise with us because we belong to one particular channel or one particular group. So we have faced that issues. While I was at the print, which was my last stint, which was an online news portal with Mr. Shekhar Gupta, we've realized and we've seen that grow also, that as we have investors coming in and as people come in, we also ensure that while we're looking at marketing strategy, we lay it out to them saying, this is something that we need to monetize and this is something we do as news. So it is a tough balance for us, but at the same time, we try and do as much as we could. But being the CEO of a company, also what I have realized personally, I've just been here for 2 to 3 months, but what I've realized is that a lot of compromises take place. But our job also, because of the experience we have, is to ensure those compromises don't take place. So that balance needs to be maintained. Well, what we call advertorials, we call of incentives that come in. That apart, that's the only thing we need to consider. Otherwise, I think we have to just stick to our ground. If you think it's right, then we just stick to it and we'll ensure that it delivers correctly. I hope I've answered your question.
Thanks, Rohini. Yes, you have answered that question. So the next thing, the next category or the next theme that a lot of people, most of the panel kind of looked at was polarization. Now, the existing scholarship on polarization tells us that polarization is driven from the top, which is essentially driven by powerful figures in politics, powerful figures in culture, and it is amplified by the press. How much of it is primarily because of our excessive focus on politics? Now, if I take up a newspaper, if I take up, say, an Indian Express or a Times of India, most pages are dedicated to politics. Politics at the national level, politics at the state level, etc. Primary issues that concern people are relegated to maybe 1 page or 2 pages. So how much of this polarization can we blame on, say, politicians and say that, you know what, they're polarizing and kind of ignore or look away from the kind of excessive focus that we give to politics of polarization that we publish and that we broadcast? Maria, do you want to take that on?
Again, Cyril, we tend to look at issues often with black and white and without. I'm not too sure as to whether I would be looking at it as politics of polarization per se and linking it to a particular time and era. Because it's a very, very complex issue again, as we have seen. We tend to discuss more because the ideologies have sharpened in recent times. The space for the middle path of the centrists have reduced, and that is where I lament actually that journalists were supposed to be centrists, or even if they were inclined ideologically, they were not supposed to display it. When we talk about papers having more political coverage, or I would say news channels having more political coverage, because increasingly politics has become about events. So let me just give you a small example. In the last 48 hours after the blast that took place in Kabul, what was the top story on CNN News 18? Blasts in Kabul. And what does it actually mean for the world at large, and particularly India, because that's neighborhood. The challenges were different. Investigations part, we were getting reporters from Afghanistan, experts on it. That was the prime focus. But at the same time, you had a developing political story. And the developing political story was that the internal feud in Chhattisgarh Congress was playing out in the national capital. So Delhi, because most media houses have their headquarters in Delhi, you have more reporters based out of Delhi, you have more resources in Delhi, you send those resources or use the resources better when it is covered, when those events happen in Delhi. And Delhi is the political capital of the country as well. So having said that, what was it? Bhupesh Baghel, the chief minister, was in Delhi meeting Rahul Gandhi. You had reporters outside, so you had live reporting event. But the editorial call was that Afghanistan dominates. This is a story because it's a political story, and the chief minister could be changed. So there was curiosity. Is Chhattisgarh really a market for us? One would say no. It's largely rural driven. But we did give good 10-15 minutes when the events were unfolding there. So I'm saying, again, I'm not too sure if we can come to that conclusion, although, again, all the primetime shows was about Afghanistan. Then how did we or any other news channel give more coverage to politics when the story was far bigger editorially after the blast that took place in Kabul? So again, that's my limited point that I'm trying to make, that if you have stories that are developing at multiple times, and particularly if you have events such as this one. Let me give you another example. The farmers' protest got the kind of coverage it did because the farmers were sitting at entrance points of Delhi. Delhi is the headquarters of most news channels. You can have 4 reporters at various entry points. If the same farmers' protests were happening in other parts of India, would we have given that kind of coverage? Maybe not.
Actually true. When it
The
was
logistical challenge, or we say tyranny of distance, a phrase that is often used. Recently, Assam and Mizoram border tension got covered in national media because we as a network have our channel in Assam. So we could get that kind of access in terms of information and the reporters on ground. So the tyranny of distance plays out. It plays out. Nirbhaya protests got the kind of coverage that they did, and the entire attention on rape laws were brought because Nirbhaya incident unfortunately took place in the national capital. If you look at what is happening right now with that young 25-year-old girl in Mysuru, right, Rohini?
Yeah, Mysuru.
MBA girl who has been gang raped.
Gang raped, yes.
You will say that we are not covering it enough, and I will take that criticism. I will say it's tyranny of distance again.
No, let me take that forward, Maria, what you just said.
Yes, please go ahead.
You're right about anything that is Delhi-centric or in and around the capital does get more coverage. A similar kind of a farmer protest took place from North Karnataka all the way to Bangalore. Did you hear about it? 17,000 farmers protest against the farm laws landed up here in Bangalore in Vidhan Sauda, which is our seat of governance. Well, there is this whole thing about South Indian media, that is regional channels covering it, vis-a-vis national channels. And I had questions, people asking me, why are you not covering us? Well, we did, but the other news that was in around the national capital or had bigger political relevance, those were being covered rather than this. But that does not make it any different. And that is why when somebody says that you're not covering it, we tend to feel bad, because once it's done, it doesn't find its focus in the stream of what we call in the newsroom of all the topics that are being discussed. Another thing that we also don't realize is that a simple thing. You go to a chai wala, you sit around some place and you're just chatting with people. Now let's do this not just in the cities but also in rural areas. What's the first topic that they discuss? They talk about politics. They won't be they talk about personally that affects you, right? Those are the topics that they want to read. Those are the topics they want to connect with. And that is one major reason why we see that most of the conversation or the reporting or what you see in front pages is deals with politics, because people love that kind of thing. They want to have their opinion. They want to discuss. While I will not agree, while I agree to one point that yes, other issues do get into the other pages of 4, 5, 6, but you should remember, look at it as, and let me be here as a newspaper reporter, look at the paper as a whole. If the paper covers politics, it covers crime, it covers health, it covers sports, and it's doing justice to it, then I think it's one of the best publications. The same way with the news channel. If you're covering everything, then you'll be known as a more as a balanced, or rather a trustworthy channel. Media in digital media is still finding its foot there. So when you were talking about why that we get more political reporting in the front pages and then the others go, it is just not about, it is just what people want to talk about, people who want to know. Kabul is in the headlines for the longest of time right now, right? But Kabul is something that affects us directly as well. One simple example, we had a person from Bangalore, he's a priest with a school here. He was stuck in Kabul, and his communication with people, especially with his colleagues here and people with the NEA, he was relating what exactly happened. Now tell me something, Kabul is important because it's here close to home. I know that priest personally, it's closer to me. People in Bangalore know him. So there is something that you need to do in some terms of coverage, which is a prioritized news, prioritized coverage. And so if you think that And here I'm just defending political journalists as well, because that's also been something which is called, which Maria also said is a beat, which I really enjoy doing. That is why we find that people love to talk about politics, they love to discuss about it, and that's why we also give it a little more importance. Having said that, issues regarding gender inequality, discrimination, communalism, all that has to be reported, and that does get its space. But we only need to see whether the other medium also, be it the other media rather, be the television or the digital space, manages to get this kind of format that the history of print journalism has brought.
I would like to add an example to this. If we were talking about the farmers' protest, like we were talking about the farmers' protest, it was going on in Punjab also for 3 months regularly. It was going on in Punjab, but we were not covering it. Nobody was talking about it because it was not in Delhi. Then when the farmers were sitting on the borders of Delhi and it had passed so many months, everything had gone, everyone was sitting there. There was nothing like new happening for us as a story. If we talk about news media, there was nothing new happening for them. In that case, it was not in the news for the longest time till they declared that we are moving to Jantar Mantar to set up a Kisan Sansad. Till then, it was not in the news. After that, when first day everyone was excited, what will happen, how it's going to be, everything was there, it was covered, but it was going on for a so long time over there. They were putting up their Sansad over there every day, talking about the issues, passing resolutions, everything was happening. It was still again not a story because much more was happening there in the parliament, in the main Sansad house, till the point that Rahul Gandhi did not step and came into the Kisan Sansad. So politics has become such an issue these days that everything is so closely connected to politics that everyone just wants to know about it. Right now, there is a lot happening in Delhi only. There was a rape case happening in Delhi cantonment area, but at that same time, there were so many other issues going on that they were the headlines, not that cantonment area. So it's not just about the politics. Everything works around what people need to hear these days.
Thanks, Aziz. Thanks, Rohini. Thanks, Maria. I am going to move to questions now that I've been getting from the audience. And the first question is for Rohini. Rohini, so how do we bring about self-regulation in digital media? In many cases, we don't even know where the news is coming from. And how do we ensure that regulation works without government interference? This is from Geeta Kashyap.
Well, if you have something that you have got in terms of information, priority is to ensure that you need to confirm it from various sources. You could have that piece of information that comes in. Let me give you this example. I remember when in Chennai, when the tsunami happened, this was in 2006, one of my friends in Chennai called me up and said, you know what, there's a lot of water here on Marina Beach. I think there's some issue here. There could be some leakage from somewhere. This was what was said, that they thought a pipeline had broken down and there was water near the Marina Beach. A little later, I get a call from a police official because I had to call up and ask. I said, what is happening? They said the sea is rising, but we don't know what is happening. Now, by this time, I've got my reporters on the field, going to Marina, number one. Number two, checking with the meteorological department. And number three, also speak to groups and institutions that are related to cyclonic effects, because you have something called INCOIS, many such organizations. Finally, it was confirmed to us it's a tsunami. Just one piece of information that the water had entered the place. Now, that is why I'm saying getting one's information, once you get it, it's absolutely necessary that you confirm what it is about before you even start talking about it. You don't say, is there a cyclone happening? What is the reason behind it, or what is happening? Rather, maybe I'm not clear. What possibly is happening there, right, at that time? That is most important. If Sunil, if you could just continue and tell me the second part of the question.
Give me a minute. The second part of the question is, how do you ensure that the government doesn't interfere, that there are regulations in place without government interference?
Sadly, at this point of time, we cannot say that things happen without government interference. I don't know if you remember, there was a time when, this is pre-independence also, that news was redacted. You had these black marks on them, right? Right now, there is a lot of influence. For example, if something is published or is going to be published, we do have people from various ministries or from the government calling saying, can you not publish? Can you soften the blow? But like I said, it's unfortunate, but it's up to the heads of these media houses to take a call and stand by it. If they say that we are going to go ahead and report about it and then face what is going to come in terms of reaction, well and good. That's something that we can look forward to. But I know media houses who actually do not, they fall in line and do not, and actually say that they will fall in line with what the government has to say. It has happened many times, and I'm not naming any organization specifically. I do have this information that comes in from some of my colleagues, where one of them had said that there was a request that was made from the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister's office that certain things not be reported regarding Jayalalitha's death, right? So that became a big issue over there. So what do? Do you report or don't you report? And so there will be certain amount of interference, but I guess that should not stop us from reporting as it is. I've come to a point from the school of old journalism to maybe a little more adapting to what is happening today. I would say I will report it as it is. I will submit it to the media house as it is. Then leave it for them to publish or not. Because beyond that, you can only fight for your case. You can market your story. But beyond that, it's the heads of the department or the heads of the institutions who take a call. So at this point, I can only say that we should ensure that we can stand by it and ensure that we can not have government interference. But well, it's not the case right now. So it's a sad thing, but I don't want to sound negative. Like I said in the beginning of my conversation as well, let's fight, because we need to fight. Only when we stand our ground will things change.
Thanks, Rohini. Next question is for Andre. Andre, so this question is from Rishabh Jaiswal, and this is what Rishabh is asking: is digital media better suited to identify and debunk fake news as compared to other forms of media, such as print and broadcast? Andre, you're muted.
So yeah, I think yes, digital media is more suited in the sense that they have a little more wiggle room to take their time and debunk the story and figure it out with the power of the internet. And when I say digital media, I mean also most fact-checking organizations and fact-checking websites are debunking stuff on social media, because that's mostly where widespread misinformation and fake news travels. I mean, I'm not saying that print media doesn't have the kind of legroom or wiggle room to do that. It's just that in most media organizations, most news organizations that have a print department, they don't really have a fact checker or they don't have this department to be able to understand how badly and how virally something travels that is inaccurate or fake. Whereas digital media always has that as that's the nature of the game. You know how fast information travels online. So yeah, I think digitally, yeah, they're definitely more suited.
Thanks, Andre. The next question is for Aziz. Aziz, so Erica is asking, newspapers and TV also break news first. Why does social media feel pressure to break stories and report unethically?
Yeah.
sorry. So, like we were talking before about this thing, that these days social media has become a platform to create an identity, to talk more about. If you're gonna spread it, break it first in the social media, you would be the center of all the uh, engagement over your post, and more likes and more the post gonna circulate, and you're gonna be a center to everybody to look over back, and you're gonna get all that attention. So I guess social media these days, in order to break the news first, has some way or the other forgotten the actual fact that you have to first recheck your story. You have to first speak. I'll tell you with an example. Past days, when I was covering farmers' protests, there were so many incidents of fire break going on, that there were, each day we were reading this thing that at Singhu border the something has got fire, got the fire has broken, then on Tikri, then on Gazipur. So I read it on many social media platforms that people were saying this is because of politics, this is somebody doing it deliberately. And whereas when we talked, when we were on ground, we talked over there, that's because of heat also, because of they are sitting on the borders and there's so much heat, and there is their tractors and all cannot support coolers they have there for so long. And but there were so many social media platforms, so many social media pages reporting this thing, that this is something that is deliberately being done. So that's the thing, just to tell an incident, you do not have to make it sound so so bad that it affects so many people. So many people are sitting far behind that what they are reading, they might be trusting that page, but that would not be factually correct. So that thing is happening so much these days on social media, just to be ahead of everyone else.
Thanks, Aziz. I think Rohini has to leave now. Thank you so much, Rohini, for participating and for interacting with everyone, and for making very, very accessible arguments, and for being extremely lucid in what you said.
Well, thank you so much. And one thing I'd just like to say before I end, please, whoever, when you want to be a journalist, and I completely agree with Maria on that, have the passion to come, do not feel dejected. Please, it's not as bad as it seems. There's a lot of, you get a lot of energy, a lot of, you feel very empowered when you're out in the field and reporting about things. So looking forward, please ensure that as journalists, just remain a good journalist, remain true to yourself. And like I said, there's a lot of things that the new generation can do. And we also can learn from you in many ways. So we ensure to see you on the field. We'd like to see you on the field and rub shoulders with you and learn something from you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohini. So there's one more question, and this question is again directed at Andre. Andre, so Janvi is asking, how can we as students and citizens combat misinformation and fake news?
Yeah, so this is, I'm on mute again. No, I'm not mute. Okay. So this is a very popular and obvious question that most people, this is primarily a question I get in my DMs all the time. I mean, there's no easy way to go about it right now, because honestly, for journalists, for people who are constantly part of the news ecosystem, it's getting more and more difficult to tell, fact from fiction. You have a story that comes out, and then suddenly a police report that comes out, and suddenly a minister says something else, and it's just all a web of complete confusion. There are a few ways to tackle this. One is, I urge everyone to follow fact-checking organizations and fact-checking websites. You have Boom, you have Alt News, you have multiple. I've spoken about it a lot of times. I mean, it's very, you can Google it and you'll find a bunch of these. There are a lot of foreign publications. There are a lot of US-based, UK-based publications that are taking a special interest in India, because there are a lot of special correspondent reporters who are working with these publications. It gives you a little bit of a detachment from Indian organizations that might have either a political agenda or a financial agenda or some kind of sides taken and stuff like that. So I'd urge you, if you're reading about a topic, read multiple forms of the topic, read multiple reports of the topic, and do check out some of the special correspondents, because they're taking a very, very big interest in India. Because right now, kind of touching upon what we spoke about earlier, where we spoke about polarization in the news and stuff like that. I didn't really get a chance to chime in, but basically, 100% we should blame the politicians. The polarization in the news right now is because of the politicians. It's because of the heads of states and the leaders in the government, not only in India, but in the US, in Brazil, in multiple countries in the world. You're seeing very strong political ideologies spouting out in almost all areas of in almost all countries. That's why, talk show hosts, late night talk show hosts like Seth Meyers and John Oliver and stuff like that are talking about politics, because it is something that people want to know, and it is something that it's happening all around you. There's no way to get around that. So when we talk about publications, kind of veering through the fake news place, where we always have publications that are left-centric, right-centric, whatever. But it's very difficult to be apolitical right now. You have to kind of figure out what your morals and ideologies are, and then unfortunately you're more conditioned to believe publications or platforms that confirm those biases of sorts. So my base answer to this would be, definitely check out these fact-checking organizations. Try and follow more individual reporters and more individual journalists than publications. Of course, follow the main ones and kind of read up on what they're talking about. But journalists themselves are taking to social media. They're going more independent. As someone mentioned earlier on the panel, lots of journalists have gone independent and created their own YouTube channels. Because the organizations within which this happens, it's impossible not to fall within one side of the spectrum, because the politicians have polarized everything about India right now. So you're either kind of leaning towards one side of the spectrum or the other. There's, like someone said earlier, there's no real centrist view as such. But if you follow the individual journalists and the individual reporters, you'll get more first-hand information.
Thanks a ton, Andre. So with this, we come to an end. We've run out of time. I want to thank everyone who participated, Andre, Aziz, Maria, and Rohini, and also the media department at Christ University, particularly Dr. Naresh Rao and Dr. Ajay Kumar, and all the student coordinators who ensured that this runs really smooth. Thank you all for participating. Thank you all for watching us. And with that, I'm going to pass on the mic to who's the person who did Kezia.
Yes, sir. Firstly, I would like to thank all the panelists for taking time out of their extremely busy schedules to be here today. Aziz ma'am, Rohini ma'am, Maria ma'am, and Andre sir, you gave excellent viewpoints about the challenges that you face in the field, be it in terms of ethics or maintaining facts, or how to report a incident while having integrity towards the topic. This is, as media students, this is one of the first times we have heard first-hand experiences from journalists as famous as you are. So thank you all. We really, really, really enjoyed this talk. I would also like to thank Cyril sir for moderating this extremely engaging and entertaining session. We will now move towards a screen break for the next 5 to 10 minutes. And at exactly 3:30, we will proceed with a plenary talk on media research and media crisis with Dr. Ram Bhatt. Can we please have the promo for the next session played, please? Thank you. We will now meet at 3:30 for the plenary talk by Dr. Ram Bhatt.
Hello and welcome everyone. I wish you all a very good afternoon yet again. Today, this afternoon's talk, we're going to the topic for this afternoon's talk is media research and media crisis with Dr. Ram Bhatt. This is going to be moderated by our very own Dr. Kailash Kaushik. Without wasting much time, I shall introduce to you Dr. Kailash Kaushik. Dr. Kailash is a connoisseur of bad jokes and masala dosas. He is also an assistant professor in the Department of Media Studies. His main focus of research is the political economy of media labor. His research interests include Marxist theory, critical political economy of media, qualitative methods of communication, research, and critical and cultural studies. He is a basketball player and wishes to play for the NBA one day. Over to you, Dr. Kailash.
Thank you, Nisarg, for that obnoxiously truthful introduction. And it certainly, I think my dreams of the NBA are in crisis, but that's not the crisis we are talking today. From yesterday, we have had really beautiful sessions and very insightful sessions on crisis in the media, of the media, by the media, and all kinds of crises around it. But one thought, I think, which comes to our mind is how do we comprehend these crises? How do we understand it? What do we learn from it? And how can we, learn something which can actually make us envision and work towards a better media ecosystem? And this is where media research comes into play. And this is why media research is really, really important. And to talk about media research today, we have Dr. Ram Bhatt, and it's my pleasure to introduce Ram, who is the co-founder of MARA, which is an arts and media collective, which is based here in Bangalore. They do some phenomenal work. Please do check it out. Ram completed his PhD and was a teaching fellow at the Media and Communications Department at the London School of Economics and Political Science. His doctoral research focused on the significance of communication infrastructures and how they shape both politics and group identities in low and middle income countries in and around the global south. His research, has taken him to various different, disciplines and fields, dealing with things like disinformation and how disinformation plays a role in vigilante violence against minorities, especially in South Asia, focusing on information which has been disseminated on WhatsApp, and something which we are all familiar with. As of now, he is currently a postdoctoral fellow at the International Center for Advanced Studies in New Delhi. And I'm looking forward to the research that comes out from his time as a postdoctoral fellow. So without further ado, Ram, you can take over. You have about maybe 35 to 40 minutes. And then I'm pretty sure I'll have some questions, and we'll certainly take questions from the audience. Ram, over to you.
Thanks, Kailash, and thanks to all your colleagues and students for inviting me. I'm very pleased to be here and interact with all of you. And I'm very greatly looking forward to your questions and comments. I'll try and keep it brief, but basically, I want to talk about three crises which are interrelated, and then conclude with a few of the research opportunities that emerge from these crises. Right? And I'll preface it with some general remarks on how we should see the media and communication scholarship in general. So before I begin, because there's quite a lot to cover, forgive me, I'll be reading from some notes, and the rest of it I'll just talk. So before I begin, let me preface my remarks with some reflections on media and communications as an academic site of inquiry. As many of us well know, media and communication scholarship in the West was an interdisciplinary, quote-unquote, field from its beginning. In the US, for instance, academics from political science, development, studies, international relations, or area studies that was then called sociology, etc. They're very keen to study large-scale media and communication system, both pre-war and post-war, for their perceived effects, whether it's advertising in public opinion in the 1920s, or the effects of fascist media propaganda in the 1930s. However, in the post-colonial countries, media and communications has a different trajectory, and it has largely been framed in an instrumental sense. The epistemology is rather instrumental, whereas it's been deployed as in aid of nation building efforts and also towards supplying skilled labor for a then very nascent national media industry. And India is also no exception to this, in my view. So over the last 2 or 3 decades, scholarship on media and communications has gradually attained the status of a discipline. So it has become from a field, it's become a discipline. And it's no coincidence that the rise of this discipline globally has more or less followed the rise of neoliberal regimes in large parts of the world, where media and communications, they used to and continue to play a very intimate role in what Stuart Hall has called the culture of regulation and the regulation of culture, right? So it's this dual role that media has been strongly involved. And given this complicity of media and communications in rather major ideological shifts, as well as the political and economic shifts, it's even doubly important that all of us as current or future media and communication scholars, we have to be self-reflexive about what we study, whether it's legacy, mainstream media or social media, but also show some kind of critical self-reflexivity about the very epistemology and the political grounds on which we theorize our research itself. So it's not just the research object, but the very how we frame our research objects requires some kind of critical self-reflexivity. And also, we must pay attention to the national context and at the same time be attentive to the similarities and differences at regional and global levels. Otherwise, in our efforts to pay attention to the local, we'll get stuck in this, what is called as methodological nationalism. So it's not that India is unique in that sense also, and neither is India just another footnote in the history of the West. So we have to find those middle grounds. So having put those very general kind of remarks, let me talk about 3 broad things. Crises, right? The first is the complexity of the telecommunications and internet sector if you want to map the political economy of the sector. So there's been very little work in this, and I think it's a big crisis that there is very little work, and the sector itself is in crisis. So there are crises at 2 levels. As we all know, if you look at just the mainstream history of the sector, it began in the 1990s in the wake of the neoliberalization of the Indian economy. And roughly, I would say the first telecom policy was in 94. And if you say like roughly 6 years to 7 years from that point onwards, over two policy cycles, and a lot of other shifts. For example, the price of smartphones gradually became decreasing from the Chinese manufacturing sector. So if you look at a bunch of factors from the mid-90s onwards, it started booming. So there was, for urban consumers particularly, it was a time of rapid growth. I think at one point in time, India had approximately 13 telecom and internet service providers, apart from a whole host of specialized internet service providers, not internet service provision as a part of a telecom, but specialized ISPs. So there were about 13 providers in most of the metropolitan A+ cities, which come in a few telecom circles. So if you're interested in going further in this, India is disaggregated into 21 or 22 telecom circles, right? So in most of the urban areas, you had up to 10 to 13 service providers. Now today, we are in a situation where we might be left very soon with only two service providers. One is going to be Airtel and the other is going to be Reliance Jio. The two other big providers, Vodafone Idea, which itself is a merger entity, and BSNL, which is the public corporation. Both of them are in rapid decline, on the verge of bankruptcy, and will be acquired by the previous two companies at some point in time, very soon. So how did we reach from 10 to 13 providers to a duopoly of the telecommunications, and therefore, for a large part of the country, also the internet sector, right? Because in large parts of the country, there's no wireline access. The access is provided through wireless and mostly through the mobile phone. So how do we understand this crisis? At one level, we have to locate or we have to get a thorough understanding of the history of the telecommunications sector in terms of how the policy has evolved since the mid-1990s. But I also want to bring about a broader perspective on this, where we can start by tracing a history of the institutional political economy of the sector. Where in that, if you take that as the perspective, you can start from the development of the telegraph sector in the early 1800s to the mid 1800s, all the way up to the development and deployment of fiber optics as of today. So we are really going to be locating telecommunications and internet infrastructure within a broader history, within a broader institutional political economy trajectory. So in a nutshell, you can look at some of the symptoms of this crisis. So I can just tell you a few. Jio, for example, began in 2016. I mean, it was there in other forms earlier, but as a telecom player, it entered the market in 2016. And if you look at some of the regulatory decisions, it's very clear that Jio has played a very overt role in an uneven playing field, very anti-competitive kind of practices, right? The second symptom of the crisis is that Jio platforms has attracted literally billions of dollars of investment from Google, Facebook, Qualcomm, some of the major technology giants, but also sovereign investment funds from some of the Middle Eastern countries, also capital investment firms in the US and UK. Now, in return, some of these chosen investors, such as Google, Facebook, etc., they will get a very clear path for their own growth in India, as long as their interests are tied to that of Reliance, right? So the crisis, how to, for example, trace the capital flows in order to understand the real nature of the industry that is fast emerging. I'll give you a very specific example. One of the routes for investment in the telecom sector, like many other sectors, is not just foreign direct investment, but what is called as foreign institutional investment, FII. And if you look at which of the countries is the highest FII investor in India, the answer is not the US or the UK or Japan even. The answer is Mauritius. And why that's happening is where some of the domestic big players, for example, Reliance or many of the others, they recycle surplus value through shell companies in Mauritius. And then since India has a double tax avoidance treaty with Mauritius, that same money comes back as foreign institutional investment in their other, in the telecom business. So in the literature, or if you look at like some of the institutional political economy literature, this phenomenon is called as round tripping. And when you look at this kind of global circulation of capital in the telecom and digital communication industries, that's a big crisis because we have no clue how the industry dynamics, because a large part of the capital flows are actually opaque to us as students, scholars, whatever. So it's a very big crisis in terms of how do we actually study this emerging phenomenon. So that's one. The second thing I would like to talk about is, this disinformation debate. Now, as we know that there is a lot of research and literature being done on the amount of misinformation, fake news, disinformation, whatever you want to call it, and social media, and what are some of the consequences of this kind of activities. Now, from a global media and communications perspective, I've looked at the literature as part of various research studies. And whether you look at globally, there is a huge chunk missing from the experiences of countries in the global south, which means there's very little research on this subject from countries like India, on Brazil, and these are huge populous countries. Very little research from China, for example, although that one might be more easier to explain why it's not there. But India and Brazil, it's very little literature, and even less from some of the smaller countries. For example, what's happening in Honduras, or what's happening in Sri Lanka, what's happening in Myanmar, very little research is being done. So the literature that dominates a lot of this research comes from basically two contexts. One is the Brexit phenomenon in the UK, and the other is the Trump and the rise of Trumpism in the US. So this kind of research really dominates, and I think it's a big crisis, and we really have to, I would say, start looking at what are the ways in which disinformation operates quite distinctively in other countries of the world without fetishizing the national politics. So that's the challenge I also spoke about earlier. The other related crisis in this is methodological and theoretical approaches to disinformation. And here, I think one theoretical aspect is that a lot of the focus is on quantitative approaches to incitement on violence. So to what extent does fake news result in violence? Now, this theoretical framing, I think, is very myopic. And instead, I would like to propose that scholars such as maybe many of you who are studying media and communications should really think about how can we move away from this narrow framing of disinformation and incitement to violence, but instead think about how to locate disinformation as a trajectory which is rooted in histories of discrimination that target very specific groups, right? So violence is neither secular nor universal. So there are very specific groups who kind of attract violence. So how can, for example, in studies in the subcontinent, not just India, but also Sri Lanka or Nepal or, Bangladesh and so on, how can we look at what Bourdieu has called structuring structures? So it's not that it's immediately apparent, but one of the structuring structures which I think are very important in the Indian context is to understand caste relations, right? Now, if you apply a caste relations analysis to disinformation and some of the motivations for disinformation or the reasons for why certain imaginaries persist, or the distribution of violence, if you map it according to the caste hierarchy, then what kinds of violence correlate to which position in the social or caste hierarchy? So these kinds of things are, I think, very crucially needed. And the methodological kind of point or the crisis, I would say, it's largely quantitative research, and it's largely lab-driven research or big data-driven approaches. Now this, I think it's very useful, but only to a limited extent. It is ahistorical and also fails to kind of map the violence onto the social relations that enjoy legitimacy and also act way outside the social media space. So social media cannot be studied in a vacuum. It has to be studied as an ensemble of practices that coexist within a wider assemblage that is the social, right? So methodologically also, I would urge a lot of the students and scholars listening to try and adopt more qualitative approaches to try and see where the social media spills into history, spills into other spaces. So we have to disturb this production of a sharp binary between online and offline. So we have to understand how the offline produces the online, how the online acts upon the offline. And in these dialectics, the boundaries are being produced and reproduced in different ways on a daily basis. So I'm suggesting an inverted way of looking at this whole online, offline kind of debate. So methodologically also, I think there are limitations to the current literature and current research. And I think there are, I've suggested some ways out of it. And the final kind of theme that I would like to touch upon is a kind of a related to this, a sub-point of this, that about how this online offline is actually a blurred boundary, and we should rather be paying attention to the effects that produce these boundaries. A sub point out of this is a need for a non-sectoral approach, especially with disinformation. What I mean is, a lot of the research studies disinformation on, let's say, news TV media, right? So that's one kind of research. Another kind of research is just looking at data sets on Twitter, or just looking at Facebook groups and WhatsApp groups and so on and so forth. But I think what is really important is to take an ecosystem approach to media and communications. And based on kind of two projects that I've done in the past, I'll suggest two tentative ways in which we can look at an ecosystem approach. So what we've observed in the disinformation research space is that disinformation often tends to be what one can call intertextual and what we can call transmedial. Now I'll just quickly talk about each of these. Intertextual is where, the same imaginaries can seamlessly transpose across text, but they assume a certain continuity in the mind of the reader. So even though the site changes, there is a continuity of sorts between the text. A very common example I can give you is anxieties about population growth rates of Muslims. Now, this is such a widespread imaginary that in many media forms, whether it's a WhatsApp forward or it's a news channel or it's a news report in a newspaper or whatever it is, often you don't need to have the full propaganda. It can only just be a part of the story, and a large group of readers in our country will automatically make the connection with that imaginary, right? So this intertextuality, if you just look at one platform or one media, I think we are missing something crucial about this. So we have to take into account the intertextual circulation of this information. The other aspect is the transmedial circulation. Now, the transmedial is something more literal. What I mean is, for example, on a TV broadcast, right? There's a news clip. Then that clip will be posted on WhatsApp. That clip will be posted on Instagram or posted on, other social media, Facebook or whatever. And equally, there are some tweets, or there are some posts, or there are some user-generated videos that have equally become a staple of the so-called legacy or mainstream broadcasters. So how does this transmediality work? So it's not just a TV program, but a TV program that has infinitely more complex paths of circulation when you take into account the transmedial aspect. So in the crisis of disinformation, if we take an ecosystem approach, I think we can really study the consequences, some of the political economy behind it in a much more richer way. And also, if we can study it in a way where it suggests that social media or mainstream media are not functioning perhaps in two isolated silos, but actually there's a lot of collaboration on specific stories, specific issues, controversies. So that kind of research, I think, is very important. And finally, I think a big crisis is that there is an overemphasis on the content of disinformation. And there is not enough attention paid to what one can call a political economy or political economies of disinformation. And very quickly, to just give you a sense of what I mean by this. So for example, there is a series of, or there is a, how shall I put it, a genre of disinformation, which relies on a whole host of apps that you can download on Android or Apple app stores. And these apps feed you a certain news feed or create certain games which strengthen the indoctrination, right, through disinformation. So that's a one particular field which needs to be studied. Another is you have a lot of entrepreneurs who will come and offer bulk distribution of WhatsApp messages in return for some payment, and a lot of political parties have used this. A third example is click farms, where you outsource mass liking or trending kind of manipulation by paying small firms operating in Thailand or Vietnam or hundreds of places. So overnight, if you want to get a post 1 million likes, you can do it at a certain, So one can say that there are different sets of political economies that are producing disinformation in a very systematic and large-scale manner. And there's almost no insight that is distinctive to India. There's no insight on what these political economies are, who are the actors, what is the source of investment, all of these things. And I think research on this area will also produce a fair amount of insight into how one could possibly mitigate, if not prevent, disinformation and its consequences. So those are broadly the things that I see as some of the crises affecting the media and communication sector, media and communication scholarship. And with each, I hope I've given you some sense of, avenues for further research. So just to recap the kind of opportunities for research. I think qualitative research, looking at political economies and looking at the complementarity between mainstream and social media. There's all very little research done on all of these topics, and that's a big area for future research. I think for the telecom sector and the internet sector, I think a big opportunity is to move away from ownership and content analysis, but also start looking at the infrastructure of large-scale communication projects. For example, Digital India, another very interesting infrastructure which I would suggest worthy of research is the so-called JAM Trinity, which Dr. Arun Jaitley introduced in the budget speech, I think in 2017, Jandan, Aadhaar, Mobile. This trinity of infrastructure has a lot of complex effects in governance, So these large-scale infrastructural projects, which are part of media and communications, we have to look at them historically. We have to look at them in terms of qualitative approaches to look at how these are operating in the social beyond just the content that is being generated. One can look at it also from a policy angle to understand the ways in which the sector has historically been evolving. So these are some of the opportunities which I hope some of you will take up if you continue research in your higher education. So I'll stop there and happy to hear any questions that you might have. Thanks.
Thank you, Ram. That was really insightful and definitely very interesting topics that you have touched. And I think there are certainly a lot of questions coming in. Me too. I mean, I have a question too. Certainly when you talked about the complexity of the telecom sector and how it's going, and especially with the recent news of, monetization of the BSNL, how would you, approach that itself? I mean, the railways have gone through this discussion for a while. But with especially with the telecom BSNL itself, I think the duopoly, I mean, almost like a cooperative competition, what is happening there, I think this was meant to happen. And do you think there's a push from the private players itself towards this?
Yeah, I mean, I think the crucial question is, if you want to understand the crisis of BSNL, the most crucial question is, when do you start the story? That's the crucial question, right? So if you started in 2014 in the BJP government, you'll get a particular story, and that's a valid story. Or alternatively, you could start the story in 1980s with the arrival of Sam Petroda and the arrival of the World Bank and the arrival of various investments, Siemens, Philips, etc. And that investment came with certain conditions. So earlier it was a consolidated telecommunications telegraph department. So first they forced the government to split it into smaller departments, breaking up more than 50 labor unions in the telecom sector. So there's a weakening of the labor force. There's a casualization of the labor force, which has had a rich history from the telegraph, 1900s. So you could start in the 1900s, you'll get a particular story. So I'm not saying that one story is false or one story is true. I'm just saying the more historicized one can understand or one approach can take, you can pick out certain strands better. So for the casualization and weakening of the labor force, which would have otherwise resisted this privatization, you have to start the story from 1907 with the first telegraph strike. If you want to understand the way the institutions of BSNL, MTNL, BSNL, BBNL, why these were set up as public corporations with the President of India owning all the shares. It was an institutional setup created to divest shares at a certain point in time when the conditions are, conducive for divestment. So these were set up with the very aim of, at one point, the private sector taking over. So these were the conditions for neoliberalization. So, when they were set up as public corporations, one can say that their fate was sealed to some extent. Yeah.
And I think I found it really interesting when you talked about the intertextuality. And I think even with the privatization of BSNL or Indian Railways, you don't need to give the whole, scenario of it. I think the very understanding that the government is corrupt, private is efficient, I think works very well. And I don't think I've seen research on that kind of very specific idea and ideology itself. I think which is very interesting. Okay, let me start taking questions from the audience. I think Anish asked about BSNL. Divina asks, would you say that the lack of research into experiences from the global south has its roots in the academic framework of research itself, which comes from the West?
Yeah, I mean, it's that. There are multiple causes. It's a very complex issue. I think a lot of the academic institutions were set up in a very specific context where knowledge was to be extracted for particular uses, administration of colonizers, of administrating the colonized, right? So information was not innocent in that sense. Information had a particular purpose to it. That is to administer and run the empire, how to extract natural resources and so on and so on. So if you look at the history of, environmental sciences, a lot of it is based on extraction. So, or if you look at the history of anthropology, or if you look at the history of sociology, whatever you like all the major disciplines, it's a very dark history. So there is obviously no place in that history for experiences of, actors in the global south, because the idea was not to account for experiences, but to extract for profit. Right? So that's one part of it. And then when we had educational institutions in the global south, very often what has happened is the elite of the post-colonial countries. In India, it would be the Brahmin community. But in other countries, you can see how the elites in different contexts. For example, in many of the In South Africa, it's the white community, or in, for example, in many of the other, Brazil also, it's the white communities. So if you see the elites, they have actually created westernized universities, and it has been in their benefit to kind of imitate this colonialist kind of Western model. So again, large parts of the societies have never been. So it's like a larger global level of inequality. Within that, there is inequality in the Indian, and so on and so forth. So it's like concentric circles of inequality, and it will take some time before each of these can be dismantled.
Right. And I would like to know your thoughts on, for example, Kanchailia writes about, studying, Indian history itself with a sense of this Brahmin Baniya kind of collaboration. And I think that's something which is not seen in any of, especially media communication or any kind of knowledge production. Do you think such approaches might be a way to reduce this kind of inequality itself?
I mean, one of the biggest things about inequality is the categories which, create meaning on the basis of which we act. So these categories are the most insidious problems. So when we say knowledge, what is the history of knowledge in the subcontinent? So if you write about that, I'm not saying it will alter the material conditions. It will not reduce poverty, for example. But I think it sets off a chain of events into motion, where gradually a group of people, if you introduce this into curriculum, into universities, into schools, the contested history of knowledge, the contested status of knowledge, what counts as knowledge, who have been the producers of knowledge, who have been excluded from knowledge production, etc., etc. If this becomes more mainstream as part of education, then I think it brings about a change in consciousness. It brings about a change in how we see our societies, and that hopefully will have far-reaching consequences.
I think one related question which comes up is, certainly you talked about research which is hardly done in telecom and internet, which I think has flown, into, in general, all kinds of media, because if you do want to watch Netflix, you better have internet access, right? But I think there is a problem of getting information about this. There's a huge gap between, one, for a lot of us, and sometimes I have faced this too, as to where to search for that information. And second, there are these complexities of, the accounts of private companies only open to the shareholders. Some of the government documents, although put up publicly in websites such as indiangovernment.in and all of that, still there's a very large gap of information itself, which common methods of research might not be able to get. I might not know how much investment has gone around just by asking people the exact numbers. How do you think that the gathering of information so that we can do this research, how do we bridge that?
The first, I think, I'll give three different kinds. Two answers, I think. One is, the first is to classify rigorously what is the sector we're really looking at. There's a big problem with infrastructure that it could mean anything, from cables to modems to standards, IP standards, or cables. It could mean like URLs, it could mean financial aspect. It could, all kinds of things come under the broad term infrastructure, right? So the first thing is to categorize what exactly are we studying. So boundary drawing is one of the first steps. So that hopefully will kind of contain what kinds of information are we looking for. And the other thing is, at least my experience of doing research in India, is that it's always useful to talk to people who have been working in that sector. Two very specific kinds of people. One is retired people who have no longer a stake in the things, or I find more comfortable to talk about some things perhaps. And the other is people in the lower hierarchy of large institutions who often know of things and are willing to talk about it, either because they might not be clear about why you want to know that information, or they themselves might not be clear about the full economic value behind that information. So people lower in the hierarchy always have useful information. So if you really like go and do some, you know, good old fashioned investigative kind of qualitative research, I think people have treasure trove of information. Big data is another issue altogether. Historical data, another problem altogether. But what's actually happening in the sector currently, people do know.
Right. I think those are really things I think I should also inculcate. So the questions going on. Okay, I think you can get some questions which you can actually bring in your research for the WhatsApp funded project too, which you did. And I think Rishabh asks, why do you think people become gullible when when fake news gets directed towards them, even when the news seems to, news seems to, on the surface level, may seem far-fetched. So, I mean, you can also give a quick overview of the project itself, because that was very interesting, and the design also, so that, it's for the researchers in the audience, that would be useful too.
Sure. So WhatsApp put out a call, I think, in 2018 for research on what role WhatsApp plays in elections and health and blah, blah. They had 2 or 3 areas, and then they had a miscellaneous. And we had pitched for, I was a PhD student at LSE at the time. So my supervisor, my then supervisor and me, we pitched for, what role is WhatsApp playing in mob lynchings in India? And we were one of the 20 teams selected for this research. And the kind of project design was, we studied about 1,000 WhatsApp forwards and tried to come up with a typology. What are the patterns in the forwards? And a lot of literature has been done. So that part was kind of straightforward. The other part of the research was that we went to 4 states, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh. And we spoke to a wide demographic of users, urban, rural, college students, middle-aged, seniors, across caste and religion, across gender, so we tried to get a very wide range. And overall, we also interviewed a few experts who've been in specific fields to look at, we spoke to some lawyers, we spoke to some journalists. Anyway, so I think overall we must have spoken to close to 300 people, interviews, focus group discussions. And basically, I think one of the findings which kind of seems obvious is that people are not gullible at all. I think people already have a particular belief system, and the existence of media, whether it's a WhatsApp forward or a news program or a news article, it just affirms that pre-existing belief, and in fact provides a vehicle for that belief to be amplified and circulated more. So it's not the classical, liberal understanding that people are well-intentioned, but the fake news comes and somehow deceives them, and then they forward it. I think we found that people have deep-rooted historical hostility to certain groups, which you can predict with a fair amount of consistency, depending on how you locate them in the social map. So you locate their gender, you locate the caste, you locate their income, and so on and so forth. It's quite straightforward to predict who are the groups that this person would target, or what kinds of disinformation would they be susceptible to.
I think that's very interesting, because it also takes us away from, and then brings it back to Stuart Hall, where he said, we are not passive consumers. We are still very active, even in these moments. Thank you, Ram. I think there are a few more questions. So yeah, one question, I think, by Leona. So we talked about, you pointed at research hardly being done in, telecom and internet, and especially policy and infrastructure, specifically disinformation and this, constant separation of online, offline, and then overemphasis on the content of disinformation itself. Leona wants to know, now, yes, all these have not been done, but what about in mass media research itself? If it is even, television and newspaper and radio, if she wants to do it, what do you think needs more research at the moment?
I would say regional media. There's too much emphasis on the NDTVs and Republic and whatever have you. But there needs to be more research on the regional languages. For example, similar issues, how are they being dealt with in different states and different languages? That's very important. And I think also the political economy of regional media and the distribution of local media. So a lot of the ISPs or MSOs, what we call multi-system operators, who represent a bunch of cable operators, they often are very interestingly connected to political parties. And there's very limited research done on who owns stakes in the local media, both the production and the distribution of local media. So that's, I think, hugely important. And the second thing is to understand who are the kinds of people who really are present in these mass media. So, for example, I don't know if you did, if you scoped out all 20 presenters of News 9 or TV9, what cast would they be? It would be interesting. Or if you just did a scan of a year of Deccan Herald op-edit pages, what is the profile of intellectual expertise that emerges from mass media? I think this kind of work should come out more.
Right. I think recently, when I say recently, I think a year or year and a half ago, Sudipta Mandal did this piece on the police coming in and shutting down a local Kannada channel, which was fascinating because of the intricate connections between business and politics. I think that's certainly a way to go. Moving on, the question goes, you mentioned the lack of enough research from South Asia. Is it actually because of the lack of adequate training and the way our education system functions that we are not getting enough research? What are your thoughts on that, Ram?
Hard to say. I don't think one can comment in a general way that there's a lack of training or so. I think a large part of it is the politics of academic knowledge production itself, where a lot of the even very good research from very well-trained and competent people often doesn't make it to research with a capital R. You know what I mean? So if you want to understand, I don't know, authoritarianism in a political science department, an excellent case study from India will simply not be considered, important or relevant. So that's one big issue. And I think another issue is the lack of, I would say, our tax money going into higher education. That's the big problem. If you look at UGC budgets, it's just getting, cut, and private universities are rising, public universities on the decline. Political appointments in public universities which stifle, independent critical thought. All these are reasons. I mean, training, I would say, there is originality, there is imagination, there is competence, there is capacity. All of that is there. I think it's all these macro institutional kind of things that I would certainly apportion more blame to those. Maybe there is a lacuna in training, but that's true at everyone, everywhere.
Right. Moving on, Professor Padmakumar asks, what are your comments on the dominance of research attempting to measure and assess people's media consumption, which has, I think, covered a lot of Indian research too?
Yeah, I think it's because there are certain players who are interested in funding that kind of research. And they put in a lot of resources. And that kind of research fuels further innovation in the media industries. So We get a sense of the data consumption patterns, and there's a growing, data consumption pattern. Then that's obviously good news to a whole bunch of people who might want to be interested in creating apps, or who are interested in, profiles of digital users, which then can be sold into third party. So the very kind of virtual nature of this commodity has spurred a huge interest in emerging markets. Precisely because the ability of this particular commodity to travel and travel and travel and reinvent itself continually without losing any of its substance, core value. So that particularly, I think, has been a big reason why we see a dominance of this kind of research, in my view, at least.
Right. Similar questions coming in. Let's take Atira's question here. I think we have addressed a lot about marginalized topics in research. Oh yeah, I think we can take this one before Atira's. Nishita asks, how can one solve the problem of categorization as mentioned in the talk? How do you move beyond it, and what to do?
At one part, it's an ethical practice of any social science research that before you begin to do research on something, you reflect on how you have created that thing that you're studying. It's not a given, right? In fact, you have to conceptually separate it from other interconnected things. So the critical self-reflexivity should be part of the ethical practice of any social science research, where you reflect and be transparent about how you constructed the object of your research and what are the assumptions that go into that. That's just default kind of standard research practice, and it's good to make it a part of your standard research practice, to begin with how you constructed it. And the second thing is to include a culture of interdisciplinary research in our institutions, which challenge the way we construct it sitting inside particular disciplines, right? So if there are like small labs where political science, economics, culture studies, media studies, whatever, can come together and attack a problem. So it should be problem oriented. So it should not begin with what is interesting in my discipline. It should be like a simple question. Why do, why do people forward fake news? Something like that. So then different people from their disciplines will categorize differently, which will be productive for each of the people involved in this interdisciplinary or post-disciplinary kind of approaches.
Interesting. Atira asks, and I think this is a pretty interesting question. Do you think the glorious side of media is spread amongst students more, especially students of media, and the shady part isn't given much attention, like this conversation, which talked about so many of what she terms as shady part? What do you think about that?
Given attention by whom?
I think in both academia and certainly within media also. And I think that's also a problem. We, especially in the subcontinent, we do not have a lot of people, especially media houses, doing self-reflection. So I think we can talk about both.
Yeah. I mean, in some sense, the educational kind of what is being taught in a department is a reflection also of this economic and political situation in that country. So in the UK, for example, where I was trained, you can sit and do a critical and theoretical reflection on the media, and students can come and study that because their families have money, or because, in my case, I got a scholarship or something. But if you want to run it as a full-scale, critical reflections and theory on media, the shady side of it, perhaps, the question is which kind of students can afford to come and study that, right? So it is a bit of a privilege to be able to do this systematically and at scale in much of the education sector. So that's why, a lot of the curriculum, media curriculum, has been very utilitarian. How to hold the camera, how to produce an ad or whatever, or a film, how to make it, because that equips you for the labor market. But I think if there can be even small beginnings, teaching it as part of the history or as part of practice, I think it will enrich, and it should be done more and more.
Okay, and last couple of questions from Mrudula asks, how do you suggest that we make the general public more aware to perceive media information on their own rather than being completely dependent on it? This might be a simple answer, but also, how do you also inform them about media research itself? Maybe the public communication of media research.
Yeah, one thing is to think very carefully about which kinds of audience, especially in countries like India, there is no unified we. There's always groups with competing interests. So think carefully about which groups should be listening to or reading your research, right? And then figure out what kind of platforms or media that they are accessing, and figure out ways in how to rewrite, do your research in a way to make it accessible to those groups. So you could make it a podcast, or you could write an article in a blog, or it could be writing in a mainstream newspaper or something like that. Yeah, or it could be just social media. You could do a thread on Twitter, whatever. Yeah.
You make use of social media, certainly. Finally, I think this is because a lot of master students are listening in and they're about to start their dissertation. What would be your advice to them?
I think one thing is that many of the master students that I've taught so far, one thing is that, it tends to be very ambitious, the projects. So I would say just see this as an opportunity to design a research project, frame a theoretical question, think about what would be appropriate methodological choices in relation to research questions. So it's like, building a puzzle. The substance of it is not that important. And you will get many opportunities in your life to do many research projects. What is really important is that you try and struggle with the architecture of doing social science research or, media research. So think very carefully about which kind of theoretical frameworks you're using, which methods you want to use, how you construct a research object, that kind of stuff. I think that's the kind of stuff that really sticks. And that's the kind of stuff that will be very important in case you decide to go ahead and do PhD research. An appreciation for this level of thinking. That would be my advice. And the second piece of advice is to not take it too seriously.
Okay, I think there have come a few more questions. If organizers, it's okay, I'll take one last question. This is by Nain, and he asks, do you feel that contemporary media researchers shy away from integrating media and public policy research?
Depends. Sometimes there are public policy researchers who have a degree in media or something, right? That's the thing, like media is such an interdisciplinary subject. A lot of people sitting in other disciplines, public policy, social policy, sociology, etc. They have an interest in media rather than media people having an interest in policy. So there's a whole, range of research coming out from other disciplines which have media in them. So that's one. There is definitely a less research by media scholars on public policy issues. And I think there's some potential to increase that work. So you can look at policy as discourse and see how the discursive kind of movement over time. One could also look at, other methodologies of like looking at policy, but I won't go into that. But yeah, there should be more.
All right, it's an hour and really fruitful conversation. Thank you so much, Ram. Thank you for shedding light on things. I think us, my faculty, friends and students will, along with you, I think you would also be looking at similar areas. We will go certainly into infrastructure, telecom, internet, and looking at even changing perspectives both theoretically and methodologically about disinformation. And most importantly, I think looking at media as a large ecosystem which is interconnected and not in isolation and small measurable metrics. Ram, thank you so much. This was really insightful. We hope to have you more often and push us towards new boundaries of research. And that's it. And I will conclude and I will call Nisarg again. Nisarg, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, both of you. And I think you gave us a lot to think about today. I mean, I'm sure we're going to spend our entire weekend thinking about where the telecom industry vanished. And amazing, great session, guys. Thank you so much. Now we move forward with our evening. At 5, we have a group discussion panel on PR, advertising, and corporate communication, moderated by Nidhi Lal ma'am. Please watch the promo for more information. Please don't forget to tune in at 5. Thank you so much.
There's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are
Hello and welcome everyone. I wish you all a very good evening today. Today evening's panel discussion is on persistence, intuition and empathy, PR advertising and corporate communication in COVID era. I request all our viewers to engage as the panel discussion proceeds. Please engage with us in the comment section. Now let me introduce the moderator for today evening. She has over 22 years of advertising and marketing experience and currently heads Publicis Business, a specialist B2B communication agency of the Publicis Group. Publicis is the third largest advertising conglomerate in the world. She has worked with some of the largest advertising and communication brands like Ogilvy, Group M, Radio City, and now works at Publicis. With all of this going on, she somehow manages to find time to educate students. Passionate about teaching, she currently teaches at Christ University, Manipal, and several other reputed institutes across the country. She truly reminds us of Hannah Montana, getting the best of both worlds. Please welcome Nidhi Lal.
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you for doing this, and thank you for having me as a moderator on this very interesting and very close to our hearts as part of the advertising fraternity, very, very close to our hearts as a topic. So I'm not going to spend too much time. I'm sorry, I'm the one who's responsible for starting this a little late. So I'm just going to straight jump into introducing the people on the panel, and I'm honestly feeling slightly midgety after reading their profiles. They sound very, very interesting as people. So let me begin by introducing Shreya Krishnan. She is the Senior Vice President, Marketing and Communications at Aon India Insurance Brokers. At a professional level, Shreya is the Senior Vice President, Marketing and Communication at Aon India Insurance Brokers, a CSR specialist, and a corporate grooming consultant. She's on the advisory boards of 4 organizations and 4 NGOs, and that's just one facet of who she is. This former corporate diva and Mrs. India Universe 2017 also dabbles in activism, dance, theater, poetry, blogging, sustainability, evangelism, modeling, and acting. She considers herself an earth warrior and is an event anchor and trainer. She's a champion of inclusion and diversity, and she recently co-authored a book titled Words Matter, The Language That Girls Need to Speak. The book is a compilation of 40 words that help the reader to choose their vocabulary in a way that allows them to redefine how human beings are treated. Now, if that doesn't make you feel like a midget, what does? Welcome, Shreya, to the panel. I'm sure we're going to have a fabulous discussion. Also joined on the panel is Vishal Kolpurat. I hope I got the name right. General Manager Marketing, the Shobha Group. Vishal comes with 15 plus years of experience in marketing spread across leading creative agencies and global consumer brands. Starting as an intern in also my agency with Ogilvy, he was instrumental in launching brands like Metro Cash and Carry, World Space Satellite Radio in India. Later in his career, Vishal joined Decathlon Sports when they were setting up shop in India. He was actively involved in building the brand from ground up, creating the brand's identity for the Indian market, setting up the e-commerce store, and successfully launching the first physical store in Bangalore. Vishal has spent a significant period of his career with HP, where he was instrumental in setting up the digital marketing framework for online stores across APAC. In his current stint, Vishal leads marketing at Shobha Limited, where he leads marketing initiatives and strategy for luxury residences portfolio. On a personal front, Vishal hails from Ernakulam, Kerala, but he's been living in Bangalore since his schooling days. He's an ardent follower of 2 of the world's largest greatest football clubs, Bangalore FC and Liverpool FC. Ad hoc backpacking trips accompanied by indie, rock, and EDM music is his break away from monotony. So welcome, Vishal, to this very interesting panel. Also joining us today is Krupanand Shivdasan, also called Krupa in the advertising world, is a senior creative director with DDB Mudra in Bangalore, an ad agency that has shaped many iconic brands in the country. In his 15 years with DDB Mudra, he has worked on numerous national and regional brands such as Peter England, Puma, ITC, Z, Diageo, Bharat Benz, TTK Prestige, Ocean 18, Centurion University, Planet Fashion, Infosys, and many more. He has also been successful at acquiring and delivering results on digital first brands. Krupa started his career with contract advertising and has an overall experience of over 17 years. While at contract, he has helped build brands like Louis Philippe, Himalaya Drug Company, Carbon Jewelry, Shell Petroleum, Mason and Summers Distillery, etc. His work has earned him awards and recognition at regional, national, and international forums. The accolades include the New York Festival Award, the Abbeys Award, Olive Crown Award, Big Bang, and many more. His work has also featured in international advertising journals. A fan of sports in general, he loves to play cricket, badminton, and football. He has even played professional cricket, represented a couple of clubs. Of late, film direction and scripting have been added to his newfound love list. Welcome, Krupa.
Thank you.
Really looking forward to chatting with you all in 5 minutes.
An honor to be here. Thank you.
Tomojit Bhattacharjee, Manager Corporate Communication at DMRC, Delhi Metro Rail Corporations, one of the organizations I really look up to. I think they have been a fabulous organization to just sort of follow. Tomojit Bhattacharjee, currently working as Senior Deputy General Manager in the Corporate Communication Department at DMRC, has over 15 years of experience in the field of media and communication. Having started his career as a journalist with the Press Trust of India, another organization that one should look up to, New Delhi, Mr. Bhattacharjee has also worked with the PR division of NTPC before joining DMRC, where he is now a part of the core media relations and strategy team. Mr. Bhattacharjee has done his doctorate in the sphere of new media and its potential as a public relations tool. In DMRC, he is primarily responsible for content generation, social media management, media relations, etc. He has also written a book titled New Media in Public Relations, The Evolving Scenario in India. One of his short stories, The Night Train from Guwahati, was recently published in the book Path Up the Hill, Enduring Short Stories, an anthology of short stories by different writers published by Quill Club Writers and Scholastic India. As a journalist with PTI, he specialized in writing feature stories and wrote on a range of subjects such as entertainment and issues related to the Northeast. Welcome, Tomojit.
Thank you. Thank you.
So that was the panel, and we are just straight going to plunge into how we are going to take this forward so that this will be what we would like to believe a session that everyone will and should enjoy. Please feel free to participate as we go along. And my job today is to ask very interesting questions, but more interesting than that will be the answers that will come up in the discussion that follows, right? So here we go, everyone. The topic that has been given to us, like I said, because we are living in it, the questions that emerge from it obviously are also something that we are currently, as the media and advertising fraternity, we are also living it, right? So since we are living in this pandemic world, things that we didn't think that would ever happen, what are some of the key challenges that you all have faced in your respective field during these trying times, right? Unprecedented is a word that we've never used since we started. Krupa, do you want to start with that?
Yeah. Before I say anything, thanks for hosting me here. It's an absolute honor to be talking to you all. Talking about what we were hit last 2020 and the challenges that we faced. I think the first challenge itself was this, me talking to a phone, me talking to a monitor, and I'm sure everyone's kind of dabbled with that in the beginning. After that, it was all about work. In advertising, what we have mostly experienced and what we have usually done is argue face to face, throw things at each other, loud music, there's banter, brainstorming that happens, a bit of gossiping, there's a bit of all those things that happen. And everything was in person, right? We never thought we could ever do business without all those things. But yeah, given the situation, we had to kind of do something about it. So yeah, while we actually like spoke to computer, they spoke to the phone, and also the other new thing that happened was being pally with our broadband cable operator as such. So yeah, after all those things were done in the first few days, we got back to business. That's the beauty of it, the meetings, shoots. We had not really done all of these things remotely, but we had to kind of figure a way around it. We had to do things remotely. There were a few instances before where we used to kind of interact with people, whether it is an international campaign or a client who is away, we could kind of connect over a call. But the situation was such that none of us as a team, we couldn't really like figure things, but slowly we figured how to kind of dabble with these challenges. We had no time, we had to adapt, and yes, we did. And we continue doing all of it that we usually were supposed to do or meant to do. Yeah.
Shreya, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think we kept talking about a VUCA world before the VUCA world really happened. VUCA, for those of you, it's volatile, complex, ambiguous, uncertain. So everybody kept talking about the VUCA world, and then suddenly the VUCA world was upon us. I agree with Krupa, actually. There was so much that was happening and going on at that time that the transition took a few days for us to get into. But I think the new normal, as everybody's calling it, or I would like to call it the new better, like a lot of people are referring to it. I think the greatest challenges also bring out the best kind of learnings. We were going through a company transition. We were Anvati before, we were switching to Aeon. So imagine doing a brand transition, complete brand transition, including signages and colors, sitting in a lockdown. So I think one of the biggest challenges was not having the physical space to sort of go through this. But having said that, the reality is we've managed to do all of it, albeit virtually. So one of those challenges that sort of struck us early on was the inability of the teams to actually coordinate in physical spaces and, sort of like Krupa said, bounce off ideas of each other and also have social interaction. So, it's obviously common for everybody, whether it's colleges and students in colleges or whether it's children who are unable to go to schools. I think the fatigue of screen time suddenly became the real thing. And for whatever reason, days have become 48 hours now, they're no more 24 hours. So there is that challenge of actually trying to manage people, their timelines, the mental health status of a lot of people that we were working with at that time, this situation that a lot of the not-for-profits were going, up against, because there was just such a dearth of resources and people and volunteering. So the entire thing shifted, and that shift, unfortunately, is still not stabilized. So I would say the challenges continue, and every day brings in a new set for you to sort of deal with in a different context and a different form. Business as usual was not happening. It's still not business as usual. Empathy became very, very important because you had to put things before business and before revenue. So I think that shift automatically and naturally happened for a lot of brands. So like I said, the challenges were many, but I think the learnings were also many. And I think we're still on that curve of learning, really.
Right. That was interesting, especially the piece that you brought out on the NGOs. They are always at a dearth of money and resources. For corporates, is probably a slightly easier shift to move into, accommodate digital quickly. And so Majid, at your end?
Well, on the organizational front, we are one organization which couldn't have transferred to the online mode. Finally, we had to run our trains on the tracks and we had to carry physical passengers to generate revenues. So that was a major challenge. On the public relations front, also there were multiple challenges because, as a city-based organization, our primary target audience are the people of Delhi NCR.
Right.
And over the last many years, we had figured out that our main media through which we could reach more people effectively was the print media, and not necessarily the television, because in television, for city-based news, you hardly get screen time for a minute or a few seconds. So while we were aware of the gradually declining impact of the print media, but it was a kind of, our communication strategy was a kind of a mix of the print and the digital. We were pretty active on social media as well. But with the pandemic coming, suddenly the print and side was kind of dead. That process happened very fast. And we used to organize a lot of these physical visits of the journalists to our locations, and there would be press releases. We used to engage very regularly with the journalists. All that went for a toss overnight, and we had to figure out ways as to how do we communicate and recalibrate our strategies based on the digital. Absolutely.
Right.
This apart, also DMRC was this dynamic public sector organization, seen as one of the most best performing public sector organizations in the country. We were finishing projects before schedule. We were having an impeccable operations record. Some foreign head of state was coming and our prime minister was taking him on a ride on the metro. So the last couple of decades were so eventful that the lockdown happened and we shut shop. And for the first 15 days, honestly, we didn't know what to do, how to connect with our people, how to, continue with the brand building process. We were kind of clueless.
Right.
And eventually, after 6 months, when the services began again, there the main challenge came, because our passengers were not ready to travel with the SOPs. There was a graded opening and a very detailed SOP was issued by the government. There were guidelines which needed to be followed. And in one of the meetings where all top people in the government, our top management was there, it came down to a point where we were told that the success of a public transport system, the resumption of a public transport system, depends on how well you communicate the SOPs to the people, because nobody would want the metro or the city bus system to become a super spreader of the virus.
Right.
So that was a massive challenge to actually drive home those messages as to what protocols people would have to follow.
Right. Very interesting, because now this is fairly dramatically different from the piece that Krupa and Shreya both brought out, and you are in a unique space of public transport, for instance, and public is really loath to come out. So very interesting. Vishal, what about you all at the real estate world?
Sure, Nidhi. So I think, the panelists have pretty much covered all the points. So, it's going to be really difficult for me to really make a strong point here. But yes, from a real estate perspective, what I can say is that, and this is not just from real estate, I think, in general, marketing itself, I think underwent a shift in 2020. Where suddenly, like, Tomajit said, all your traditional channels disappeared because, people stopped stepping out. So there were no more outdoor, there were no more print because newspapers were not being circulated. Radio died because, obviously, your traffic dropped. So I think everybody, including brand managers, had to sort of start reskilling to, adapt to digital. Because a lot of brands, I think, up until 2020, were still relying on traditional media to sort of reach out to consumers, and then to suddenly that entire thing disappear, channel disappear. I think a lot of brand managers had to sort of start reskilling to tackle digital as a new normal. Right. Starting 2020, a lot of mainline agencies, I know that they also started upskilling and reskilling their staff to sort of start doing digital projects, which were sort of new to them. So I think from that perspective, even in real estate, real estate works on a very micro market strategy, right? So we do not look at pan India reaching. We just probably reach out to that city that we're operating. And for us, the biggest channels were always going to be outdoor. The biggest channels were always going to be radio. It was always print. right? And then we basically, I think in about 2 to 3 months, we sort of completely shifted our strategies from that to sort of building an entire, performance marketing, digital marketing function within Shobha itself. And that sort of got us through the rest of 2020. So I think that was the other big challenge that both marketers and agencies faced, was basically reskilling and upskilling existing people from the old traditional channels to the new normal, which is digital.
Right. So interestingly, I think you pretty much answered my second question also, which was which was not only what were the challenges, but how did you all solve them? But for real estate, we've always seen these gigantic 40 by 40 outdoor and all of that. From that to a tiny phone screen, and therefore, if that is the way that we've addressed the challenge, is that, and given the fact that it's continuing, right? It's not like it had an end date and the pandemic is over, now life is going back to normal. So has that changed the outcome that you were expecting in a way?
Yeah, so what I can do is, Nidhi, I'll walk you through how we sort of made the shift at Shobha, right? So when the pandemic struck, even Shobha at that point of time was going through an organizational transformation. There was a new marketing team that was being put in place. So when the new sort of CMO came over, obviously he started taking Shobha forward from the middle of the pandemic. And from his direction, it was very clear that we had to sort of move to digital, we had to move to performance marketing, we had to move to social, to sort of keep that conversation going with customers, because like you just said, right, those hoardings were no longer available. Obviously the space is there, but nobody wants to advertise there anymore because people are not out. So what we did was, quickly over a period of about 3 to 4 months, we put together a very robust team of about 120 plus, which included designers, which included performance marketers, which included brand managers like me, and we also had a very strong pre-sales function. So the entire framework that was basically supposed to sustain our business through the pandemic was put in place in about 2 months, 2 to 3 months, and we completely moved budgets to online marketing. So performance marketing took about 80% to 85% of our budgets, and the rest was then spent on doing some activations or some offer driven communication. And to be honest, it really worked wonders for us, because if you look at our 2020 performance, it's by far been one of the best so far. So we have been able to sort of reach out to our consumers, even though they're sitting at home, obviously through quickly sort of upskilling, hiring new talent, understanding the space that needs to be sort of focused upon, and I think that's how we navigated this.
So the power that digital wields, you've actually seen it in action.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes,
we as traditional marketeers, most of us on this panel, we like to see large hoardings because it impacts the brand in a large way. But the targeting that digital can do, I guess none of the traditional can do. That was fabulous. So Tomajit, what about y'all from how you said that it was challenging for DMRC? What did you all do something specific to address these challenges?
Yes, absolutely. As I told earlier that our focus, a lot of our focus was on media relations and was on generating stories through print media, and of course the print media stories would also get into the online platforms. But we had to completely replan our social media positioning. Till the pandemic hit, our social media was primarily used for service updates or things like those, but now we started sharing a lot of our brand building things also. Like we had a custom, we still have it, of doing press releases on Sundays, because we believe that there is greater space available for the journalists to utilize. So now we started doing a lot of those project progress and issue topics which are of interest to readers. We started pitching those info directly through creatives on social media. We started making a lot of audio visuals, because we realized that audiovisuals are of great help. We have made so many short films and put them on the digital platforms, things which we hadn't done earlier. In fact, last December, driverless operations were started, and the whole event was inaugurated by the Prime Minister, and the entire thing was online. So we made films and we generated a lot of buzz on social media. We have also tried to present ourselves as a fun organization, because a lot of these Sarkari organizations come across as boring and as conventional. So we focus a great deal on doing memes and responding to people in a funny way, because that has also helped a lot in generating, a positive buzz, because the media also tends to pick those items. I'll just give you an example. There was when we were resuming our services after the second lockdown, there was a guy who asked us whether your trains are going to go to Noida, because I need to meet my girlfriend this weekend, So we replied with a meme of Amrish Puri telling Kajal, "Ja ji le apni zindagi," and this became viral and it was all over the place. So we have also tried to make our social media fun. So now a lot of our activities, we make a lot of graphics. We did a press release on a bridge we are making over the river Yamuna. We made a very interesting graphic of that, and that went viral.
Right.
So like others, I guess the focus has been on doing more digital stuff than earlier. So that has been the way forward. Yeah.
Very interesting. It will bring in young population also to your social media channels, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Shreya, what about you? These NGOs that you were working with, have they addressed these challenges, come out of it in some way?
Yeah, actually what happened is the pandemic opened up multiple collaboration points, right? So what hadn't happened before, which was different people working in different sectors were chasing those, areas only. But when the pandemic hit, it became do or die for everybody. And the minute people started posting saying, looking for this, I think what happened was not only with the NGOs, but also people who could help suddenly came together. Like I had my co-author who I wrote Words Matter with. She started with 100 meals a day for migrant workers. It went on into 14,000 meals a day across 3 cities in a gap of 2 weeks.
Right.
So the kind of collaborations that opened up, and she managed to get, then we hired like an entire marriage mandap for us to do the packaging of the groceries that were coming in. So from cooked food to groceries so what happened during this time is, I think everybody stood up and sort of said, okay, let's help. Let's collaborate. So the lines were really blurring. There was no, this is my territory, your territory. I think the humanity aspect, while of course we were struggling on so many other aspects. And what I really thought of not just the not-for-profits, but even the corporates kicked in, saying, let's try and see what we can do. How do we collaborate? How do we fund? So I love how ESG in the last 1.5 years has become such an important topic today. And how the focus is on environment, social, and governance, and how it hadn't happened before the pandemic. And if it weren't for the pandemic, it wouldn't have catapulted to the state that it is in.
Right.
So I think from a perspective and point of view of actually seeing, people get together to action change and to action the ability to actually on the ground realities changing and shifting. And the struggle was real. Nobody knew what was going on. There was so much fear. There was fear of loss of lives. The organization that one of the organizations I work with is a resort in Ibni called Coorg. People's parents were calling them. We were ready to house them and say, stay through the pandemic with us. But parents were calling them back home saying, we don't know if we'll see you or not again.
Right.
So that was the level of, there was a lack of awareness, there was fear.
Right.
Also what happened was organizations coming and sort of creating awareness. So, there were influencer communities that came together and said, we're only going to work on things relating to the pandemic and how we can help. So, from sari influencers to everybody, they all came up with innovative ideas and ways and means of actually outreach in programs. And the kind of coming together of these communities and the blurring of lines has been really endearing. And I think it's very encouraging to see that this happens.
Right.
And it happens on real time. So.
Right. Actually, I don't think there has been, at least in our living lives, an incident or a thing that has united the world.
Yes.
You know, there is nothing that has happened in the past. We haven't lived through 1918 Spanish flu or any such thing. In fact, I was chatting with my father the other day. He says and he's 80. And he says none of in his life also that has brought the world together.
True.
You know, which is why what you're saying about ESG and every other challenge that we're facing or overcoming, it has empathy that's resonating across the globe in a way, you know. Krupa? Is Krupa there? Okay, we'll come back to him. So another thing that, you know, sort of while we faced certain challenges and to a large extent we have overcome or are overcoming these challenges, really this situation seems never ending. You know, when we thought that the turn of the year come January, you know, COVID will go away, but this new normal is, you know, sort of become normal now, right? There is no new normal. It's almost like this is what life is going to be. So, you know, is there something that we are using strategically right now? Are you all using something which is, you know, sort of different from what you were doing in the early part of the pandemic? You know, when in March, April, all of this happened, we were, you know, there was a knee-jerk reaction almost because nobody had a history to anything, right? So is there something that you were doing in April, May, June, even July that has changed now, or is it, you know, continuation of that? Shreya, I'm coming back to you.
So we did something called return to work, right? You're right. Now this is the new normal. This is the new future, and the way the future is actually going to gravitate towards is a lot of focus on hygiene, is a lot of focus on, because this is not the last virus that's going to cause this large scale devastation. So one is of course consciousness and being aware and being aware of the kind of contribution that you're making, both as an individual and as part of a larger community or a conglomerate that you're functioning in, and in your multiple hats that you wear. Everything that every single person does can impact, and that impact can be positive or negative, and you can choose what impact that is and what direction that impact is taking. So one is of course consciousness and mindfulness of understanding and knowing where we are, what is the impact of the space we're in, and how can we in some form sort of push towards a future that's more cohesive, that's more inclusive, even in terms of healthcare.
Right.
So we did, I think in the beginning, there was a plethora of talks on wellness and health and, you know, to the point of fatigue.
Yes.
And immunity doesn't come overnight, right? It's something that you build on for months. So in terms of even communication changed. So I think what changed in the first 3 months, like you said, the knee-jerk reaction switched to a more, let's look at this longer term. Let's look at helping people through these times in a form and manner that's more sustainable, that's more collective and cohesive.
Right.
And let's drive for something that we can all sort of shuffle towards, which will help the larger community. So whether it's the hat at Aeon, which I wear, where we looked at marketing and where we looked at webinars and where we said, let's slowly go from how do we get people back into workspaces? How do we get mental health focus, you know, and that conversation into the room, because that became very important 3 months later, 1 year later, it's still, you know, imperative to understand mental health and what that means as organizations. So doing that, so all of these conversations came to the fore, and they've all been and continuing on that journey of understanding awareness and actually pushing people towards asking the right questions, really.
Sure. Right. Vishal, is there something that you all were doing differently?
Yeah, so Nidhi, I think one point that Shreya sort of touched upon was the fact that, you know, employee welfare now has come to the forefront, right? Now, obviously, companies are coming up with more employee-friendly ways to work. Not just that, but they're also putting health first for everybody right now. I know of so many organizations that are starting to call employees back to office spaces, but again, it's completely left up to the employees whether they want to come or not. And not just that, I know of organizations that have also provided employees with a lot of facilities for them to sort of work comfortably at home. So I think that seems to have come to the forefront, right? Employee welfare has come up, as one important talking point. The other thing from a work front, again, like for us, there was a lot of learning that we went through, in 2020, right? Because once we sort of switched to digital and we started exploring that space as an organization, we sort of realized that there's a lot that one can do from a brand's perspective, right? So we started experimenting with things like AR and VR, which is something that we wouldn't have even thought of, to do even for the next maybe couple of years. So that is a new space that we sort of operated in, and we just saw the sort of impact it had with our customers. It helped really sort of help build that funnel that we wanted. It gave that entire immersive experience. Now, customers didn't have to leave the comfort of their home to sort of come and see our projects, right? And that turned out to be a big success for most of the real estate brands, right? This whole AR VR space. So I think, that's what we've sort of adapted to, and that's what we've learned. I think, both from a work perspective and also from an organizational perspective.
Sure. Kripa, do you have? Yeah.
So, couple of things about advertising and how the challenges and how we overcame. I want to first go back to that bit. Okay. The thing is, when we initially started off, like I said, we were mostly in this space of meeting people, doing things together, all those.
Especially advertising, it's like such a
it was
team thing.
unimaginable to be sitting by yourself in silos and trying to do something. But yeah, we did. But how did we do it? Yes, when everything shut, I've been hearing Vishal, Shreya, everyone talking about digital, but I'll cover that point a little later. But the most important thing that as a community, as advertising professionals, what we realized is that little superpower that we all have. Okay, that superpower which we thought we never had, which is basically we could sit at our home in our own spaces and still manage business for our clients. And that was so beautiful. It is not easy. There was rigor. We had to put in a lot more effort. We had to expose ourselves to, our own families. Imagine we are having a meeting and I'm presenting a script, telling the client that, hey, there is a celebrity we want, and then whatever, and then my dad comes up and says something and says, Dad, I'm in between a presentation. So like, yeah, sorry. And then I'm going back to the client and saying, there's this dad and something else. Hey, sorry. I mean, these are all realities. But the good thing is we all were in it together and everyone understood. So therefore, it became a little easier. The superpower I'm talking about is not just about getting things done this way. We never thought a photo shoot, or even a video or anything like a film or anything could be done remotely.
Yes.
At DDB, we had our own studio, we had our own people, but everyone was scattered. In the early days of the pandemic itself, I did one film where sitting in Bangalore, I had people in Bombay doing their bit. I had few people sitting in Chennai and us in Bangalore. So 3 places coming together for one video to happen, and it was possible.
Yes.
And slowly over a period of time, it gave us so much confidence that for our clients' business, for us to keep things going, we could actually double up and think beyond our spaces. Yes, it is difficult. It won't be as good as what it can be or what it used to be, but we managed to keep things going, and that was very, very important. So yeah, the superpowers apart. After that, what we realized is how to keep our own team going. I mean, like I said, we were mostly like meeting everyone together. We were brainstorming. And because there are students listening here, I would now say a couple of things. One, when you're working remotely or even like studying remotely, have a rigor, have a kind of a timing for yourself where you actually follow certain things so that you go back to the same thing every day, and that becomes a practice. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. It is not about a lala time where we just kind of sit back and say that I will do things at my own pace. No, that is not how things will happen. You need to have certain rigor. You need to have a kind of a dedication to what you're doing. Only then you can make this thing possible. Coming to the newer ways of working, yes, with all those things that we have done, a beautiful thing that has emerged is a kind of a hybrid model, which where we know that, yeah, we don't have to necessarily come to office, but yeah, if we are away from office, we still know that work can happen. Earlier, I used to have this fear that, hey, if I take off, if I'm on a holiday, this cool campaign that I'm part of or I have thought of won't happen without me being there. But today, I know I can still be on a holiday and still manage work.
Yes.
Or I can still manage work and still think of going somewhere peacefully. That kind of a balance has happened. Now my dad doesn't walk in and say, hey, whatever. He understands, yeah, there's a meeting in place. He doesn't have to. Quietly, probably, chai comes up, I'll still peacefully like sip on it. And those are the things that everyone's kind of empathized, understood, and kind of lived through. Okay, so therefore, that has been a key takeout. One point I would like to make from what I said, Shreya and Vishal were actually like talking a little more about digital, and because students are here listening to this, this is a very, very valid and key thing which I thought you guys should know. When we speak about digital, yes, digital was a savior. It is a savior. When we had nowhere to go, we banked on digital. Our clients had to kind of bank on digital. But look at digital as an extension of what we have. I'm not saying the traditional ways are the only ways to do it. It is an extension. It is how you use that extra ammo, that new toy that you have, how you're going to use it in the mix. Not every business can use digital media right now to actually like succeed. One example that I would want to give is if you look at any of the e-com giants that we have, everyone banks on the traditional media, right? You would see them scream their hearts out in front of a newspaper. You see them run ads on TV. Why do they do it? It's because everything feeds into the other. It's about how, as a marketeer, how as a advertising professional, you look at the mix and say, what are the things that I'm going to do so that my product reaches the right kind of space, my services reach the right kind of people, and how we actually like work it out with media specialists to understand what will be the right mix with the budgets that we have in mind. Digital doesn't mean cheap films. Digital doesn't mean very, very, what to say, cost effective. No, everything is cost effective. It's about defining what the spends that you have and then working out a strategy around that.
Right, right. Tomajit, your perspective on this? Were you all doing something different?
Yes. While asking the question was that how the communication strategies have changed over the last 1 year or so when the pandemic started. You see, when we resumed services, there was a gap of 169 days when the metro was stopped, and then sometime in September 2020 we started again. The passengers didn't know how to travel in this new normal scenario, so we had to tell people that you have to queue up and you have to get thermal scanned, you have to sanitize your staff, and then there will be some restriction in traveling. You have to keep the alternate seat empty, and all those things were there. And we did a lot of audiovisual stuff. We organized walkthroughs, demonstrations, and all those things to make people understand. And multiple media was used, both mainstream and digital. But then we realized that in a month or two, gradually issues of people not following those rules and regulations came. So then now we had to start talking about how our flying squads were roaming around and how they were going to penalize you if you don't follow. the rules and regulations. And then came the issue of passenger fatigue. I mean, there is a general fatigue against, the rules that we impose. There is irritation, there is frustration. Yes. We get a lot of flack on social media for a lot of things that happen because people are now pretty much tired of following those rules. So now we are trying to soothe nerves, and our social media campaigns are trying to be more funny and more, a little bit more humor. But at the same time, we are also trying to hammer in the messages again and again that the COVID, like right now, we are running a campaign, #COVID isn't over yet, because we just to remind people that COVID is not over, and they need to continue to follow the rules and regulations, because at the end of the day, nobody wants the metro to stop services yet again. So it has been very dynamic, and things have been evolving gradually. So the communication strategies and the things that we have been trying, the messaging has been continuously changing, I would say, over the last 1.5 years. And another thing that I would like to say, as I said initially, we realized that suddenly mainstream media didn't seem as effective as it used to be, and we had to move to the digital front, and it did seem a little daunting to start with. But I must say it has been very empowering also as a communications team, because for a very long time, as other PR professionals and students who are keen to take up PR or corporate communications would know, that the success of your messaging finally depends on what the journalist takes from you, how well you pitch your idea to the journalist, how well you pitch your story to the journalist. But today, in this digital era, you yourself are the gatekeeper of the information. So the whole gatekeeping idea that the journalist is the gatekeeper of the information has now gone away. Today, I can release my own tweet, I can make my own films, I can give my own explanation. Say, even a couple of years back, there was a negative story somewhere, and we would write to the editor and send a strong rejoinder, and the editor wouldn't bother about it. Today, I'm going to just put out a statement on social media and say that this story on this publication is incorrect, and we don't agree with it, and some misreporting has happened, or misrepresentation of facts has happened.
Right.
So I think this is one new dimension that has come out. As communication professionals, as PR professionals, probably we are far more empowered and far more powerful today. We can do our own stuff. We can do our own communication today. We don't really depend entirely on the journalistic. With all due regards to the media, friends from the media, if they are here. That's a great thing. That's a great realization that has happened.
Right. Very interesting. That was an interesting way to move to the last question, and I'm already being told that we've got 5 minutes left. So quickly, 1 minute to each one of you. We don't want to leave this, on this semi-pandemic-y this thing. So therefore, what is your positive take on this? I'm hoping that this too shall pass, and we will get back to the old normal. Tomojit, since you talked about something positive, what is your sense of what's going to come in, sort of from a communication standpoint, marketing standpoint in the next few months?
As I just said, of course, everyone has said that digital is gradually taking over and all, but gradually we will again go back to a situation where there will be a mix of the two, there will be a marriage of the two. So the mainstream media as well as the digital media are both going to stay. I guess the better part is that now we know how to handle the two and how to mix the two. We know better than ever before.
Yes.
So say suddenly there is a disruption of this magnitude, we really know how to deal with it. Right. So if we have handled this pandemic and we have come out of it, I guess we are now good enough to deal with anything. So that's the positive part. Yeah.
Krupa, what's your perspective on this?
Yeah, I think we're on the same page, the way Tomojit just mentioned. And what I was trying to say earlier, when we were all stuck, digital stood out for us. We kind of leveraged most of what we stretched it, we stretched as much as possible so that we all can stay afloat. And now that we are out of it, and we will eventually be out of this entire pandemic thing, I'm sure. So once that happens, I think we'll be back to regular business, but with a focus on a lot of people before disregarded digital. Now they know how to use it. It is just about knowing this toy, this new ammo, and using it in the right way and in the right mix. So now that we are mostly like talking about digital specific out here, therefore there is a bit of stress on using digital and digital medium going forward. But again, I would like to reiterate, because there are students involved here, for you to know, don't look at it as digital is the only way forward. It is in the mix. You guys can choose a lot of different stuff, be it TV. You guys know Netflix better than me. You know the new age content that is being developed on those spaces, be it radio, be it anything else that you guys want to pursue. You should feel free. When you look at advertising and communication as a way forward for yourself, look at all of these things as a mix that you can actually pursue. Yeah, and I think from a brand perspective, I think the right usage of the digital space has been somewhere kind of figured in these last 1.5 years. And I think we are in a very exciting space, I would say.
Kripa is obviously a traditional media guy. The love for traditional is coming out very strongly, Kripa.
I wouldn't say it's the love for traditional, but it's about, I mean, again, I'm saying it's because the students are involved. Yes. I don't want them to just look at the way forward as only digital, because India as a nation, the penetration that digital has and how many brands can sustain only digital.
Yes.
Let me tell you one thing about myself. Now that you said traditional medium, 5 years back, DDB, being a mainline agency, we got onto this whole digital bandwagon. No, now we had 22 feet as our specific digital wing, but we as mainline agency started to invest in digital business itself. For example, me working on mainstream brands. Me and my team was the first one in DDB Bangalore to actually run a digital business successfully for 1.5 years, where the mainline agency was Leo Burnett in Bombay, but me being part of a mainstream agency was running their digital business. And that is something DDB, because we believed in change, and we kind of adapted to the changes early on. We could actually deliver a good result. And when the pandemic actually hit, we didn't actually had to do a lot of skilling up. Like Vishal mentioned, lot of skill up had to happen. We didn't have to, because it was already there in our DNA. We just went about doing business and helping brands.
Right, so, yeah. Right. Interesting. Vishal, quickly from you, you're on mute.
Sorry, yeah. So I think, somewhere we've already sort of entered, normalcy, at least from a marketing perspective, because I can say that because, the freebies that I used to get with my print ads have stopped coming now. So, that means print is back in action. I think all of August, if you followed a specific, publication, you would have seen that the first 3 pages are always ads.
Right.
So I think we've already entered that era of going back into leveraging traditional media the way we used to, and like Pramojit said, it's going to come down to how smartly we evaluate the mix that we're doing between digital and traditional. For some brands, like Shobha, for example, I think we can still sustain on digital for for the coming year. We'll have to see after that. But there are brands which I think Krupa is a very strong advocate of. That will never go beyond. I mean, that will not look at digital as a main forte, but will also do a lot of traditional. So I think we're already there, Nidhi. It's just a matter of time for all the brands come sort of jump back onto it.
Right. Shreya?
I think nothing is unidimensional. There is no one pillar that's going to hold up everything. It has to be cohesive. It has to be collective. Reputation works with brand works with PR works with goodwill works with corporate responsibility. So this entire collective needs to come together. It's no more looking at anything unidimensionally. You need to look and explore at the various things that the pandemic has taught us. Like I said, the learnings are so many.
Right.
Actually, somewhere I don't want to go back to business as before, because that's what brought us to where we are today. I want us to take the learnings from business as before, from the 2 years in the pandemic, and then move forward in a very conscious, sustainable manner, which is only going to make the world a lot more conscious and empathetic towards what the climate change impacts are, there's so much to business that we hadn't explored before that's coming to the fore now. And there is merit in changing, and there's merit in moving forwards towards the future by actually taking those learnings and implementing them. To me, social impact communications, I think, has undergone a sea change. And I see the way that's changing, because of what we've been through. And that's very heartening as well.
Right.
So to me, I think, future holds a lot of promise. There is so much that's opening up because of what has happened. And I just think that the exciting times are here to come and stay, and we will heal, and we will heal together.
Yes. On that positive note, quick thank you to all the panelists. I'm going to move to the questions. There are a fair number that have come in. I'll just open it out to who I think is the ideal person, and the rest of y'all can obviously contribute to this. So the first question, probably Tamojit, you can answer. It says, with the shift from offline to online, how did it affect the reach of the audience in terms of PR?
I think there was a significant difference, because obviously, if I talk about my organization, we are a city-based organization and we cater to a cross-section of the population. So a lot of people who would probably read a newspaper like Punjab Kesari or a Dainik Jagran might not be very active on Twitter and Instagram. So from the perspective of PR, when I talk about reaching my target audience, I guess there was a significant difference, and that's where the issue of going back to the traditional and creating some kind of a balance between the two comes in, because as Kripa said, there are still people who probably do not have access to digital, and therefore whatever communication strategies we make, we have to ensure that there is a mix of it. So once we've shifted to digital and we realized that people were not subscribing to newspapers the way they were used to, of course, there was a very big, there was a certain age bracket, I would say, the vernacular press reading population, they were not getting access to a lot of information like before.
So this is open to everyone really, but maybe Vishal, you can take a shot at it. It says, did the pandemic, and I suppose the entire discussion has been around this, did the pandemic compel PR practitioners, brand managers and advertisers to improve their operations in the online platforms?
Yeah, absolutely, Nidhi. I think that is something, like I told you, Shobha, as an organization went through, a massive shift in the way we operated through the pandemic.
Right.
And our biggest strength was to sort of put together this, robust team of performance marketers, designers, content writers, and also the pre-sales function to sort of help us build this framework that will, sustain our entire, marketing calendar. And we've been completely digital since, March 2020.
Right.
And I've already mentioned that we came out through, we came out doing a fabulous year. And we're looking at sustaining that momentum in 2021 as well. So yes, I fully agree that I mean, maybe at some level some brands were compelled because they had to keep the communication going, but for us also it was a matter of choice, so we decided to switch to digital.
Right. Thank you. Kripa, this is to you. It says, did some brands start withdrawing their advertising contracts due to losses in sales during the pandemic? How much did that impact the agency?
Oh yeah, it already gave me shivers hearing this, because those were realities. And yes, there were a lot of brands that pulled out, a lot of business that didn't do well. We're still in a seesaw kind of a situation with certain clients, but and yeah, like we stopped going out, right? We were all stuck at home. So how many of us went out and bought something new in fashion? We didn't. How many of us went out for parties? We didn't go. There was no place to go. So what happened to all those clothes that were in those showrooms, and what happens to all the brands that was out there? I mean, they all tanked, and those are the businesses that got affected first. And when business gets affected, what do they do? They just call the agency first and say that, hey, business not happening, and we need to do something about it. At that time, when a lot of clients said that, yeah, we might stop working, or we may not be like in business for some time, what we did mostly, and I think a lot of agencies also did, was to partner with them and sustain them as much as possible. Yes, we took a pay cut. We did struggle with our own salaries to whatever, but in the larger interest, we also partnered those clients. We said that, yeah, it's okay. Right now, the times are such. We will do whatever that's possible for you to keep things afloat, kind of remodel things, reshape things, and kind of, even if it is a sale ad that had to be like put out on digital, we did it free for them, even though we were mainline agency doing mainline stuff for them before. We doubled up as being a good support, a good partner who could do whatever that was possible so that they could kind of slowly come back. Few failed, few went flat, but a lot of people kind of stuck together. And right now I can say that everyone's kind of looking up, everyone's kind of staying positive that, yes, thank you guys. You guys at least like helped out. And I think a lot of newer bonds have been built between agencies and agency partners because of this pandemic. They have seen how one could actually help the other get past this whole phase. And yeah, that's how it has been.
Right. Shreya, perhaps you can take this. What is your best piece of advice for freshers who want to pursue a career in either advertising, PR, or Copcom, especially in the post-pandemic era?
I do remember that, we were discussing this in the pre-meet. PR, advertising, all of this seems very, very glamorous on the outside, right? Because you're thinking that it's very exciting work, it's aesthetics, it's interesting celebrity lineups. So there's this entire persona around it. Let me just bust that myth. That's perhaps 2% of what you actually get to do. There's a lot of hard work, grunge work, learning work, reading work. It's like doctors for marketing and communications and PR professionals. You need to be abreast. You need to be ahead of the curve. But I think fundamentally, it's only two things that anybody is looking for when they're hiring. It's the right kind of attitude to be able to grow and learn and move with the organization, absorb things that are part of the organization, and the attitude and the aptitude. I think beyond these two things, if you have the right attitude and you have the aptitude to go with the flow and understand and grow and be valuable and find spaces of leadership and own your space and own your voice and be yourself. Organizations today are becoming very, very inclusive. They're telling you to bring your full self to work. So I don't really have advice. All I have is to say is to be open to experiences and open to working. I teach as well, and so many students are saying we're burning out and we don't understand that it's tough times, but the ones that are resilient are the ones that will see the times change and grow. So stick through it, live through it, and then there's always thriving at the end of survival mode. Get past the survival mode to thriving mode.
True. Vishal, you mentioned something about taking on AR, VR, and all of that. So I'm posing this question to you. It says technology is an ever-changing phenomena. Did the pandemic act as some kind of a wake-up call that we always need to familiarize ourselves in both spaces, in the online as well as the offline space?
Absolutely, Nidhi. And again, I can give you, a case in point from, real estate itself, right? So traditionally, if you look at how a home is purchased or how a buyer goes about purchasing a home, is that he or she first, does a little bit of a research online, in terms of, okay, what are those properties that they want to pick up, and then they sort of narrow down maybe 2 or 3, and then they want to do a physical visit because they want to go there, see the place, see the location, see how the model apartment looks, and then sort of decide, okay, now I can take this forward. This is going to be my home. What happened in the pandemic was that completely stopped for us, and that for us is a very critical point in terms of sale conversion, because unless and until somebody experiences your home, no, they don't buy. So we had to figure out a way of making this experience still happen, even though people are not comfortable stepping out of their homes, and that's where we started leveraging AR and VR. So what we did was we had all our marketing offices, our marketing sites ready, where we had these model apartments. So we engaged a third-party agency to go there and create these 360 virtual tours of all of these properties. And what we started doing was we started pushing them out through our performance marketing campaign. We started pushing them out through our website, SEO, and all of that. So people who were interested in our property actually got to experience the property firsthand right from the comfort of their home. So they had to just sort of click onto a link. The link would launch this virtual tour, and it was as good as they were actually at the site and they were walking through the apartment. And what that helped was that helped accelerate sales conversations with our sales teams, because then the customer was already fully aware of what they were buying, and all the salesperson had to do was talk about the missing features that we couldn't sort of list down in the virtual tour. So absolutely, I think AR VR is something that opened new avenues for us in terms of how we do marketing, through digital. So definitely, I think it is something that we have to tap into.
I think it's the technology, understanding of technology, or interweaving that in a part of your marketing mix. I think huge wake up call to all us marketeers, really. No?
Absolutely,
You
yes.
can't leave it behind and move forward.
You cannot, yeah.
Okay.
I would like to add something here, just to add to what Vishal was saying, and it's actually a very good question. While we actually spoke about traditional medium and digital at a larger level, technology has a kind of added another edge to digital itself. So therefore, all of you guys who are actually looking at pursuing your interest, whether it's digital, whether it's advertising, PR, journalism, anything, have this eye for technology going forward, because with technology, a lot of other new things are going to kind of emerge, which is going to be possible tools for us to engage with, brands to engage with. So it's going to be very, very exciting. So who was asked this question about technology being in the mix? I think that's a very, very good question at this point in time.
Right. Another one I'm sending your way, Krupa, also an interesting question. It says, amid the pandemic, the global consumer sentiment towards brand communication, how skeptical were brands to the changes that we all were recommending, and how did you really convince them, while you as individuals were figuring out the new functionality, how did we also then convince the brands to move in this direction?
I mean, funny thing, what are these brands? These brands for me are people. So it's about convincing each other. I mean, we consume these brands, and brands are not something which is by itself, right? It is something that we buy for ourselves, we sell it for others. It's for somebody's consumption, whether it's service, whether it's a product, anything. So it was mostly about understanding what we are going through and how we can actually reach out and be available to people in this kind of a situation. It was about kind of stepping back a little and repackaging ourselves to the need, and then now that need may not be there anymore, because I think we are slightly getting out of it. But yes, when it hit us, we did have to kind of take that step back, repackage, and go back to people.
Right. I think we have time for just one question quickly. I don't know, Tomajit, do you want to answer this? Do you think the occurrence of a, hopefully not, but third wave will put print media back in jeopardy? You're on mute, Tomajit.
We have journalists sitting over here.
I think that's a very, obvious reaction. If God forbid the third wave hits us, the immediate reaction is to stop our maids from entering our houses and stop the Amazon guy from coming beyond the society gate, and of course stop subscribing the newspaper. So this is the first reaction we have. So many of us have not even resumed our subscriptions of newspapers. I know many people who are still not reading the newspapers. In fact, newspapers were going out of fashion even before the pandemic. I mean, in fact, I was talking to a few students in faraway Sikkim in 2019, and they very nonchalantly told me, "Sir, we don't read newspapers. We have nothing to do with them." So I was very surprised then. But I think now the pandemic has increased that population many folds. So God forbid the third wave comes, I think it is going to be very, very difficult for them.
Right. I must say I'm one of those people who didn't stop it for even a single day. I sit with my morning cup of tea and newspaper and a sanitizer, but I read my newspaper physical every single day. So I can't start my day without.
Thank you, Nidhi. I think I can still look forward to the Bel Puri in a newspaper.
Thanks to people like me. That's all we have time for, folks, today. Thank you so much. I think it was very good for me to hear all these interesting and fairly diverse views. I hope the students also had a good time. Yeah, a Saturday well spent, I think. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Nidhi, for walking us through that so nicely as well. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Nidhi.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much to all the panelists and especially our moderator for this evening. What a way to end today's discussion with Bel Puris. But it was a really cheerful discussion, especially considering our situation post-COVID. Nobody expected it to be so optimistic and cheerful. We took a lot of learnings, especially as students. And I think the biggest learning from today's discussion was that we must not think about how to go back to life before 2019, but how to move forward, And that was really insightful.
Right. I think there is a fair positivity in our hearts, to be honest, even as marketeers whose business was fairly impacted. So
we have no choice but to be optimistic about life.
True.
So just like how we look into the future, now we move forward with our day. We look forward at 6:30. We have a plenary talk with musician MD Pallavi on music amidst the midst of crisis. Please watch the promo for more information. Thank you so much, everyone. Please don't forget to join the stream at 6:30.
to one and all present here today. We are at the end of the day, and this is one of our last sessions. Music is an inexplicable human trait which serves no purpose except to make us feel human. How such an abstract idea holds the power to make us feel such strong emotions is a mystery. For the last session of the media meet, we will have a talk by MD Pallavi on music in the midst of crisis. To introduce our guest, I would like to call upon Dr. Ninad Samadar, our moderator for the session. Ninad Samadar is a teacher practitioner for the Department of Theatre Studies, Christ University. He graduated from Drama Center London and the Boris Shukin Theatre Institute, Moscow, with a master's degree in acting. He has since been the lead actor for Shruti Merchant's Taj Express, the Bollywood musical, and the India coordinator for Kelly Hunter MBE's Flute Theatre that deals with theatre for those with autism. Participants, please note to put your questions in the chat box. We will take it up with the speaker. Sir, over to you.
Thank you so much, Kezia. As flattered as I am with the doctor, and I think it has a ring to it, I haven't completed my PhD yet. Thank you so much. But with that, I am going to take this opportunity to introduce you all to Pallavi MD. She is an accomplished singer, actor, and filmmaker. She has further mastered the art of writing, editing, and sound designing. She completed her bachelor's in Hindustani classical at the Banaras University and trained under Pandit Ram Rao Nayak and Raj Bhav Sontake for Hindustani vocal, and Mysore Ananthaswamy and Raju Ananthaswamy for Sugama Sangeeta. Not only has she been performing Sugama Sangeeta on stage since 1995, but has received notable awards for her singing, acting, and writing ventures. Some of the awards are the State Best Playback Singer Award for a song in the film Dunya, the Aryabhatta Best Actress Award for the teleseries Garva, the Mahindra Excellence in Theatre Award for the Best Actress and Best Script for the solo play C Sharp, C Blunt. And her most recent feather has been the Ustad Bismillah Khan Yuva Puraskar 2018 in the field of Bhava Sangeeta. With that, ma'am, it is my honor and privilege to introduce you to the session today.
Thank you so much, Ninad. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. Thank you.
Ma'am, I'm going to jump right into it because when I was told that I would be, I was given this opportunity to interview you, there were obviously a ton of questions which I had prepared. But I think the biggest one right now, which I'd love to hear your opinion on, is, and I've reference to the recent football phenomena that has been happening with the transfer window kind of going absolutely berserk. And this entire concept of match fitness, you know, like for footballers, they need to have that match fitness in order to be in the top of their game. So for us performing artists, I would like to call it like performance fitness, or like the fitness level that we need to maintain for the live audience in the live space. And of course, that's been a very difficult process for us in the last year and a half. So my question to you would be, what is it that you have been doing in your time to embellish your skills and to keep that momentum going, that the next time that we are available in the live space, we still have that, you know, performance fitness?
Wow. Okay. Diving right into the center of the, problem issue. I mean, it's very difficult for an artist who is a performing artist to be able to keep up your form, you know, the performing form, not just the musical form, but your performance form without having a performance to practice it in.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can practice like sport, you can practice it in the net, but until you go out into the field, you really do not have an experience of what are the tensions, what are the, you know, impromptu, you know, adjustments that you have to make. I mean, the thing is that you do riyaz, you do your sadhana, you do your practice, all that is there. But a performance is just not that. It's also a lot of other things. And a performance only happens because there is the performer and the receiver and the audience. And that has like completely vanished from our lives for the last 1.5, 2 years. I don't know whether I'm performance fit or not. Until I do performance, I won't be able to tell you. I feel very fit. I feel very, I do my riyaz every day. I'm doing my, planning all my concerts and this and that. But until I do a concert, I don't know what it will feel like. It's really going to be like going back on stage for the first time again.
And I think that has its own energy altogether. Like this is something that I keep speaking to the students about, that the first show and the last show, you don't really need that much rehearsal because you're playing on the adrenaline. It's the shows in between for a season, that's when the craftsmanship comes out as an artist. And I think that's perfect segue for me to ask you, has there been any alternate activities where you've been engaging with groups of people that has kind of kept you sharp for the medium or for interaction, for bouncing off of feedback, as you mentioned?
See, I'm a singer, I'm a musician, but I also am a theater, actor, director, and many other things. So the thing is that I'm engaged with these different mediums, and I'm lucky that I get to interact with different kinds of artists from across different disciplines. So that is one thing. But I think for all of us, the last year when the pandemic actually hit us, and for artists and musicians, we had to kind of immediately, all our concerts were cancelled, all our performances were cancelled. And for artists, we have usually performances lined up at least 3 to 4 months in advance, right? So all that got cancelled, and a lot of us stayed at home. But I think what all of us saw from our windows, and whatever the windows are, it may be the internet or the television or the real window, literally, we saw some devastating, scenes out there. What the pandemic threw up into the air was not just the virus, but how incapable we are of caring for each other as a society. So, the migration, the migrant crisis, the migration of the migrants, the war, it was really something that it was shocking. It was really not something that anybody had expected or thought of. And the way and the proportions of it was really shocking. And unfortunately, in our country, human lives are valued very little. So, it was not as big a problem for the whole country to rise up and to say, this is something that, we need to attend to immediately. So that
was a huge reality check.
It was a reality check, and also it kind of just so openly lay bare our privileges and our everything that one person either is safe with or hides behind, and all that was kind of, it was transparent for everybody to see. So the lucky ones who have had privileges, who have had bank balances to fall back on, did that, but the ones who did not, really have been suffering for the last 2 years. And continue to do so until, the problem is that the economy has dropped and everything has gone for a toss. So the first field that will be affected is culture. So if the society and the economy is not in good shape, then culture takes the first hit. So a lot of musicians who do not have a fat bank balance to sit on will continue to suffer for a very long time until everything gets back into how it was, at least. Better.
Absolutely. And I think when you spoke about privilege, it reminded me of the classes that we've been having. And like there's this stark disparity in terms of who can actually afford to access these classes or these workshops, just in terms of where they are geographically, or if they can get the internet packs. I mean, like for us, we don't think about that twice. But
No.
when we do jump into these classes, we are acquainted with exactly the varied dynamics that we're dealing with. And I also know that there's a lot of students listening in, and I'd like to ask you, did you take to teaching at all during the pandemic, during the past year? Just in terms, because I know it would be an absolute, like if I knew you were doing a class, I would jump into it immediately. I mean, I'm no singer, but I would love to be acquainted with your riyaz and how you practice and your advice on technicality. But did you venture into teaching at all?
I did. I did start teaching in the last 1 year. And I had kind of, many people would come up to me, after concerts and say, do you teach? And I would like to learn from you. And over the years, many years, I've said, I don't know if I have the time to teach. And teaching is a commitment that once you say, yes, I will teach you, then you really have to have a kind of a lifelong engagement with that student. So I didn't know if I was ready for that. And I started teaching in the last 1 year for a plethora of reasons. One was, of course, I mean, I didn't have work. I was sitting at home and, I had to work. So that was one thing, just for the pure reason of it being, that it was employment. But I think the other and the more satisfying reason was it was an engagement with people through music. Which is what I'm always craving for as artists. I mean, if I'm a musician, I want to engage with artists, I engage with audiences, or at least engage with people through music. And classes allow me to do that, to have a continuous engagement with my students about music and art and many other things. So I am teaching, and I'm really thankful that I was able to start doing that during this pandemic. And like you said, at least I have the Wi-Fi and the bandwidth to do that.
Exactly. Yeah, I know. And I think what you mentioned earlier as well with regard to the migration crisis and, the plight of the migrants that we witnessed. It did, it's sad to say, but that it did inspire a lot of work, especially online plays, like, Zoom plays and of the sort. But I think my question to you would be, did you find a play or a way of speaking about it or talking about it to the larger public, just with regard to the migration crisis?
Yes, the migrant crisis, I mean, when that happened, a lot of my friends and colleagues stepped out into the streets and, were a part of the relief operations and the food drive that happened, because a lot of the migrants just did not have food. And they were people who were earning. They were earning every day. They were daily wage laborers, right? So, and then, I mean, 10, 15 days into the food drive, and you still found people who have not eaten for 12 days, not had a single meal for 20 days. I mean, this kept happening over a month. So a lot of my friends went out and did relief work. I did whatever I could from my house because I have a small baby and old people at home. But First Post was doing a kind of a theater, online theater festival. And it was called the Zoom online theater festival. First Post did a Zoom theater festival, and they asked me to, give them something. And I found this play that Abhishek Majumdar, a very close friend and a colleague and a collaborator, he also was one of the friends who had stepped out and, went and did this food drive and relief work. And he was so affected by it that he came back, and after that he wrote a play. And it's called Salt. And it is a play about a mother and her 2 children, and they are migrant workers. And it is basically about this this small family of 3 women, and where the mother is feeding the children and she's giving them balls of salt,
Yeah.
and saying, pretending that it's food.
Yeah.
And the play is about hunger. It is about dignity, the loss of dignity, the need to hold on to your dignity, and the struggles while
Yeah.
struggling with hunger. And this play I found, and I thought it was the right. I also was like struggling to think what should I do, what play should I do. Everything seemed like so irrelevant at that moment.
Futile. Yeah.
Yeah. So this was a play that I really kind of it struck a chord, and then I did this, and I did it alone. I did it on a Zoom. Like I recorded myself on Zoom calls as 3 different characters, and I think there is a clip here.
Sure. I would request the tech team, if you have the clip, to please share it now.
Yeah, salt.
ಅದ್ರಾಗ ಇರಾಕ ಮಂದಿ ಬಂದ್ರು. ಅಲ್ಲೊಬ್ಬಾತ ಸತ್ತಿದ್ದ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಮ್ಮೊಮ್ಮೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ಲಾಸ್ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಮುಂದೆ ವಿಚಾರ ಬರ್ತೈತಿ, ಆಗ ನಾ ಏನಾದರೂ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಅವನನ್ನ ಬಚಾವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಿತ್ತೇನೋ ಅಂತ. ಅವ ಬೀಳೋ 4 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ದಾಗ ಓಡ್ ಹೋಗಿ ಒಂದು ಹಾಸಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ನೀರಿನ ಟಂಕಿನಾಗ ತಂದು ಇಟ್ಟು ಅವನನ್ನ ಬಚಾವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಿತ್ತೇನೋ ಅಂತ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಐತಿ. ಈ ಊರ ಕಟ್ಟೇವಿ ನಾವು. ನಾವು ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ವಿ, ಕೂಡೇ ಬಂದಿದ್ವಿ. ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹಿಂದೆ ಕೂತು ಒಂದ ಹಾಸಿಗೆ 3 ತಾಟ ತಗೊಂಡು.
Thank you. I mean, that's just a very tiny segment which I saw, but that kind of shakes you to the core, and I can only imagine how the rehearsal process might have been. So I think that would be my next question, like just in terms of research that one does. Did you actually visit? I know Abhishek Majumdar did a lot of relief work, so did you. But just in terms of preparation for the play, were you all in contact with specific migrants or people who could give you inspiration for the story, just in terms of how you portrayed the character?
Well, like I said, Abhishek went out and he was doing a lot of relief work, and he met these people every day. He wrote it in English, and it was translated to Kannada by Maitri Karnoor. And I couldn't step out. But the thing is that I had done a project before this, a film that I made. I had extensively interviewed a lot of migrant workers and laborers, construction laborers, for that project, and I had a lot of material that I could dig into and kind of source a little bit of their lives and realities. But otherwise, it was the script that mainly led all the acting and the creatives in it.
Yeah, and you mentioned theater, and it's something that we've been speaking about quite a bit as well in the department, that the work that we're doing now, we are taking a lot of classical plays and then we're trying to adapt it to the current context, which I think is incredible as a process, but now demands for new writing as well. Because I mean, if you look around, there's so much happening that it just demands for new writing in the now that can be performed, so that there's a sense of relevance. But I think you've oscillated between both. A classical play that has been adapted to the current circumstances and something that has been written in the now and performed in the now. So I'd ask you to shed light on the classical play. I mean, the adaptation of the classical play, which was taken forth this year.
Yes. So what happened was, soon after the first lockdown, Abhishek, got in touch, and he said there is this idea that he had which was that he wanted to see if he could explore the play Othello,
Yeah.
and just look at the character Desdemona and look at just that one scene where she's killed, and to look at why she was killed the way she was, and what is her presence in the play and her voice in the play. And he wanted, I mean, he had this idea of, Bindu Malini and me. Bindu Malini is another fantastic music composer and singer who I have collaborated with before for a piece called Threshold. So we both had, have had this wonderful collaboration that we have done. So he said, why don't we do something with this text? And we were also looking at a very compact, rehearsal room, because it was like the second wave would have come any time, and it was that kind of fear that was there. Yeah, these are the pictures of Desdemona that we finally did perform.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
yeah.
That's incredible lighting as well. Just side comment.
Yeah. The lighting is by Niranjan.
Yeah.
And so what we did was, it is the Desdemona, we call it the Desdemona Rupakam.
Yeah.
So it is looking at Desdemona and the death of Desdemona, and trying to understand why, did she die the way she did? Why did she not have a louder voice, or a more powerful refusal to whatever Othello was kind of throwing at her?
Yeah.
And we also parallelly we look at stories and texts from India and the women in it, how they are represented, and do they also go through similar,
Arcs.
kind of arts that Simona did. So we have a lot of forms of Indian music. We have classical Hindustani, Carnatic, we have the Yakshagana, we have Yellamanata, we have what else do we have? We have Hari Katha. So what we do is, it is designed as a operatic piece. So there's a lot of music, and it's the story. I mean, the story is told through music. We are narrators, and we get in and out of characters.
Yeah.
So what happened was, I mean, like now, so this is interesting. The thing is that we decided we'll do this, and we were a very small compact team of 4 or 5 people. So it was Abhishek, Bindu, me, Veena Appaya, our production manager, and Nikhil Nagraj, the sound designer, who's another really good artist. It was just the 5 of us in a rehearsal room, and we rehearsed every day for a month. And on the 5th of October, we were supposed to shoot it, and so that it could be shown on the Rangashankara online festival, thing. And on the 1st of October, I got tested positive for COVID.
Yeah.
Immediately, we had to stop everything, and everybody got tested. Unfortunately, I had given it to Bindu as well. So the two of us, of course, we stopped the play. It didn't happen then. The two of us were very, very ill. I mean, it was a very serious infection. And for 1.5 months, we both had pneumonia, and we had to really take it easy. And so we kind of dismantled the play. It was just stopped. And then again, we came back in March, gathered again, started rehearsing again. And April, we did our shows in Rangashankara, 4 shows of Desdemona Rupakam.
Oh, amazing! And you mentioned a couple of it took a route down the musical route, from what I could make out. And were you involved with the composing of the music as well?
Yes, it's Bindu and me and Nikhil Nagraj. The 3 of us kind of have done the musical score for this piece.
Oh, amazing! And it's just because I know a lot of students from the music department, the theater department, who did get diagnosed with the virus as well, and had a terrible time recovering into, like what we were talking about earlier in terms of performance fitness. And I think they would love it if they heard from you just in terms of things that you did between October and March to bring yourself, back into the live space, like, exercises that you did. And I mean, something as simple as breath exercises or voice exercise, or anything that you did specifically that helped you quite a bit. I think this would be like a pro tip coming their way from you for sure.
Yeah, I mean, see, the thing is, I was in the hospital. I had some pneumonia, which was quite, bad, which means the lungs took a very bad hit.
Yeah.
And but even when I was in the hospital, my doctor said, if you can, sing. He said.
Okay.
I couldn't, of course, I
Yeah.
couldn't even say a sentence without stopping for, taking a breath.
Yeah.
But he said, if you can, try and sing, because what happens is, because of pneumonia and because of the virus, your lungs are continuously being, constricted, and you're not able to open it up. You're not able to expand your lungs.
Yeah.
So what singing does, apparently it is some kind of an exercise that it kind of pushes the lungs and pushes it to take more air in.
Yeah.
So first of all, that was great. I mean, keep singing is a good advice for anybody.
Yeah.
But it took me at least a month and a half to be able to sing even one line without taking a breath in between.
Yeah.
It took a long time. So my only advice is, don't feel, shattered about it. Keep singing, keep going. Don't strain your voice in any way, but don't stop singing.
Yeah.
Keep pushing, gently pushing the boundary. Keep gently pushing the boundary, and it will get better. And the thing is that the virus has to go and the body has to heal. All that has to happen.
Yeah.
Singers and musicians who are, training and need some technical advice, I would say that my upper registers completely went for a toss. I couldn't sing my usual pitch and shruti at all.
Yeah.
But then it slowly came back, and I think now my lungs are completely back to how they were. But it will take time. It will take a long time. So doing a lot of breathing exercises and singing itself is like a very good exercise.
Yeah.
That'll be
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
I think that's amazing. And I had my little ulterior motive to that as well, that, Pallavi MD has said you must keep singing no matter what. Like even when she was in the hospital, she tried singing. So you have literally no excuse.
Yes.
I think we've jumped into a couple of negative things that have come out. Of course, it's pandemic and VR, but I think I choose my words very carefully. That there was one positive from the whole thing, that the geography kind of reduced. Collaborators from around the world were more keen to explore certain collaboration spaces where we would have received a lot of resistance or hesitation, or financial burden in terms of, now we have to bring this artist all the way from Canada or the US here, just in terms of all of these things were something that we didn't need to consider anymore, because suddenly the fact that you and I are chatting from Bangalore and Calcutta right now for an audience all around the world, this in itself would have been something that could not have been or would not have been organized prior to the pandemic. So that would be my next question. In terms of collaborations, national and international, did you find yourself receiving quite a few invitations in terms of spaces where you can come shed light on your expertise?
Yes, I mean, the thing is, like you said, the one thing that kind of was a positive in this whole, kind of dark time was that people were willing to do, to experiment with, long distance collaborations.
Yeah.
Now, this was there. The possibility of this was always there. The internet was always there. It was not like this was not possible. But earlier we would always say I don't know, we should meet once, only then we can together. But now we can't meet. Even my neighbor, I can't go and meet.
Yeah.
So we have to do something. We have to be able to reach out online, and we have to, collaborate online. So many things, interesting things happened. I have been able to, start collaborating with some very fascinating artists. We have started a process of collaboration, a dialogue, an online dialogue, and an online, what would I say, a Dropbox project.
Yeah.
That is what you would call it, right?
Yeah.
So many of these have happened. There was this wonderful event that I was a part of. It was a theater, marathon, 24-hour marathon that the Siegel Center did. And here Tanvi Shah and Abhishek Malmdar kind of put it together. It was for the Howl Around, series.
All around India,
Yeah. And artists and theater artists from across the world came together and participated in this, and it was really heartwarming to see. Yeah, this is the. I look quite tired in this because it was 12 in the night, I think.
Yeah.
It was a 24-hour marathon,
Yeah.
and everybody shared, their experiences about how they have dealt with the time, of this pandemic.
Yeah.
And what is kind of really heartwarming is that theater people across the world are the same.
Yeah.
They really respond to the immediate needs of the society and the immediate realities of the world around them. And the work that they create is also in response to that.
Yeah.
So it was really heartwarming to see so many, around 100 artists from across the world saying similar things, but different experiences, of course, but like emotionally it was very, very similar. So that was wonderful. And I think for the ones who could afford to, there were so many online workshops, online courses that opened up. That was great. And I really, I'm happy that I was able to make some connections. Like there is this artist that I regularly collaborate with in Germany, Andi Otto. So we have now a project that we are, coming up with. I'm collaborating with some fantastic musicians across India, and very soon I hope that that music I will be able to put across.
Yeah.
This is a very promising thing, and I'm very happy about it.
Yeah, and I think for me at least, as an observer for a Howl Around India, I did have a lot of students tune in for the program. I know Tanvi, and when she sent it, I was so happy to see the list. I mean, for those of you who haven't, please check it out on Instagram. There's a whole list of artists. I would say follow all of them, find out what they're up to. I mean, we have just one today, and we're having a great session. But I think what caught my eye as well is the discoveries that each space has made, just in terms of how to connect and how it applied to India. I mean, the diversity of languages that we have in our country kind of automatically creates this boundary between states for exchange of art and culture to an extent. And it's only those who are keen or enthusiastic venture outside of that boundary, right? And I think that was kind of reduced, in my opinion. I mean, I would love to hear your insight on that in the course of the pandemic, certain things, like you mentioned, the Howl Around India, and then in the world of theater, we had the whole Theater Adda, which was happening, where theater artists from all across the country kind of joined forces on this Zoom call, where we spoke about issues that are happening, solutions that we found. I mean, do you think that there have been more listeners, for instance, for your work, or you have tuned in or found more artists in the last year and a half?
Okay. Honestly, I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, we are talking about a very small pool of artists who have these privileges and who can, do things online. Online just doesn't mean a Wi-Fi connection. It also means you're sitting in a room where nobody is disturbing you. You are, you have a room, first of all, you have a roof on your head. You have a room. You're sitting somewhere where, there's nobody else who's disturbing you. You have money to spend, to be able to spend this kind of time on this and not go out and try to earn your living. It's a lot of things, and it's a very small pool of artists in that sense.
Yeah.
Because hundreds of folk artists and puppet theater makers and in the smaller cities and the villages, I mean, theater and music is everywhere, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, that was just, I think that is at the moment, I have no idea. I mean, we've been a part of many drives of relief work and raising funds and fundraisers and all that, but I really have no idea about what is the actual reality that these people are in, and how are they managing, and what are they doing. So it is, I did not find new audiences. I think the audiences that would have come to Ranga Shankara or any other space that I would have performed in, they were tuning in. And maybe, of course, I shouldn't be so negative. Of course, there were many interesting, exchanges and, dialogues that happened. But I think we should not be in the illusion that this is a new world that we have discovered. It's a very small part of the pool of artists that, have been able to do this.
Yeah. And I think last time we spoke, we were talking about this as well in terms of a newspaper article deeming all art forms non-essential.
Yes.
So just your thoughts on that particular phrasing, like in the time of the pandemic, where art is where we go to seek any kind of relief, relaxation, or distraction. I mean, more than anything else, just like you said, like everyone was working around the clock for everything. And we go there directly for any kind of relief, and being termed as non-essential, it takes a hit. I mean, even if not openly, if you don't show it, I mean, deep down, we did feel the sting of that comment. Just your thoughts on that?
I worked on this play, Boy with a Suitcase, with, it was a collaboration between India and Germany. And when I went there, I mean, in Germany, the theaters are just
fantastic,
unbelievable. In every small village, every small town, you have like a fully functioning theater. So one of the things I learned about their past was that apparently after the war, when Germany was completely devastated, they had to rebuild the country. Apparently, the people of the citizens said, we want to, put a lot of our tax money into art. We would like to, see that, art is at the forefront of this kind of rebuilding of our culture and country. Well, I don't know if we have similar, kind of any parallels can be drawn. But the thing is that I do not agree that art is a non-essential. I mean, in this pandemic, except for doctors and our, street workers and, delivery boys, and every other job is a non-essential job. At the moment, if you look at it like that, but then every other job is not a non-essential job. Everything is essential, I guess. So I didn't know, I didn't realize, I mean, I couldn't make out in what way were they kind of, categorizing essential and non-essential. What was it for? Was it for the government to see where they would put their money and the kind of funding that had to be put into the pandemic, this thing? Or was it just like some kind of a clickbait article? And it did seem like that, like it became such a viral sensation. But if you see in the last 2 years, people are sitting at home. What are they doing? They're watching TV, they're reading books, they're listening to music, they're watching YouTube, they're listening to Spotify. It's only the artists that are giving them any kind of a,
relief.
Any kind of a relief.
And I think I'm going to use the word that you said, the clickbait articles, and now, I mean, I would do Media Meet disservice if I didn't speak about social media and the influence that social media, especially Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, have had on artists, just in terms of them having to now, I would like, the best word possible, reprove themselves, just in terms of, are they still artists in this medium? how was your experience jumping into Instagram? Or did you see was there an initial hesitation, or you were like, oh no, it's just another medium? Like, just the way is different.
Look, oh my God, this is such but we should have another session for this.
Yeah, I
It is
saved the best to the last.
huge issue,
Yeah.
huge topic. See, now the thing is that I'm not, I don't think I'm very old, but I'm
No.
old enough to have come from a time, I've been singing from a time where we recorded on ADAT machines. We did not even have computers. We
Yeah.
recorded on ADAT machines. We recorded, and the recording was, the master tape was a cassette.
Yeah.
And the cassette was replicated, and cassettes were sold, and people bought these cassettes, and they had tape recorders. Then we had Walkmans, and then we had then we had the CD. Then we had the MP3.
Yeah.
Then things started getting murky and like weird,
and now just a click away.
and now it's very, very confusing for a musician, especially a musician, if you want to produce music. And if you're a performer, I mean, that's a different thing. Like, you perform and you have your audiences.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to produce music, what do you produce it on?
Yeah.
So now, earlier what was happening was, a musician could just be a musician.
Yeah.
You would have a manager who would, manage your either your shows, your image also, and everything else. And you would have maybe an agent and a manager and a team who would be working, and you could just concentrate on being yourself as an artist.
Yeah.
Now what has happened with social media kind of becoming a part of your private life, yet professional, yet personal, it's a very, very difficult kind of a nebulous terrain.
Yeah.
Artists have to become their own managers, their own, agents. They have to be their own videographers, their own photographers, their own, engineers, everything. And it's not because of the pandemic. It is a different reality that we are in right now, and the pandemic has just accelerated it. So it's crazy. I mean, if today as an artist, I'm the only place the world is offering me is that if you want your music to be heard, you have to put it on Instagram Reels.
Yeah.
I'm really devastated. I mean, there has to be some other
an alternative.
Alternative, and we have to look for alternatives.
Yeah.
I think 2017 or 18 maybe, in Europe was the year when vinyl records were the highest sold records.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So people wanted to then go back to, touching their music, to have a record and to have a very limited space for that music. It's not like you can have 500 songs in one, MP3 or whatever, a disc or whatever. It is a record that can only have maybe 40 minutes of music.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you actually hold it and you put it, and there's a physical act of playing the music.
Yeah.
So that kind of shot up. So we're really looking at how is music being consumed, and how is music being produced and presented? How are artists presenting themselves? Do artists also need to kind of, change their own shape and persona to fit into this tiny little Instagram, Facebook, I don't know what all, YouTube, whatever it is that is demanding certain kinds of changes from the artists. So it's a very difficult and interesting also, but also a kind of a confusing time for artists, I think, especially for artists like me. I think young musicians who are born into this social media,
the digital natives.
Their sense of self is very different from our sense of self. For them, to talk to somebody at home, like if they talk to their mother, it's the same for them as talking to an Instagram audience.
Yeah.
Which is not the same for somebody like me. So it's an interesting time. So I'm really trying to see what is it, and how to be able to still produce
combat
music.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and definitely, like for instance, I think when you mention artists like you, correct me if I'm wrong, but long form artists, someone who has, it goes beyond 30 seconds or
Please
1
don't
minute.
don't even get started about that. It's
Yeah,
Kudiyattam
yeah,
is a form that you watch all night.
yeah, yeah,
Yakshagana, you sit and watch, or it's a 9-hour performance.
yeah,
I mean, just one dialogue will take 2 hours.
yeah,
One character has to present his argument. It will take
yeah,
an hour. Then the
yeah,
other character presents his argument. That takes an hour.
yeah,
How do we not, a Hindustani concert will
yeah,
take at least 2 hours for a raga to be elaborated in the right way.
sure,
Now,
yeah, yeah,
these mediums, I mean, we need to, I'm asking all the, media students here, please find other ways, please find long form, platforms.
appreciating, yeah,
Yes,
platforms,
do
yeah,
something where, the art does not become,
diluted,
even not even diluted, it is chopped and, packaged into, tiny sausage kind of chunks, which you can then consume.
yeah,
Please,
yeah,
can we do something about that? Like it's heartbreaking the way everything is being like
yeah.
reduced to a very, very small size.
I know, and the mode of engagement then becomes so different because I think the Instagram algorithm promotes this short form engagement.
Yes.
I mean, Reels has become like, I mean, posts don't get enough views. Forget long form engagement there. Reels have become like the new era, just in terms of how you put the work out. And
Yes, because apparently Instagram Reels is now the thing to do because Instagram is also competing with TikTok. So
yeah,
now artists have to compete with TikTok video makers, and it's a very confusing age for. And it's.
yeah,
I think it's also. It also reflects like how the society wants to,
progress.
engage with art.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, surely. I think this would be perfect for me to kind of inform everyone who's listening that you can start articulating your questions and putting it on the comment section. I'm more than happy to ask a few to ma'am, if that's okay. And with that, sorry, I just yeah. We were talking about short form and long form engagement, and I think a new platform that you had hinted towards the last time that we spoke, I think that would be good advice in terms of what we can talk to the audience about as well.
You mean
the name,
Patreon?
yes,
Patreon.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that was I mean, the Patreon is one of the few platforms, I think. I don't know if there are many others like that. There must be, where you have as an artist, you will have a subscriber database.
yeah,
They pay a subscription to you. It's almost like you pay a newspaper subscription and, every month you pay something. So
yeah,
it's like that. And you have a subscription database. And for that subscription, database, you create art and,
yeah.
every month you put out something. But
Oh,
it's a
wow.
very different reality because then you have to then, it's like running a
Take
channel.
on that burden, yeah.
It's like running a channel. But I mean, everything has its own plus and minus points.
Of course, yeah, and I think the longer we get into it, the more we're equipped to adapt to
Yeah.
everything that's happening and to the audience. I mean, I request the audience to not be disillusioned by this short form attention. I mean, wait, this is a mentor of mine had said that this entire pandemic time you can compare that metaphor to that of a Coke bottle. That you keep, like, now what's happening to all of the artists in India is that the cap is still on and it's being shaken constantly.
Yes.
So just wait when the offline spaces open, and it's just going to be an explosion of work that has been in the making, work in progress, and of course works that released online, and now that will be adapted to the offline space. Thank you so much, ma'am. I had so much fun asking you all of these questions. Unfortunately, now I have to ask the questions that have come in.
Thank you for the wonderful questions and the wonderful conversation, Nirad.
Absolutely, it was my pleasure. So I'm going to jump into the questions now. So we have Aparna R, who's asked, the pandemic saw some artists performing in Twitter Spaces. Do you think the industry could have come together to produce something similar in a wide level to benefit both the artists and the audience?
Yeah. So the thing is that, I didn't see the Twitter Spaces at all. I mean, I didn't even open a Twitter Space, whatever it is, platform. But the thing is that, music, if we are talking about music, it's a tricky thing. First of all, the platform has to have the bandwidth to be able to, to be able to deliver good sound. And the second thing is, musicians could not meet and sit together in one room. Like, you can't have a whole band together in one room during the pandemic. So it had to be just one solo person. And if it was, and in music, you can't do like a Zoom call concert. Like, I can't have five artists in 5 different places playing together. There's a problem of latency, which is like a delayed, delayed sound. So we can't play together online, and we couldn't meet together to play together. So there are many different problems, I think, with this, and that is why like nothing really big could happen. There have been some attempts from some very interesting musicians where they figured how to cut the latency, and they did some concerts online. Like I think Ustad Zakir Hussain, and here in India, Purbayun Chatterjee, and one of my friends, Aditya from Chennai. They all kind of did something where they all were in different countries and they played together. But that's just like one of the experiments. It can't become the norm. So that is the problem with music. It has to be live. At least musicians have to be live together.
I mean, I have follow-up questions, but I'm going to go for the questions which are here first. So Leander asks, with the pandemic, a lot of bathroom singers actually took singing seriously. People posted a lot of songs via social media. Do you think social media is a good platform for singers like these? Does social media appreciation actually count, or is it misleading for upcoming singers? The struggle of artists is something not a lot of people understand. What are your views on that? That's a loaded question for sure.
Now, you in the same breath, you can't say bathroom singers and struggle of artists. I mean, there are 2 different categories, right? What social media has done is it allows a bathroom singer also to post his or her rendition of a song. While you can also have like a Rashid Khan posting the rendition of the same song. It does not, I mean, there's a kind of a equality in the way that, everyone is presented on social media. And it's also weird. It's very difficult to understand what gets more likes. The one person, maybe the person who has sung it really badly, will be the most viewed video, as opposed to the actual, maybe the actual singer who has sung it, sitting in his house.
And that is the case, like I will not deny, but
So this is a tricky, social media platforms are a tricky space. Although it's very democratic and, allows for everybody to be able to have a voice and an opinion. It means that you will have those many voices and opinions and those many renditions and those many videos, and so it really kind of boils down to the viewer, to an audience member, like, how do you want to engage with art? Like, what kind of music do you want to listen to? How do you want to spend your time? Because most of us are spending time looking at our feeds, Facebook feed, Instagram feed, and we spend hours and hours doing that. And half our life is gone in watching rubbish. So it really boils down to, how do you want to engage with art? And also artists, it's difficult for artists because it's not an easy space to maneuver.
I mean, I'm just going to take like a quick minute from the questions. And this is something that we were speaking about in one of the classes, that, now this entire pursuit for that little blue tick has become so competitive. I mean, honestly, I raised this point that little faded tag that you have under your name which says you're an artist or a singer or a teacher or whoever you are, like, the tags that you need to go for. I mean, they should technically have a process behind it rather than you switching between all of them as much, because then you're identifying as a particular performer or, for instance, a dancer. I mean, that I think it doesn't answer the question, but makes it slightly more categorized that, you are someone who's doing this out of passion. You are someone who's doing this professionally, and you are just doing this for fun or for mockery altogether. I mean, all permissions to you to do it however you choose, and you have that freedom, but accept that, whatever it is. But yeah, thank you, ma'am. The next question is from a professor at the Department of Media Studies. Professor Joel asks, ma'am, people around the globe started making music together in the virtual space despite the pandemic. Why do you think we turn to collective music making in times of crisis? How has it helped us heal?
I think what all of us were craving and still are craving is for some kind of a community, some kind of a gathering of human, spirits and human beings. And be it, it could be music, it could be theater, it could be dance. I mean, the number of dance videos that you see online.
Oh my God.
Just shows how people they might be good, bad, ugly, whatever it is. They just want to reach out.
Yeah.
And that is fundamental, right? For all of us. Like, we just want to be able to reach out and connect. We want to be able to talk to somebody. One more person who can listen to me and talk back to me. Music, it allows for that to happen very smoothly. You can very quickly with music go to a very personal space and feel warm and, held by each other. So I think that's the reason why people want to sing together. Why do you think people want to sing together? It's a feeling of togetherness that they get. And in this pandemic, that was very much needed.
Absolutely. And he further adds that, I'm just going to paraphrase, that classical music, it has certain discipline in place even in the performance space, just in terms of how the set is placed or where the musicians are placed, the distance between the audience and the performers. And there is logic behind all of this. How easy or difficult was it for you to translate that ethos? As you mentioned, it's a very visceral environment, the performance of classical music. How were you able to translate that into the online medium?
I haven't been able to translate it into the online medium. Not just classical music. I sing Kannada poetry and poetry in different languages. It's very difficult to do it online. Collaborations, yes. I'm able to do it because it's a staggered process. Like, I send something and they send something, and then we talk and we discuss. We have Skype calls, we have Zoom calls, we have this, that. We continuously are recording and re-recording and working on it. That's a different process. To do a concert online, well, I can just sit in my room and sing and then put it up online, and then the people who watch it can watch. But that's not an online live viewing
adaptation.
I don't think I have been able to figure out how to successfully take what was offline and put it online. It has to be a different altered form altogether to be able to do it online.
Sure. Thank you. I think the next question is here as well. We saw a rise in fame for a lot of home singers during the pandemic, but the people of the music industry who are not singers suffered a lot. What could have been done to help them? Jahanvi asked this question.
Thank you, Janvi. I think, the thing is, what she says is a lot of home singers rise in fame. Now, rise in fame is again, like I said, things going viral it's a very subjective thing. Like, we have no idea why something goes viral. And that does not mean that that person is a good singer or a bad singer. It just means that clip, for some reason, has caught everybody's attention. But like she says, many home singers have risen in fame, means people who have not sung have sung online and people have noticed them. So that is
Yeah.
one thing. But people who actually are singers and performers online, I mean, not online, in real life,
Yeah.
they were, I mean, I don't think they are putting out classical concerts, or not even if it's not classical, whatever concerts, I don't think they're putting out concerts like that, because
Yeah.
it's weird not to do it in front of an audience.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why you didn't see that many singers and musicians continuously put out,
Yeah.
music.
Yeah.
Of course, there have been, but not. I mean, everybody didn't do that. There were some people who were doing it, but what could have been done to help them? Financial assistance, I think, very much was needed, and like a lot of musicians have been and have suffered a lot
Yeah.
during this time.
For sure. Yeah. And I think that I'm going to take a moment to ask you a question that's also kind of bothered me for a while, especially someone who's young and who's in the theater industry now. Theater, dance, music, it's not been regarded as one of the tier one professions, if I may, especially in India. Like, I mean, in some developed countries, we've seen how, especially the performing arts, contributes so much to their GDP, their treasury, whatever it may be. But there is still, like, a disregard for the performing arts here. Do you think that because social media is so accessible, and now because of the pandemic, we've seen so many of these dancers, singers rise, and does this change? Do you think this contributes to the change in mindset of maybe the parents who are promoting or who are actually making these decisions at the end of the day, whether the students can pursue this professionally? Because even now, I mean, I'm still having to, I love teaching, but I'm still having to teach in order to sustain a career in theater. And I think a lot of theater artists, a lot of musicians, a lot of dancers are doing the same thing, that they are dancer practitioners, teacher practitioners who can support themselves, their lifestyle, even the most basic lifestyle, but you have to jump between two professions almost. Do you think this social media helps in raising that awareness among the elderly generation or the generation just above us making the decisions?
Social media does not put food on your plate.
Doesn't.
It does not.
Yeah.
Even in India, I mean, even if you're like, if you have 1 million views on YouTube,
yeah,
you'll get what, some 10,000 rupees or 15.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's very, very less.
Yeah.
Social media presence does not put food on your plate. Social media presence will give you popularity, and if you can use that popularity and channel it in another way to then get your other work and blah blah blah, then maybe you can have a career out of it. But social media is not going to help you, sustain yourself.
Yeah.
So, and there's nobody who is actually, there's nobody is like, I don't know. Social media is an open space, so nobody's going to guide you there. Nobody's helping you there. It's just a space. It's like a marketplace. You stand there, you scream, you don't scream, you sing, whatever you do. It's a marketplace.
Yeah.
It's an open space. Everybody's looking at something, and maybe they'll look at you.
Yeah. Definitely, it's definitely a market space. It is perfect analogy for it.
But if there has to be a basic change in the lifestyle, in the way that artists, if there needs to be more security in terms of finance and financial security or any kind of security, it has to come with policy. It has to come with the community getting together and creating certain possibilities for each other.
I say that carefully, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it has to come from a place of power, and that space has to be made for art.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it can't.
No, I think that does give me a lot of insight in terms of what the process is ahead of us, especially the younger generation who can maybe initiate this change in the right direction and seek the support of those who are established in the respective professions as well, and see significant change maybe in the next half a decade or something. But okay, next question for you. Ma'am, as a teacher, what were the setbacks you faced while teaching your students music online? because as a student, it was difficult for me to continue music class over Zoom calls. Samita asked this question.
Samita, my God, I can't tell you what are the challenges of teaching music online. But I mean, over the months, I think we have been able to find a kind of rhythm, my students and I. But it's very difficult because teaching music online, it's music has to do with timing, rhythm, silence, and sound, and all of this sometimes gets altered because of bandwidth, because of Wi-Fi connectivity issues, because many things, technical issues, and these technical issues are more than often present in classes. So as a teacher, I mean, I have to be very, very sensitive to what the student is singing and how is the student perceiving what I'm teaching. And it's not easy. I mean, teaching online is more stressful than teaching in person. And hats off to everybody who's been doing that. I mean, I really feel so, I'm moved by teachers who are continuously teaching online and, engaging with students, and like even small children, like they have to sit in front of a screen and teachers have to engage with them and teach them. It's not easy at all. It's difficult, but then, I mean, what's the other solution? There is no solution. We have to do this until we are able to meet again and sit with each other and be able to, exchange knowledge. Until then, this is definitely something that can be a placeholder.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's such a hands-on profession anyway. I think that adds to this confusion which is there, jumping between the online and the offline medium. Samita has added that, do you feel that the younger generation, on an average, has lost the ability to appreciate classical music?
I don't think so. I think the younger generation is very much cued in to classical music, and they are also, I mean, they're also exposed to so much, no? This is a generation which is exposed to a lot more than, all the other previous generations. They have access to the greatest music across the world at the tip of their, fingers, and they can always look at parallels, like, and learn and be able to take inspiration from anything and everything in the world. Having said that, this long form, what we discussed about having the patience to sit and having the focus and concentration to be able to just listen to one thing or watch one thing for maybe 2 hours, 3 hours, like Kudiyatam, 9-10 hours. Is it possible for young people to do that? I can't answer for them. They have to test it out themselves. It needs to be possible, because I also noticed, and I've heard and read, that apparently a lot of people, since this screen has become such a big part of our lives, are unable to read books. Because books demand you be engaged with, focus on just reading, and nothing is moving on the book. There are no images that are moving. Your eye has to get used to just continuously reading. It's also, physical motor function that you have to get back into. It's absolutely necessary to engage with long form. But I don't know if the youngsters, I don't know whom am I calling youngsters, but young people, I think definitely they are very interested in classical music, but long form is something that needs to be focused on.
Absolutely, yeah, and completely echo that. Just because of time, we will only be able to take one more question. But I would ask our tech team to please put ma'am's link to the Instagram profile on the comment section on YouTube. So all of the participants who send in a lot of questions, please ask ma'am. I'm sure she'd be more than happy to jump into that. But with that, the last question for you for the evening.
I will answer the questions on Instagram Reel.
Oh, I think that's, I mean, now you're going to get more questions. You've dug your own grave now, ma'am. But with that, I think I was just going to say, like, like this entire conversation on Reels and social media that we had towards the end of the conversation, it's opened up Pandora's box of questions directed specifically to Instagram and classical music on Instagram and so on and so forth. But with that, the last question would be, this is from Karthik. It reads, the pandemic also brought up many talents virtually. Social media boomed over many creatives. How do you see the new cultural change in the artist's world?
I think we've spoken about this a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe we go to another question, which has
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is from Nisarg, which reads, how does a musician monetize and save money in a time when there are no live gigs happening?
I'm so sorry, Nisarg. Everybody is struggling to find an answer to this question.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really sad because performing artists have not been able to perform. There are no gigs, and online gigs are not. It's not a reality. There are just very far in between.
Yeah.
And there are many issues, like technical issues with making that happen continuously. Maybe once in a while that can be possible. But I don't know, Nisarg. I mean, a lot of people have taken to teaching. A lot of people have started doing other kinds of work, and maybe, trying to see if there is any other skill that they can, monetize on. I really have no answer for this. This is a very, very sad reality. Yeah, really.
I think we're all challenged by that, and with I think some like a project like you did, a Howl Around India, you get exposure to artists who are edging closer to a solution, and I think it just it beckons for a process in which a lot of artists now need to come together and try and address this issue, because the reality of it is this isn't going to be the last pandemic that hits us. We need to learn from this moving forward, that how does the industry sustain? And it's one of my favorite quotes from Steinbeck, that he says, theater is an industry which has been dying for 4,000 years. And it's true. We need to make that.
I saw a Clubhouse discussion just 3 days ago saying, has theater died?
Absolutely not. But with that, ma'am, thank you so much. This has been thoroughly engaging to me. I've loved the answer to every single one of the questions, mine and the audience's. And I hope I have the opportunity to chat with you again. I think the students are going to really enjoy having you in one of the sessions, and I will try my best to align our time and bring you in. But thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, from the Department of Media and Performing Arts, Theatre Studies and Music. With that, I'm going to hand the session back to Kezia.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for this extremely wonderful and extremely entertaining talk. We will definitely remember to sing if we ever find ourselves in the hospital. It was lovely to hear your experience as a singer and to know how the performing art has changed since the beginning of the pandemic. And thank you, Ninad sir, for moderating this event. We had a great time seeing you engage with Pallavi, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ninad, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. With that, we have now come to the closing ceremony of the media meet. I would now like to call upon Dr. Father Biju Casey, the director of the Bannerghatta Road campus, to address the audience. Father Biju Casey is the founder of the Media Meet and the course coordinator of the postgraduate program of the media course in our university. And Father is the backbone of the Media Meet. I would now like to request Dr. Father Biju Casey to address all of us.
Greetings to everyone gathered here for Media Meet 2021, the crowning glory of Christ University's Department of Media Studies. We are energized and enthused to join hands with Florida State University College of Communication and Information of the United States for the second consecutive year to host this international conference online. Can you believe that Media Meet has successfully completed 12 years from the year it was founded? The baby steps were taken in 2010, to be exact. And here I stand along with the team as the flag bearer of the 12th edition of Media Meet 2021, with pride and humility, similar to a parent who would indulge in the happiness of a child's accomplishments. Media Meet is not an event that is confined to promoting the academic values of the department, but it's a community of its own. It's a culmination of the best contributors consisting of faculty, postgraduate, and graduate students collaborating with illustrious professionals of the media industry. Media plays a powerful role in evaluating, reimagining, and edifying social norms. The themes which were chosen for these conferences across decades have strongly favored and promoted social values we need to aspire for, and at the same time taken closer note of evolving trends in the domain. It is noteworthy to mention that the themes chosen for every media meet have played a major role in determining the curriculum of the courses in the following years. For instance, in the Media Meet 2018, the theme chosen was Big Data, which emerged as a key topic and eventually got added to the curriculum in the following year. Media Meet has consistently encompassed emerging media trends and addressed the needs of our time. There are a lot of moments I cherish as I travel down the memory lane. My interactions with eminent media personalities and celebrities remain afresh. We have had the pleasure of inviting media stalwarts like P. Sainath, Mr. Rajamouli, Mr. Gautam Vasudev Menon, Rajiv Sardesai, and so on. But the most unforgettable interaction was with Mr. S.P. Balasubramaniam, the renowned vocalist who graced the first ever media meet in 2010, which was held in collaboration with AVM Studio Chennai. A great musician and a human being, he always exuded an aura of warmth and humility. Although initially he hesitated to get on stage, he landed up rendering 3 beautiful songs for the audience. There were many others who have enlivened the event with their skillful oration and dynamic presence. We have pulled in media connoisseurs as resource persons who have shared their cherished experiences and vast knowledge, adding to our treasure box of wisdom. Over the years, every single experience is a configuration of learning and setting the benchmark higher for the following year's event. The success of every media meet is the result of meticulous planning, organizing, marketing, designing, and executing all the team members. The consequence of exceptional teamwork and solidarity is the success we cherish over the years. Success does not limit only to the above, but extends to the collaborations we have established with various universities in India and abroad, the speakers who have participated, the scholarly paper presentations in the conferences, research ideas which sprouted after every workshop, and so on and so forth. Media Meet conferences are generally initiated by the postgraduate students of the Department of Media Studies. Nevertheless, they have a strong backup of the undergraduate who follow their lead. This year's conference has a major contributions of the Media Meet faculty conveners, Dr. Kannan and Dr. Ajay Kumar, who have dedicated their time and effort to showcase this 3-day conference. My special appreciation extends to all the PG and UG students of the Department of Media Studies for extending the horizons of Media Meet successfully this year. I also congratulate all the faculty coordinators of the Department of Media Studies from the Central Campus and Benargata Road Campus for your continuing support. The different teams responsible for planning, communication, poster design, video making, hospitality, emceeing, and so on need a special appreciation for their promptness. The motto of conducting these conferences is to promote media as a sensitive tool, which needs to be streamlined with a responsibility for maximum positive outcomes. It is mandatory to guide the younger generation on the pros and cons of media and how to use media wisely and sensibly. I end my address with the hope that this event has fulfilled the criteria and has paved the way for next year's Media Meet 2022, scheduled for August 27 to 29. I thank each and everyone for patiently listening to my address. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Biju. I would like to take this moment to say that it would have been impossible to have Media Meet without Father's vision, which he has put so much hard work to conceptualize this into a reality. I now invite our registrar, Dr. Anil Pinto, to address our viewers. Dr.
Anil sir.
Anil sir, I suppose we're having an unexpected error. I think Anil sir has left the meeting due to some error. I would like to move on and invite Kezia to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Nisar. I would now like to call Dr. Stephen McDowell from our academic collaborator, Florida State University, to address us.
Thank you very much. And good morning from Tallahassee, Florida. Good evening in India now. Welcome from the College of Communication and Information at Florida State University in Tallahassee, Florida. I serve as a professor of communication and also am interim dean of our college this year while we search for a new dean after 12 years with our Dean Larry Dennis. I'm also glad to serve as our assistant provost for international initiatives for our university, where I try to help coordinate international efforts across the university. First of all, let me say congratulations on a very interesting and important and very successful conference once again with Media Meet 2021, Media Crisis challenges, and choices. I've been able to catch a little bit of the opening ceremonies and some the morning sessions due to the time difference, not all the program. But I've been very impressed with both the content, the quality of the speakers, and also the production and the presentation. And this is just the second year that I've been able to take part in Media Meet. But the range of speakers, the thoughtfulness of discussions, and the insights have been really impressive. And so I congratulate you on the successful 12th year. We're very privileged to serve as an academic collaborator at the College of Communication and Information at Florida State University. And last year, we worked with your colleagues to collaborate on our South Asian Media and Cultural Studies Conference, which was held in February of 2021, and included some faculty members and students, as well as some of the people that are in your network of media analysts and media performers. Really enhance the quality of our conference as well. We're now planning for our 8th annual conference in the South Asia Media and Cultural Studies at Florida State University, which will be held in early 2022. And we'll be glad to share our call for papers and try to recruit your participation in that conference once again. We're also been talking with your colleagues, your faculty colleagues, and administrative leaders at Christ University Department of Media Studies to try and figure out ways that we can collaborate more in exchanging ideas, perhaps exchanging visitors. And we're looking forward to that, which again will help us, I think, build upon our media studies overall, as well as our South Asian media studies. So once again, thank you very much for allowing us to be part of this as academic collaborators, and congratulations once again on a very successful conference in your 12th year. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. McDowell. I would now like to call on our faculty conveners to give out a vote of thanks to everyone. Please welcome Dr. Ajay Kumar and Dr. Kannan.
Yes, sir. Before we proceed, our registrar is here, Dr. Anil Pinto, if you could come in.
Okay. Yeah. I'm so sorry. Dr. Anil Pinto has joined us now. So please welcome our registrar, Dr. Anil Pinto, to address the crowd.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure how good is my video quality is, or I'll be snapped before I close my session, because I think one of the biggest crises, at least for countries like India, is in the media crisis, is not accessing media because of the internet issues. Electricity was always an issue, but we have one more now, which is the internet connection. Thank you for having me for the Media Meet for this voluntary program. It's my very pleasant privilege to congratulate the Department of Media Studies, especially the director of the, especially Father Biju, Dr. Father Biju Casey, head of the department, Dr. Mr. Padma Kumar, and the coordinators, Ajay, conveners, Dr. Ajay and Dr. Kannan, and all the team that has worked hard to make this possible for everyone. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor and the university, I also thank Florida State University, Dr. McDowell, and UNESCO Media and Information Literacy for All initiative for collaborating for this event. University's primary job is to be a platform for sharing of knowledge, building knowledge through sharing, bringing different perspectives together so that we have a better tomorrow. I think it's been a long day, so I will keep it to this. Wishing everyone and hoping that each one of you who have participated will have a different understanding of media and will be out there to make a difference to the world from whatever little, at least one point you have picked, one understanding you've picked from this particular event on media crises. Wish you all the best, and all the best for the next year's conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anil Pinto. Before we move on to our faculty conveners, I would like to thank Dr. McDowell again for the enthusiasm that he showed by attending both the event, both the sessions today and yesterday, despite the time difference between here and Florida. Thank you so much, Dr. McDowell. You're an inspiration to all of us right now. Now we move on to our faculty conveners for a vote of thanks. Please welcome Dr. Kanan and Dr. Ajay.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good evening, one and all present here. I welcome all who have joined us for this event and all the participants who have extended their support to us. I thank all of you for having made this event a grand success through a challenging time like this. The event would have not been a success if not for our participants, and we thank each and every one of them.
Hello,
Media Meet has been, good evening, everyone. Media Meet has been an event which has been strengthened our department with the participation and goodwill of each and everyone present here today. I extend my heartfelt thanks to my colleagues on this occasion. I fondly remember my late friend and colleague, Dr. Anil Kumar, who had always been a strong support to the department in the past media meets. It's a support and encouragement for this kind and has made a media meet a unique conference, especially the last 2 years when we have gone digital. On behalf of organizing committee and the Department of Media Studies, I formally thank Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Father Abraham VM, our Registrar, Dr. Anil Joseph Pinto, Dr. Joby Thomas, the Chief Finance Officer, Christ Deemed to be University, and our beloved Dean, Dr. John Joseph Kennedy, School of Arts and Humanities. And our heartfelt thanks to the founder of Media Meet, the backbone for the success of this grand event, Dr. Father Biju Casey. He offers his support, constant support in many ways to ensure the smooth functioning of the event. And the next person who always encourages others, an environmental enthusiast, and he extends support in all the possible ways, is none other than Professor Batma Kumar, also known as PK Sir. He always finds a possible solution when we face tough situations. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind support. This vote of thanks session would not be completed without thanking the people who really worked hard in various teams, in various situations, in tough situations particularly. Now I request my co-convener, Dr. Ajay Kumar, to continue sharing the gratitude to our teammates. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes,
sir.
Thank you, Kanan sir. We started with 4 pre-conference workshops. These included 2 outreach workshops where we reached out to more than 500 participants in the form of parents of students in higher education and school teachers. Between the 34 hours since we went live at 9:30 a.m. yesterday and right now, we have hosted 28 resource persons with diverse, rich experiences in the various media industries and academia. This was made possible by around 100 volunteers from 13 different classes of media studies who worked in 13 different teams that were headed by 30 of their friends. All this happening under the supervision of 22 faculties of the Department of Media Studies. This was made possible with the support of everyone that Dr. Kanan mentioned. Additionally, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Jyoti Kumar, Team Bannerghatta Road Campus. Being a representative of the BGR campus in the media meet, I also would like to thank Dr. Father Biju Casey once again. Not only because he's the director of the campus, but also for the faith he has in us and the confidence that he instills in all of us to take up any challenge head on. We also extend our gratitude to our academic collaborator, Florida State University, and supporting partner, UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance, for their support. Sincere thanks to all our colleagues in the department who, like true team players, shared full responsibility to the best of their abilities. No wonder each one of them are the heroes of the students of the department. We benefited immensely from the experience turned into words of wisdom and advice by our colleagues, Dr. Kailash and Joel Jacob, the conveners of last year's media meet, who were with us throughout. But for the guidance and effort put in by each of the faculty coordinators working closely with the teams, this event would not have materialized in the way it did. Profound thanks to the student heads Dia Miriam Kurian and Dishan Mani. They made sure that with the amount of time that they have spent with the teams working closely, it would only be justified for them to talk about the teams in their remarks. I don't know if any of us have the record of the number of all the meetings that all the teams had since we started the preparations in the month of May this year in the midst of examinations, admissions, internship, mentoring, among many other things. One of the goals we set out for this 12th edition of Media Meet, and the second one conducted in the midst of the pandemic, was to talk about the solutions more than problems. I'm sure all of us who attended the sessions would agree that we have been able to do justice on that front by not just disseminating information, but a lot of food for thought. Being one of the conveners of this event, I wish there was a way to quantify the knowledge transfer that has happened in who knows how many hundreds of gigabytes in these 2 days. On September 11th, we would be adding to these aspects through the research paper presentations in the virtual conference. Each one of us takes home a lot in terms of learning at so many different levels. I will not be wrong in saying that some of us must have evolved into at least a little better versions of ourselves through Media Meet 2021. Thank you all once again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kanan and Dr. Ajay, for this vote of thanks. I would in turn like to thank you for this such a detailed list of people you thanked, which is very necessary, so that nobody was left out. It was great. And speaking of not leaving anything out, our newsletter tries its best to record everything that Media Meet does. And it's finally the time to unveil our newsletter. To unveil our newsletter, I'd like to call upon a classmate of mine and the head of documentation for Media Meet 21. Please welcome Shashwat.
Thank you, Nisar. And thanks to everyone who has been a part of Media Meet 2021. This whole event has been filled with valuable insights and lessons, with keynote addresses by prominent names in the industry like Paranjoy Thakurta and Shashi Kumar, where they enlightened us about the crises and challenges that we face today in the context of digital media. To panel discussions on health involving Shalja Teacher, the knowledge disseminated through all of these sessions was invaluable. There are various crises encompassing media in the present day, but what we have learned from each of the sessions is to improvise, adapt, and overcome. So this year's newsletter momentum is a testimony of how, despite facing tough situations and challenges, we have to keep moving forward. On that note, I'd like to invite the founder of Media Meet, Dr. Father Biju KC, to release this year's newsletter momentum. Welcome, Father.
Yeah, thank you, Shashwat. Usually whenever we have a program, I see a lot of magics done by the students community. This newsletter is nothing but an outcome of great teamwork. I especially appreciate the documentation team for photographing and documenting each and every moment of this event, Media Meet 2021. Special appreciation. Officially we release the newsletter of Media Meet 2021.
Yes, Father. Before we release, I would like to first thank my team. Documenting each of these events was not an easy task. So now I'd like to extend my gratitude to the reporters and editors who passionately contributed their labor to make Momentum what it is. Thank you, Rahul, Nikhil, Rashi, Aisha, Tanishi, and Sunidhi for making sure each and every session is documented with utmost precision. From the first keynote address till the last plenary talk, keeping track of everything was indeed a daunting task, but you all proved your mettle with it. Further, I would like to thank Divina for being a pillar of support that we needed as a documentation team for this event. This newsletter wouldn't have been possible without you. And further, I would like to thank our faculty coordinators, Dr. Suparna, Dr. Meljo, and Dr. Pradeep for their valuable feedback and guidance. And lastly, thanks to Karthik, who designed this newsletter and because of whom Momentum is in the form it is. Now, in a short while, I'll be presenting the newsletter.
Good evening, everyone. I would now like to call on the two people without which it would have been impossible to hold this event. But before that, I would like to thank Mr. Manjil, our tech coordinator, without which it would have been really impossible to have this event. Please, Shashwat, continue with your presentation.
Yes. So, Momentum has been a product of our efforts. The first keynote address that we had was by Paranjoy Guha Thakurta, who talked about digital media and its impact. On the second day, we had the keynote address by Shashi Kumar, who also talked about how social media and the challenges that we face in this pandemic and the infodemic that we face is impacting our lives. Then we had a set of beautiful panel discussions where we explored health communication and its dimensions, where Shalja teacher was also present with us. Another panel discussion encompassed media education in a digital age, where the teachers talked about how the challenges of teaching in a pandemic is crucial, and we need to find a way to engage the students very well. Another panel discussion that we had involved panelists that talk about fake news and factual news. And the next panel discussion on PR, advertising, and corporate communication in the COVID era. After that, dissecting cinema culture, a panel discussion on the rise of OTT platforms. And next sessions, we had a plan of plenary talks, where we had Andrea Corolla of UNESCO talking about the crises that Afghanistan that's going on in Afghanistan. Moving forward, another plenary talk consisted of Dr. Ram, who talked about media research and the media crises and self-reflexivity. And the last plenary session by MD Pallavi with our own Professor Ninad Samadar, where music during crises was talked about thoroughly. And then we had the team who helped us create this newsletter. Thanks to all of you, and thanks for your contribution.
Thank you, Father and Shashwat. This was indeed, it brings me great joy, and I speak on behalf of the entire team when I say that it brings us great joy to see Momentum and Media Meet 2021 as a newsletter. I would also like to thank Dr. Manjeet, for the tech coordinator, for coordinating and doing all that was necessary. I would now like to call the two students who have been working tirelessly day and night to make the Media Meet a success. Please welcome Dishan Rajshekhar Mane and Diya Kurian, the Chief Student Coordinators for Media Meet 2021, to give their closing remarks.
Thank you, Kezia. I hope I'm audible. So, a very good evening to everyone present here. I, Dishan Rajshekhar, consider it an absolute honor to be speaking here. At the end of 2 days of this flagship event, it has been a pleasure to have been a part of Media Meet 2021. To retrospect on the time that we have spent over the last few weeks, it has been exceptional to witness the exuberance of an event as distinct as this one. With a theme of media crises, challenges, and choices, it became immensely important for Dia and the core team to ensure that there were none in organizing events. A massive task with many to-dos found their ways into our master document over the last month. And every single time, I noticed someone from the core team, committee heads, or volunteers run around to get some work done. And that speaks volumes about the work that has gone into Media Meet to make it the success that it has been. Furthermore, looking back, it has been exceptional because of the interactions, the frequency being so high, as Ajay so rightly pointed out. I am no longer allowed into Google Meet. I saw the work put in by the faculty and the students that made such a difference to making this event what it actually is, an internationally renowned event. And perhaps I find myself being amazed at the things that I learned, considering this as one of my biggest learning experiences, things I could find and know nothing of, and try a little to learn every day. I think that is why we as a society emerge from crises to rebuild like a phoenix. And that has been my biggest learning. There are innumerable challenges with being in crises, but the choices are what make us as individuals. And the choices that this team made was to work for an event that is today concluding after being an exceptional time over the last 2 days. I would like to thank the core team members and all the volunteers and also Dia for being an exceptional coordinator. Thanking everyone for their contribution to this event. I would like to ask Dia to continue.
Thank you, Dishan. True to the theme, however, just before the closing ceremony began, my laptop hung. And I was trying to figure out a way to make it work, and it did just before I had to come on. I made a promise to myself that I wouldn't cry, but there might be a few tears, so please excuse me for that. I have two of my good friends on this call as well, Nisarg and Karthik, so please ensure that I don't cry. Last year, this time, I was just thinking about what I was going to speak about today, and that's when Google Photos gave me a reminder. Last year, on this very date, I was emceeing for Media Meet 2020 on a Friday morning. And now I stand here as the Chief Student Coordinator for Media Meet 2021, holding my head up high. About 2 months back, I got a call from Kannan sir saying that you have been selected as the Chief Student Coordinator from the Central Campus, and we will have to have the event in the next 2 months. August end is Media Meet. And the first thought that crossed my mind was there is no way we are going to get this done by August. But today, I stand here proud about the 2 days that we have had of Media Meet with an exceptional team, bringing exceptional guests and ensuring that we had such insightful sessions these past 2 days. I would first like to thank the core team. Dr. Ajay and Dr. Kannan have been an immense support. I think they're going to block my number after this because of the number of times that I've called them during the day. I think around 10-15 calls a day asking them for things, clarifying what had to be done. And we were constantly getting on calls and making sure things were falling in place. Yeah, Kannan sir reply says, no, I can't block you. And then I had Dishan as my co-head, who ensured that the teams that he was working with worked very smoothly and brought forth results. So thank you so much to the core team. However, today, the previous 2 day sessions and the pre-conference events would not have been possible without the efforts and the hard work of the entire team of student volunteers, team heads, and faculty in charges. I'm going to take this moment to give a huge shout out to all the team heads because this event is your success. I will now be calling out the names of all our team heads. For the workshops committee, we have Shreya, Rajan, and Sumanshi. For the panel discussion team, we have Deepthi and Anukta. For the paper presentations team, we have Sneha and Ananya. For the publicity and extension team, we have Vedanshi, Driga, and Isha. For the publication team, we have Erika and Kashish. The tech support team led by Karthik and Aditya. The finance team headed by Anna. The guest relations team headed by Snigdha. The MC committee headed by Kezia. The promo team headed by Ashwin. The design team headed by Karthik. The content team headed by Anumita. The media talk team headed by Aisha. The documentation team by Shashwat. And the registration team by Vishnu. You people have put in an immense effort to ensure that we had a very successful 2 days of media meet and pre-conference events. Thank you so much for all the efforts that you have put in. I would also like to thank my parents who have borne the brunt of my late calls and ensuring that I had dinner and making sure that I slept well, although I didn't because the stress kept me up. But they took good care to ensure that they were always there for me to support me. So thank you so much. I know they're probably watching the YouTube live. So thank you so much. And all good things must come to an end, but I'm so happy that we're ending on this note. With that, it is Dia and Dishan signing off from Media Meet 2021.
God, what a day. Thank you, Dia. And even I think the entire Media Meet committee would like to thank Dia's parents because, God, I have seen Dia burnout and the way she has managed it, it's exceptional. God, it's been a long day, but we still have one huge surprise. Honestly, this was the moment I was waiting for since like a month because we knew the theme for this year's Media Meet, but we don't know what's going to happen next year. And as they say that meeting to part is the way of life, but parting to meet is the hope of life. So I hope that we see all of you next year. And to see what awaits us next year, I would like to call students from first year MAMCS to reveal the theme for the next year's Media Meet 2022. Christy, Santosh, and Sparthi.
Hello, everyone. My name is Purti.
And I'm Christy Santosh. We are the class representatives of first year MAMCS, and we are here to introduce and show everyone the teaser for next year's Media Meet theme. We hope you all enjoy it.
The theme for Media Meet 2022 is Media Technologies. The technological advancements enable us to work and cater to the public more efficiently. We hope to see you next year on the 25th, 26th, and 27th of August to dwell deeper into this topic. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Christy and Spurti. With that, we are at the end of Media Meet 2021. I would like to request the audience to stand up for the university anthem. With that, we have come to the end of Media Meet 2021. Thank you all for being a part of it. This is Kezia Sarah Jacob and Nisar Gavasha signing off. We hope you had a great time today.